Let's see here. Oh man, come on. All right. Good. Okay. All right. Greetings, everyone. This is Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the DaughterOfTheFates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I'm going to get started. We are the breakers of curses, the casters of glorious conspiracies, and the creators of a new world. I, Cassandra-Floyd, am a divine instrument of my mother's divine will. As such, I am protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook's body that anointed my entry into this life. I am divine because she is divine. Mommy and I are one. I call all of our mothers to this moment. I call them they who govern everything, all time and every space in between. She with 10,000 names. Today it is all Yah, Yemaya, Oshun, Iyami Ajay, the divine architects of existence, usheresses of the new age. Mommy and I are one. I call upon all our divine ancestors in the ashe of every mother on earth to break every curse ever cast upon the mother and her children in all timelines and in every dimension. Mommy and I are one. We, the mother's divine children, conspire together today to forever bind those who have or would harm you, great mother. Mommy and I are one. We conspire together today to destroy everything and everyone in every timeline and dimension that has caused suffering and despair. Mommy and I are one. Today, whoop, I lost the bell. Today, let's see. Shoot, sorry, my bad. Today, we embody the sacred power, the sacred and divine power of our mothers. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, we write all time. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, we write the book of life. Today, we, our mother's children, call the winds of change. We conjure the primordial dark. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun. We control the light. We heal the harms. We embolden the fearful. We instill courageous action. Today, we are staging a global evolution as is our mother's divine will. Mommy and I are one. We, the architects of a new age, now create the new institutions, the new traditions, the new cultures, the new ways of being. We ecstatically welcome the radical destruction of all institutions of hate and harm erected by the godheads of war. We have the power. We have the voice. We are the portals of change. Now we employ our sacred breath as we give life to and blood to this conspiracy. Mommy and I are one. We command, come the wind, come the storm, come the lightning, capture and judge all godheads of war and all betrayers of others' divine will. Bring their confusion and war to an immediate end. Scatter them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. We are the fates. We are the furies. We are the Iyami Ajay. We are the disseminators of divine time, divine retribution, divine rectification, and evolutionary justice. We are the restorers of heaven on earth under the mother's divine reign. We wake the sacred serpent from her sleep to assist us in this sacred assignment. Oh my God, yes. Love unlimited is our birthright. Harmony is our birthright. Ecstasy is our birthright. Pleasure is our birthright. Freedom is our birthright. This is her divine will, and we are the divine executors of her will. We speak her will into the now to reverberate throughout all time, all space, and all dimensions. And we pull up. I still haven't edited our our addendum. Okay. I'll get to it among the midst of things that is constantly working. It's working, it's working, it's working. The global conspiracy to right all wrongs is working. The conspiracy we cast on November 19th, 2024 is still reverberating. Now let's focus on the reclamation of what is ours. Run us our money. Run us our lands. Run us our lives. Run us our unpaid and underpaid labor all the way back through our ancestral lines. Run us our stolen money in the form of being chronically overtaxed. Run us our social wealth in the form of stolen lives of our young people who have lost their lives in the form of the prison industrial complex. Run us our money for the planned premature deaths of all our communities due to environmental racism. Run us our stolen collective wealth from all the black cities that were destroyed and erased from history. Run us our reparations from the era of lynchings and legal murder that continue to today. Justice, vengeance, retribution is ours. Run us our happiness. Run us our pleasure. Run us our peace. We destroy every single obstacle to our abundance, sovereignty, pleasure, ecstasy, joy, harmonious lives, and our joyful reunion with our divine mother. We are her blade, her shield, her axe, her hammer, her fire, her arrows. All billionaires, their descendants, and all connections and all their connections and supporters are judged guilty. Or all organizations and corporations on earth who have or continue to cause all suffering, harm, and despair are judged guilty. All slave owners and their descendants and colonizers, past, present, and future, are judged guilty. Every politician who has lied, betrayed, schemed to exploit are now judged guilty. Every religious leader, preacher, teacher who has caused harm in any way, especially to children, are judged guilty. Everyone who has contributed to or participated in the deliberate harming of children, child care, foster care system, medical system, psychiatric system, child trafficking, ritualistic, and all other religions, harm, breeding of children during slavery, the commodification of children in any way, you are judged most guilty with most severe punishment. Everyone who currently supports genocide, colonization, slavery, oppression, femicide, infanticide are judged guilty. The Roman Catholic Church is guilty. Judaism is judged guilty. Islam is judged guilty. Buddhism is judged guilty. Cults that have caused harm to women and children are judged guilty. Governments are judged guilty. Patriarchy is judged guilty. All murderers and rapists are judged guilty. All harm-causing doctors, scientists, white-collar criminals, presidents, kings, rulers, emperors, queens, nobility, popes, imams, rabbis, philosophers, magicians, magi are judged guilty. To all those judged guilty, your punishment will suit your crime times 999. As this is the mother's divine judgment, it is her divine will. Redemption is possible for some, but the cost for redemption is equal to the sum of your crimes and transgressions. We now call the Furies to carry out our judgment harshly, publicly, and with undeniable evidence that this is our mother's will. Our mother's will be done. It is certainly, as we say, forever and ever, throughout all timelines, throughout every dimension, and all space in between. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. All right. Greetings, family. I lost the bell. I have to fix that later. I'll be honest, I don't know what the hell I'm talking to y'all about. Amen. For the last 48 hours, I see y'all up in here hype as hell off the calling of the mothers to the space. I see y'all. I love that. Leone 777. Yes. Yes. That list could go on and on and on and on and on. As a matter of fact, we witches may need to write a whole book together. Like all of us together with all the names that we want to bind in the book of judgment for forever till our mother's will be done and complete. You feel me? We might need to come together and write a book. You feel me? Let's see who's in the house. Sherry O, Diva XX9, T 2021, S Taylor 619, Mars Infinite Forever, Yolanda Volsi, Honey Dip Chocolate. Okay, so let me go ahead since I see a couple of y'all up in here. Okay, so the details on the party have changed dramatically. We're not going to be doing the thing at the at the retreat in the desert, but because there just wasn't enough interest, and it's mostly because of when I was trying to do it. People like, girl, we got jobs. Like, why you had to do the shit on a Monday and Tuesday? You know what I'm saying? So I couldn't get enough interest, but I am still doing the party. It's going to be at the place that we had been holding the temple services in the past, which is up in Mount Washington, which is about, I'd say 30 minutes from downtown Los Angeles. So beautiful location, beautiful, times 10. The space is pretty big. It holds about 150. I think she said the capacity is like 150, 200 people. And so because my birthday is coming up and her birthday is a week before mine and her homegirl's birthday is a week after mine, we're going to do the party on September 13th, which is a Saturday. And then we're going to turn up all day and into the night and, into the next morning. Um, the party favors are still going to be there. So we're still going to be doing the libation. I'll be honest, I wasn't planning on it when we were doing the retreat, but I'm probably going to do like some type of ceremony. I mean, 50 is a big year. So I'm definitely going to do some type of ceremony. We are going to have a DJ. We're probably going to have a couple of bands, like low key shit, like acoustic-y type of, open mic-ish type shit, but like a band. So we're going to have at least 2 bands. I'm thinking about trying to call up some of the sisters that I know that are vendors. So because the location is dope. I mean, you literally have a 360-degree view of the entire city of Los Angeles. It's fucking dope. And so what I'm thinking of doing is like making it the daytime aspect of it, like like a congregational type of thing. I mean, I can't think of another word right off the top of my head that would be better, but like have vendors. One brother has said that if people were interested, he would lead. He teaches Tai Chi and Qigong. So in the earlier part of the day, before we like get crunk, that he could facilitate a session of Qigong or Tai Chi. There's gonna be plenty of booze because I'm partying. Like, I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I'm turning up. I'm gonna eat a fistful of mushrooms that night. I surely am. I'm gonna turn up. There's gonna be a DJ, maybe 2 if we're lucky. Um, and you know what else? I'm gonna talk. I actually have a meeting with the sister later today because the space is big enough. I know that I'm me. I know that I'm different than a lot of folk that are my complexion, if you catch my drift. Especially you sisters. I'm gonna try to win y'all out of that eventually. You feel me? The reason I'm prefacing this way is because I'm having a meeting with her today to work out some of the details and the kinks. But I'm gonna see if she would be open to us, like after the party is like tapering down, like reserving us an area of the space for people to pitch tents, because she has had that out there before where people could pitch tents for overnight events. And I've slept outside at her place before because it's just that dope. Like, you can literally see everything. It's really beautiful. So I'm gonna see if she'll be willing to let a bunch of us sleep all over her yard after the party. If y'all are down for that, I'm taking at least my sleeping bag. I don't know if I'm gonna take my tent because I've slept out in the open on her. I need to see what the lunar cycle is for my birthday. To see if there's like some significant lunar event that we can take advantage of. But anyway, that's the Cliff's Notes version, is that we're not doing the thing in Desert Hot Springs. We're going to be in LA. So if you're still interested in coming, then I can work out some logistical things for you, like just to kind of figure out, because Airbnbs are still relatively inexpensive around here. A lot of people were changing their prices to like assist all the people who were displaced by the fires. So for the last 6-7 months, Airbnb prices have been really, 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 really generous, really kind. And she is so centrally located, but not in the downtown area. So you still feel like you're not in the city, which is really good. And then, so some people have already reached out to me. There are a couple of women taking the train into town. So it just depends on where you're coming from. A sister's coming down from Washington and she's taking the train. My goddaughter, I think she's in Oregon. I think she's gonna try to take the train or either the bus. There's another sister who's flying from Vegas. Another sister and her husband are driving up from where she live at? Tucson. From Tucson. Okay, Honey Dip Chocolate is coming from North Carolina. I can't wait. It's really dope. I'm hella hyped. Like, this is gonna be our first like in-person like radical witch bitch turn up. You feel me? So I'm hella hype. So the people that I mentioned, all but two, I have not met face to face, right? Obviously my goddaughter and then this other sister, right? So if you're gonna fly in LAX, actually do a search for just Los Angeles airports. Do just a basic search for Los Angeles airports, because depending upon where you're coming from and what day you're coming, my homeboy in Florida who's talking about coming, he said that he had been trying to book tickets into LAX, and all the tickets he had been trying to book through LAX were like bullshit flights. Like, it takes 5 hours maybe without a layover to fly from Tampa to here. And every single flight he was trying to book, man, every single flight he was trying to book was, let me turn this fan around. Every single flight he was trying to book was like 10 hours. What? Yolanda, I did not know you were a travel agent, girl. Oh my gosh. That's really awesome. The sister who owns the land too is a travel agent. Maybe the three of us can like get on a Zoom conference or something to work out like the best possible details for people that are coming in from out of town, so they ain't having to take no damn 10-hour flight that should only take 5 hours. So I'll email you after I get off this call, because the sister, I'm meeting with her after this call. So maybe the three of us, and she just got her license as a travel agent. That'll be dope. So and then those of you who are coming in, this is just a minor detail, but if you're coming in from LAX and you're not like trying to rent a car or anything, there are several methods that are very quick and very easy to get to like downtown, to because everything converges in downtown. So if you catch a plane, then you have to, there's this, I forget what it's called. It's like a shuttle, but it's on what looks like a Greyhound bus. It's a because that's the only thing I would ever take if I wasn't gonna rent a car, because there's no stops. All it does is pick you up. It's huge, just like a Greyhound, but it picks you up at LAX, takes you right downtown where you're literally close to everything. There's like nothing you're not close to. That's one option. Obviously, like Lyft and Uber is still really inexpensive here, and then those of you who are interested in coming, what you know what? Hold on. Sorry, hold on. My setup is, hold on. I gotta rig my setup really quick. I don't usually have a fan in here. Now it's blowing everything all over the place, but it's stifling. Like, it finally got hot in LA, like hot. It hasn't been hot in like 3 years, but today I was like, okay, is it actually hot, or am I like starting to change? Am I becoming a crown overnight? And I was talking to this young woman who's helping me with my astrological chart. She's like, no, it ain't menopause yet, girl. It's stifling. I haven't had to turn my AC on in this apartment in 3 years. I'm not exaggerating. Not one time have I had to turn my AC on. Today I was tempted. I was like, let me get my fan in here. So anyway, I will. What I will do is, within the next week, I will send out like logistical details so that everybody will be on the same page. Where to fly in. There are 3 major airports that you can fly into Los Angeles. LAX is the main one, but you may be able to get better fares and better flight times. They're a little bit off the beaten path. There's one that's in Orange County, so it's about maybe a 45-minute, maybe an hour-long drive from where I am. And I've always gotten like decent fares when I traveled, to that airport. I don't know what it's called. So like I said, if you're going to do a search, do it through like priceline.com. That's where I always buy my tickets from. Priceline.com. And then when it asks you what airport, put Los Angeles all airports. because then there's one literally 20 minutes from my house in Burbank. That one you can every now and again catch good fares. Okay. Oh, you know what? There's another one just north of here, about 40 minutes. So put all airports, and then it'll give you the best flight times and the best prices. Okay. And then I'll also give you the other logistical detail about what to do once you get into town. If you're going to rent a car, it's still really inexpensive to rent a car here. So if you're going to do Priceline, do a package instead of individually. So get your airline ticket and add a car. I've always gotten exceptionally good packages. So, or we gonna talk to Yolanda and see what she can organize too. So let's do that. So if you want to go ahead and search now, cool, do that. But I'm gonna talk to Yolanda and Luciana tonight to see if we can work out some stuff for y'all that I can then put in a document and send out as like logistical things that you can, try to work out to get here. And anybody who has ever come to visit me, which has been many, I'm only able to house one person. So I already have somebody who is gonna stay here with me. And then and then the sister who has the place, she only has one unit left that is an Airbnb. Well, it's not left. That was a technical thing. So she only has space. She only has one Airbnb. And so that's already rented out to the sister who's coming in from Vegas. All right. So, so you are going to have to secure your own housing. All right. But outside of that, and that won't be difficult because where we are in the area where the party is, tons and tons and tons of Airbnbs. So you will be literally within rock throwing distance. And it's a cute little district too. Lots of little cute shoppings like antique stores and thrift stores and coffee shops. Cute, very centrally located, but she's so high up the hill that you would never even know you were in a city. It's great. Okay, so that's all I got to say about that. And you know what? It's not the only thing I got to say about that. For any of you who are coming, I wasn't going to say anything about this live because I didn't intend to tell you what I told y'all last week about my intentions, about the spectacle that we are about to embark on. And I'm not going to be talking about it a lot live until actually the day before the party on Friday of September 12th. I'm going to be organizing a press conference to make the official announcement about what I told y'all last week. In the meantime, I have a meeting planned Saturday. That's going to be my first official committee meeting for the plan for the spectacle. And so I will have details to share with you guys when you get here, because I would like to have, not like, I don't want it to be like a meeting, but like an unofficial, pep rally. That's what we should call it. An unofficial pep rally for the spectacle. Okay. Okay. So that's going to happen at the party. I will be collecting signatures at the party because I told you I have to collect 500 signatures. So that's only for people that live here in California though. So I'll be collecting signatures. I'll probably have like a little whole outreach booth set up for the project. But everything else is going to be a straight turn up. We're going to have a bonfire out there. It's just going to be lit. It's going to be turned up. And I am hella hype. My mom called me yesterday. And she was like, girl, I still can't believe it. I can't believe I have a child that's about to turn 50. It's like my head can't register it. I was like, it felt about the same way when my daughter turned 30. I was like, not my baby. She didn't turn 30 yet. That don't even sound right. Don't even sound like a possibility. And but I'm not tripping. Like, just because I guess the digits attached to my number say 50, I still feel my ankles don't sometimes, my low back don't sometimes, but I still feel 24 years old, and I still go out and cut the fuck up like I'm 24 years old. And ain't nobody gonna convince me anything otherwise. You know what I'm saying? So I am hyped. I am hyped. And after my birthday party, I'm really thinking about, because I haven't, like the last 3 days, I'm gonna tell y'all a story in a minute about these last 3 days, because they have been insane. And I'm certain that all of you could share a story about the last 3 days, because I know it is not just me that has had this insane, outrageous, all in a good way, last 3 days. Like every single moment has been blowing my mind, all the way up until the moment before I got up on this call. Every single moment has been blowing literally blowing my mind. Blowing my mind. Blowing my mind, blowing my mind, blowing my mind. And it didn't occur to me because I've been so busy, but still so much awesome shit has been happening. It didn't even occur to me. I didn't get up on here. When was the last time I was up on here? What was that? Was that Monday? I think it was Monday. You know what? Let me tell you something about the mind blowing. Y'all know how I be jolly on the spot about keeping up with, important like astrological occurrences, and the historical significant. Oh, it was Sunday. Okay. Well, I was still on one because I had not paid attention at all to the coming new moon. At all. I didn't even think about it till today. I was like, did I miss the new moon? Yes, I missed the new moon, but not technically. Because I got up on here Sunday and that reading, that like me doing the live reading with y'all, I'm gonna do that more often. I had a good time. I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed that. I really did. And I've thought about it every day since then. And I'll be honest, I thought about Leslie the most ever since I did that reading on Sunday, that live reading for you guys, because it has been that has been an ongoing thing. It wasn't only her. I told you I read a sister last Wednesday. She expressed the same thing. I wish I could just go back. And this to me was like it was like a pivotal moment to alert to me that like the messaging needs to be different. Like, and not different as in terms of message, like content different, but like leveled the fuck up, the dial turned all the way up, right? Because this year is almost over. You know what I'm saying? This year went by like a flash of lightning. It was like this whole last year was like a lightning storm with this weirdo in office, doing the thing that he doing with the homies that he brought up into the process, all that shit, right? And people have been so utterly distracted and overwhelmed by his shenanigans that it's been really difficult for people to see through the chaos. You know what I'm saying? To see the still in the midst of a global goddamn hurricane. You feel me? But these last 3 days, so I did that reading not even recognizing that the next day was the new moon. And so it wasn't until today when I was studying that I was like, holy shit, I think I missed the new moon, and I didn't even do nothing for it, whatever. And I looked it up and I was like, yeah, I missed the new moon. But I was like, you know what? No, I didn't miss the new moon, because without being deliberate, without being methodical, without plotting and planning and strategizing to do something very specific for the new moon, the mother was still on deck, showing all the way out every single moment of every single day since Sunday morning before I got up on that call with y'all. It's been like that, y'all. I've been up in here. It's been something else. And so there's several things I want to talk to you about. I'm not gonna go. I got a limit for myself. 2 hours is what I'm giving myself. And I'm gonna try to keep that promise to myself. It can really easily go very much longer than that, but I don't have 6 hours. I don't have a 6-hour session in me today. I don't have a 10-hour session in me today. Okay. So one thing that is happening, when is it? I think it's in October. Y'all know, I've been doing 2 years now. I've been invited to this organization to do these workshops, these live workshops at this wellness event that they do every quarter. So I just got the reach out for the one coming up in the fall, and I'm to do something different. I haven't told them what I'm going to do yet, because let me get something, because I want to show it to you too. It's in relationship to this. That's that pretty little baby. So I haven't told them yet what I'm gonna do, because I just haven't. But usually, you guys know, I do some type of workshop. The last one that I did, I live streamed through my YouTube channel. So while I was teaching this workshop on location, you guys were able to participate, which was dope. That was on I called it something like, what did I call it? Something like myths and secrets or something like that. And it was like the talisman. We made talismans, the talisman making workshop that I did. So that was cool. I missed the one in the summer. And so this one coming up, I really wanted to do something like very different. And I'll tell you, y'all know, obviously, I love to teach. Like, I love to teach. I do. I really, really, really do. But I have been saying this for some time, and I have been really struggling with like the pivot that I feel like is necessary, right? This pivot in how I have been communicating, this necessary need to take a radical left turn in how I communicate the ideas in mass that I share with you guys, right? So, you know, obviously there is like a mountain, just like a giant literal mountain of things and projects and stuff that I'm trying to like wade through until I can until the temple can sustain itself in a way that I can start hiring a committee, right? And it's kind of like the catch 22, which comes first, the chicken or the egg. I digress. So last night, because I was already on one, and I'm telling you, the shit has been radical indeed. I had an idea about 3 weeks ago. Just one of the, I'm a Virgo, so y'all know I have about 10 million things. With a Gemini rising, y'all know I got about 10 million brilliant ideas in my brain at any given time of the day, right? So about 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, maybe, out of nowhere, all seemingly random, like, I had an idea, and I was like, oh my God, that's brilliant. Let me write that down so I don't forget it. I'm taking y'all on a walk, so just walk with me. So the idea was, because, you know, I've been saving the bottle tops, right? I shared that with y'all. The bottle tops, the can tabs, all that stuff, because I wanted to make you know, like percussion, like homemade percussion instruments, like the one that I told you that I saw the Cuban guy made when I went to the World Music event, and he had all these bottle tops. It was ugly but awesome at the same time. He had like all these, like, you know, dish like laundry soap, the big old giant blue laundry soap bottle caps and teeny weeny ones, and it just made the most perfectly epic noise. He's playing the congas, but he had his little rack that had all these beautiful different, like, you know, percussionist noisemakers, like little ding 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 dings, and the little thing, right? So I've been working on that. I'm still collecting a lot of bottle tops and can tabs. And in the meantime, I was thinking about my little project. I don't know what made me think about it. It really just came up from nowhere. But this, to me, is the evidence of this weaving shit we've been on. The Webster's weaving the future type of shit. I'm telling you, because out of nowhere, I was like, oh my God, you know what would make a really, really great sound? Thimbles. So I went on the internet and bought like a big old giant bag of wholesale thimbles. Yeah, you heard what I said, like the actual little like sewing thimbles. I don't sew anymore. I don't do any of that stuff anymore. So I don't know where thimbles came up in the middle of nowhere. But I honored the call. So I went right home, got on the internet, and thimbles. I don't remember how many, maybe 160. I don't know, something like that. And so what I was thinking, the same thing that I'm thinking of my bottle cap project, is that that was just my immediate thought, was very basic. I'm gonna do these homemade musical instruments, ching, 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 all different noises. And that was it. I was like, I just want to make one. I have all kinds of musical instruments in here. I got 3 sitars in here, and a guitar, and a saxophone, and a rain stick, and like all different. I got claves. I got all kind of music instruments in here. I got a conga in the closet. You feel me? I got all kinds of instruments in here, but I don't play any of them regularly except the sitar because I'm taking lessons. I was like, I really want like tambourines and like little basic noisemakers, especially since a whole ceremony. That was really what I was thinking about, was like when I be packing that box to do ceremonies or lead things for people, like I always take all of my noisemakers so that people can all participate, right? I was like, that's all I was thinking about at first. But these last 3 days, man, it's like idea after idea after idea after idea is coming through, and they're all like next level genius type of shit. So one of my ambitions has been, I haven't shared this with you guys, but actually I have. And I just haven't been very diligent about it because I'm overwhelmed. All right. And so I started taking the sitar lessons now 2 years ago. And I also said that I wanted to start making music. So the Power Kismet, who did the musical rendition of the global conspiracy to right all wrongs that we do, like that really rekindled this real urge for me to start recording meditations, to start recording me doing little stuff that I can do at home with my very basic equipment. And I found this the sound bowls, the crystal bowls, the big sound bowls for sound baths, right? So I don't know. Abasi called me. Y'all know Abasi is one of the members of the founding committee for the temple. And Abasi called me yesterday, and Abasi and I have known each other for a long time. We both were in a revolutionary organization, you understand, for a long time. And so, he can talk to me blood raw. Like, I respect it and appreciate when they give it to me blood raw. He called me yesterday and he was like, I don't want you to take this the wrong way because I'm only looking out for you. He was like, but sometimes I just want to call you and tell you to stop talking. He was like, you giving away too much for free, bitch. Like, can you stop talking? He's like, you don't need to be telling everybody everything all at once. He said, give them the Cliff Notes, create some little hooks, and then leave some little cliffhangers. Leave them hanging, and then send them somewhere where they can fucking pay you. You are giving away too much. And so I be hyped. You know what I'm saying? I have experienced this urgency, and not urgency in a bad way, this urgency of like what we're on the precipice of, like what is about to unfold. So I'm like, I got all this information, and then they can run with it. That's my thing, right? He's like, He's like, don't do that. He's like, give people enough that they can eat off of, but leave them hanging enough that they can come somewhere else and pay your ass. You listen, we ain't got the luxury of being no po-righteous teachers out this bitch. And so I have to respect that. And so that's why I had to pump the brakes, because I was actually about to give y'all the whole rundown. But I'm just showing y'all what I've been up to. Started this yesterday. So I just took a little nail and started punching holes in my little thimbles. So I'm thinking that my workshop for this wellness event is going to be radically different than the 5 or 6 that I've done before. And I've loved all the workshops that I've done before, but even with the jewelry making and the wand making and all of the stuff I have my hands in, I'll be honest, I'm doing a lot of readings, and I am reading for people and divining for people and teaching people. And I'm saying the same thing over and over and over and over again and believing it wholeheartedly. And then as soon as I get off the phone, I realize that the advice that I am giving has become increasingly more difficult for me to follow. And I don't know if that's the time or my self-imposed internalization of the urgency of the moment. But the things that I am counseling you guys to do, that I believe and I expect you to do, and I counsel you to do that. I do. But I have found that, and we all go through these phases, that the things that gave me like extreme pleasure, like were effortless for me to do because I enjoyed them so much. I either haven't touched them in an age, or or when I do certain things, I don't get the same kind of euphoria, the same kind of pleasure, the same kind of like fulfillment that I had in the past. And so over maybe the last 4 weeks, really, I have been experiencing such an extreme sense of frustration, like this perpetual, no matter whatever I do, stuckness, this binding. And so I'm up in here struggling with myself. I'm up in here boxing myself. You feel me? Like, what? Okay, what the fuck? What is it I'm not doing? What is it that is right in front of my face that I'm completely missing? Because this is a goddamn enough. This enough. This enough. Right? I don't know, man. I've been up in here at war with my own ass, okay? Because I mean what I say. This is a confession I'm making to y'all. You understand what I'm saying? This is a confession I am making to you. Is that I am certain. I don't believe, I don't have faith. I don't hope. I am certain of what we're called together to do. Every single day just deepens that certainty. Every single day. When I tell you that the last 3 days have been extraordinary, I mean that shit. I was like, thank you. Everything that happened every single day, I was like, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for fortifying my fucking resolve. Because these last 4 weeks have been handing me my ass. I'll be honest. I know what the basis is. Like here, I know. It hasn't changed the sense of urgency and frustration and stuckness. Like you right on the precipice of some shit, about to have this radical like pop out moment, like you about to shine on them, but you just can't penetrate whatever it is that is staying opposite, that's creating opposition. And that shit had been really intensifying over the last week. It was just this constant nagging, low level, like, ooh, like I don't ever get up annoyed. I don't get up like not wanting to get up. That ain't me. I'm like, okay, let's go. Typically. You understand? This last week, I was like, damn, the sun is up already. I ain't in no state of like, okay, I gotta hit because I know I'm really, that's the dance I have to be doing too. That I am so inexpressibly fortunate. There are not enough words in the human goddamn lexicon that can explain or articulate how fortunate my life is, how extraordinary my life has been. I cannot ever be grateful enough. There is no amount of gratitude or offerings I can make that can even come close to how grateful I am for my life, how grateful I am for my experience, how utterly, perpetually in awe I am of what has been my life. I mean that shit so deep. But I am also human. I am a dynamic person. I can feel multiple things at the same time. And while every single moment of the day, every moment of my life, I'm so hype about what has been my life. I can look back and even look back on that bullshit that have been many moments in this life that I can look back on and now laugh because I'm like, that really was that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Not look at it and be perpetually not look at those moments and be perpetually, quote, re-triggered, not be perpetually, quote, re-traumatized, to look them square in their face and still be so utterly grateful and still recognize in the moment that while we are creating a world where we do not have any philosophical or religious or cultural or spiritual or political ideas that etch in our consciousness that struggle is just our lot in life. That's a whole part of living, is to struggle and to persevere. I reject that shit 10 million%. 10 million%. I do not believe that is the default our mother intended for us. I reject that shit because I know my mama. Even if you don't believe, quote, in the goddess, even if you don't believe, quote, in an idea or philosophy that is the personification of the, quote, goddess, your ass can be an atheist, bitch, and you can still be able to hear what the fuck I'm talking about because your ass got a mama. Your ass got a mama. Now, I recognize before any of y'all come up in my shit with that bullshit, because one will, I recognize that there are many people who have not had a beautiful and loving and supported and safe entry into this world through their mother. I recognize that there are many, many people on earth who have had unhealthy and a completely, some people terroristic entries into this world. But baby, you are alive. And as long as you are alive, there is the opportunity for you to fully participate in creating that thing that had been denied you. So even if you do not have a great relationship with your mama that you came out of, she was the vessel that was necessary. She was the vessel that was available. And even if she was crazy, even if she was out of her mind, even if she was a diabolical bitch, her body was the altar. Her body was the portal that allowed for you, out of 88 trillion possibilities, to exist in this moment, in this life, as you are, as important as you are, as necessary as your presence is on this earth right now. So even if you could not get from your earthly mother what you needed, guess what? We live on Mother Earth. And I don't mean that philosophically. I mean that we're our mothers because they too are the victims of patriarchy. At the same time, the willing and sometimes opportunistic and sometimes vampiric participators in the upholding of patriarchy. Everybody on earth, with every sickness they have, with every, and I'm talking about from the most wicked to the least. I know that's some shit hard to hear for y'all. I'm telling you from the most wicked to the most innocent. You understand? The most wicked is because they are the furthest away from their relationship to the mother. And if the mother as a word, if the mother as an iconography, it is something that makes you uncomfortable in your flesh to say because you had this terrible experience with your earthly mama, I understand it. But we need to recognize that we live on a very alive, a very sentient, a very energetically and actually scientifically, philosophically, physiologically reciprocal planet. Without her, this is what it means to create a tapestry. And there are many words that you can use for tapestry. Some of you used to call it like the web, when you were in school, or what did they call it? Terrible, the food chain, or like the web of connection of all the species on earth, and you had to learn the little diagram about how all the little species are related. Call it what you want to. Call it what you want to. Do whatever you need to do to get yourself comfortable with the fact that without science, there is not spirit. Without spirit, there is not science. Everything is connected. There are no straight lines. There are no straight lines that do not have a relationship to anything else. We are both object and subject. Yeah, we are. And I'm going to tell you something, man. The mother, and however you are comfortable to accept this idea that you are not only a part of a whole, you are a necessary and purposeful part of a whole, of a singular, of a one, even in your peculiar and necessary personification. I'm not talking about individuality. That alludes to a separate from. That alludes to you in opposition to you outside the group. So what y'all have been taught to see as individuality is not individuality. But you hate the word. You hate peculiarity. You hate peculiarity. You are still in your specific, peculiar, beautifully important, necessary incarnation as you, through your two bloodlines, through your two DNA contributing partners, your people, them, whether you knew them or not. Whether you knew them or not. It is that chain of events that occurred in your bloodline that was every single solitary thing that happened in this thing guaranteed the outcome that would be you. There is no other you. There is no there is no other personification of you. You are you alone, all the way back to the beginning and all the way into the future, and every single possible timeline that you could exist in, every possible dimension that you could exist in. You are you. And the reason that should be encouraging is because no matter how low we get, because baby, I'll be low. I ain't up in here, the picture perfect personification of upbeatness and bubbliness all the motherfucking time. Not even half the time. Doesn't matter. I'm a dynamic creature that can feel a multiplicity of things at the same time. And I can self-repair and self-heal because that's what my mother allowed for my flesh to be able to do, to exist in this environment. You see what I'm saying? And so I have to reel myself back, but I be having them too. Because I be feeling all y'all shit. That's what it means to be connected. I be feeling all y'all emotions. I be feeling everything. That's what I told y'all. These days, I have to sleep through the day and wake up at night when everybody the fuck asleep so I can think. So I'm not overwhelmed in my body by living in a city with 3.8 million people. And as soon as the sun cracks the surface in this city, I can hear everybody. I can feel. I'm not being witchy or ooga booga at all. I'm telling you, there is a palpable difference in how I feel in my body as soon as the fucking sun pops its little head up from out the horizon and everybody start getting up and rumbling around to get themselves in their car to get on these terrible ass traffic highways in LA by the millions to get themselves to work, and they don't want to go, so they cussing in the car. I feel all of that shit. I'm like, I can't do nothing. I feel paralyzed during the day. You feel me? And as soon as the sun go down, and as soon as all y'all leave the club and go to sleep, I get a second wind. I'm like, okay, what can I do now at 1 o'clock in the morning? What can I create at 1 o'clock in the morning? I'm telling you this for a reason. Because I don't want to say the word demands, but the demands of those of us who are paying even the most nominal amount of attention, we are feeling something, not just us. There's a level of knowing that we understand. And so we can at least articulate why we feel like we're losing our motherfucking mind. But for the great majority of people on this planet, they are experiencing the same weight and gravity of what we are experiencing without a way to articulate that, without a way to process it, without even an understanding of what the hell is happening to them. And because they don't have anything like that, this is what is giving rise to this increase in violence against women that this report just came out a couple of days ago, and it was all over TikTok, all over IG, about like a 45% increase in the unaliving of Black women by intimate partner spouse in the last year. But that's not just here, and that's not just us. The increase in violence against women, the increase in violence against children, all these aggression, this shit. Do you think this unrelated? This increase in the violence against women and children is something outside of the fact that Joe beloved Biden walked us enthusiastically into two radical aggressions that they have been force feeding us online every day? Every day. Every day. I have not been on my social media account, like scrolling through my IG or anything, because y'all do too much. Y'all do too much under the guise of being informed and knowing what's happening in the world. They really, like, they got your mouth pried open with a big old like siphon thing in it, force feeding you uninterrupted violence, and under the guise or the auspice of making sure the word gets out, or making sure we're well aware, you are literally consuming snuff films all day, every day. Every day. And I know that is hard for a lot of you to hear. Well, we got to be well informed. Really, do you though? Are you really telling me that without being on the on your social media for a whole week, that you wouldn't have some inkling about what's happening in the world? Why am I saying that? Do you have to guess? Why am I saying that? Has the world really changed significantly at all in the last 100 years? What do I mean by that? I mean, y'all get caught up in the most urgent thing of the moment. Y'all get caught up in the most wicked bad guy of the moment, as if he too is not a part of a strategic web that has been moving ongoing for quite some time. I really wish I could win with y'all, because the more energy y'all feed that shit, the more emboldened that bitch get. Trump is not your problem. I promise you. In 10 million ways, I promise you. Trump is the character up in the scene in this moment, in this play that has been unfolding since we walked the fuck up into the 2000s. And I can tell you, I can show you a straight line of connection between the year 2000 and today. That Trump was not only Trump was not only an inevitability. Trump was a well-organized and strategically planned guarantee. He was a well-planned and well-organized, no different than a script. Oh my God. No different than a script. Trump is an actor among many who willingly and enthusiastically participate in the state. They actively and willingly and enthusiastically participate in the maintenance of the state. Do you think that he is in there doing what he doing by himself? Do you really think that it is just him and a few rogue MAGA dudes doing what they do because they have, quote, taken hold of the reins of power? No, baby, they have not taken a hold of the reins of power. No, they haven't. They are the characters wearing the necessary mask for the moment. And the evidence of which is that this thing that is unfolding under this Trump administration has been strategically unfolding damn near simultaneously for the last 2 or 3 years. Not only here, but in every single solitary country in Europe. This, quote, slow rise of white nationalism has not just been happening in the United States. It's been happening in South America, in Brazil, and in Argentina, and in Venezuela. It's been happening all over Europe. Almost every major country in Europe for the first time since the Second World War has had these extreme radical right politicians end up in the highest positions of power. Italy, France, England, the list goes on and on and on. Not only European countries, Europe and North America, because y'all think it's only white people out here doing this shit. Y'all think it's only white people out here doing this shit. Every country in the Middle East, while we get distracted off the very obvious thing that is put forward in our face all the time, 24 hours a day. But at the same time that this shit has been unfolding, Afghanistan has levied the greatest crackdown in known history upon the women and girls in that country. Don't believe it? Google some images right now of women going to the markets in full hijab, and then all of a sudden them being able to have their eyes open was not enough, because even that was too much power. And so just last year, just this time last summer, as a matter of fact, Afghanistan was like, you know what, y'all need to sew some like fabric, some like see-through fabric over your little eye slits. You feel me? Just go ahead and cover them up too, because if you don't, we gonna put your ass in jail. Oh, you know what? While we at it, Your little girls can't go to school past 5th grade. Oh, you know what? And while we at it, you know what? You bitches cannot speak in public. Literally cannot speak in public spaces unless you are speaking to your husband. And the images that I've seen have been women at the marketplace in complete burqa, now with their eyes even, covered, in complete burqa. And as a regular everyday part of their life and their experience, men with assault rifles are standing all over the place to police women to make sure they ain't speaking in public, to make sure they meeting their burqa requirements. That just happened last year. And y'all got short-term memory, because just last year, this same time last year and into this year, February, every Asian country had instigated a crackdown on, quote, the rebelliousness of women. What's the rebellion? The rebelliousness of women? Saying, we want to get paid more for our labor. We want men to stop murdering us. We want men to stop committing sexual violence against us. We want men to stop invading our privacy, like in South Korea, where all the men who own businesses got secret hidden cameras, even cameras little like this, in the rim of the toilet seat to take video footage of women's vaginas that they can sell on the goddamn market as what they call it, unconsensual pornography. Women were like, we had enough of this shit. We had enough of this shit. And since y'all can't hear us, since y'all act like y'all conveniently damn deaf, we just shutting down the vaginas. We ain't spending that money at no male-owned businesses. And then they launched the 4B thing. Oh, that sounded like it was some woman who wrote a book in 2019. It was a fiction. And it was called The 4Bs. And everybody read the book and they was like, oh shit, we got to make this shit a reality. The 4Bs are Korean words that all start with the letter B. No men, no heterosexual sex, no dating men, no heterosexual dating, no heterosexual marriage, no having no babies, and what was it? No booty, no marriage, no babies, and damn, I don't even remember what the fourth one was. And they were like, oh, it's just a bunch of radicals. It's just a bunch of feminists. It'll pass. September, which we right on the cusp of. I wasn't even planning on talking to y'all about this. But September of last year, right on the cusp, the first week in September, there was a massive controversy because Korea had finally become the lowest birth rate on earth, even of the so-called third world countries that have perpetually had the lowest birth rates. South Korea last September made it official. We officially have the lowest birth rate on earth. That in September, where all these little kindergartners were supposed to be going to school for their first day of school, an article came out that said there were 15,000 empty kindergarten seats. 15,000 empty kindergarten seats, because women was like, I don't know what we got to tell you, but we meant what we said. We got that life. And at first, they were putting it out to the world like it's just a small little hub of like random, just lesbians, like feminists. And they were like, you can say what you want to say. And the demands of the women who were participating in the 4B movement weren't even radical. And this government attempted to do everything but meet the demands of these women who literally are the cornerstone of the economic society of Korea, as is women everywhere on the fucking planet. The foundation. We are the goddamn cornerstone. We are the fucking pillars that hold up every economic system on earth. Yet the increase in violence. Yet the this and the this and the this and the this. You feel me? And they was like, damn, we ain't even asked for a lot. You feel me? We was like, look, can you keep these motherfuckers off us? Like, one. Like, when we tell you that we are in danger, can you like hear us and go arrest somebody? One. Like, ground floor, basement level shit. And the government attempted to do everything but meet the demands of half their citizenry. They attempted to bribe women to have babies. Look, if you have a baby, for every baby you have, we'll pay you $50,000. And the women were like, that ain't what the fuck we asked for. when the women wouldn't comply, was like, we ain't having it. That ain't what we asked for. Guess what the government did? Started to go to the prisons in South Korea. Started to go to the prisons, the women's prisons. It was like, look, if you bitches have some babies, we will pay you. You can come up out of here. We will pay your rent, and we will give you $75,000 per child you have. And do you know what the women in prison said? That ain't no shit we bout. That ain't no shit we bout. That ain't no shit we bout. You understand what I'm saying? China did the same thing. Japan did the same thing. Russia did the same thing. Y'all got short-term memory. Y'all got short-term memory. Because right now, over the last 3 months, y'all been shouting from the rooftops. People been sending me all. I got orders to fill right now. People, because I didn't have them made. But people were like, you don't have nothing like this on your jewelry store, but can you make me a dog tag with Ibrahim Traore on it? Yeah, I guess I can do that. I know somebody gonna have an attitude. I'm like, yeah, I can do that. But why I got an attitude? Because just 3 months ago, all y'all, all over TikTok, millions of videos, bigging this dude up about this public press conference about this, allied relationship between Traore and Putin and whatever that diabolical bitch name is that's in China. What's the president of China name? Forgive me if I don't be studying these bitches and knowing they like. I don't care. I don't need to do all of that. I don't need to know who they is. I know what they are. I know who they are. You understand what I'm saying? And so y'all, everybody was shouting from the rooftops. I went to this event, this ancestral veneration event. Huge. It was great. I couldn't count how many people I saw out there with t-shirts with Ibrahim. Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping. Huh? And everybody like, look at this, so radical. This why they want to kill Traore. You know what I'm saying? And then all they got to do is see the internet with a few little articles about how many times the president of France has tried to assassinate. And now you got a superhero overnight. Now you got a superhero overnight because he must be really important. He must be really about that life. If France want to kill him, if they want to assassinate him, child, is he really about that life? Is he really about that life though? Because in the country of France, the police is killing regular, everyday, unconscious, unrevolutionary black ass people every the fuck day. You don't consider that a goddamn execution, a hit. You don't consider that because you don't see yourself as important. You have not internalized yet that you are the issue, not Ibrahim. Ibrahim is not the issue. It is the multiplicity of people who are the descendants of great revolutionaries in Burkina Faso who still have a revolutionary spirit and are looking for a way to channel that shit. Ibrahim becomes the thing that they see as the opportunity to channel this untapped rage that still exists from when our great true motherfucking revolutionary hero Thomas Sankara took hold of power in motherfucking Burkina Faso. All these young people who are the descendants of great revolutionary movements perpetually everywhere on earth betrayed by men in power with a slick talking fucking tongue. When are we going to get over this shit? When are we going to say that, oh, okay, this is what we looking at. And there ain't no hero, and there ain't no messiah, and there ain't no president, and there ain't no prime minister, and there ain't no emperor, and there ain't no nobody who it. This is my personal position. It doesn't have to be yours. But my personal position is anybody making any declaration of how they can make the world better, about what they gonna do when you give me your power, because that's what the relationship is, baby. It's parasitic. We are the perpetual victims of parasitism, but we can't say that. We are the permanent victims, the perpetual victims of fucking global parasitism. But we'll say it's everything but what it ain't, but what it is. We'll say it'll say it's everything but what it is, and the what it is isn't even cryptic. It ain't even a conspiracy theory that you got to go into a wormhole about. It's right up in your face. It's literally right here at the tip of your nose. But because the noise has been so pervasive and so effective, and you are so invested in the noise, you can't see the solution right in front of you. Every morning when you get up to brush your teeth, the solution is right in front of you. And so I entertain people. I'm like, okay, I'll make your little ugly ass dog tag with somebody gonna have a problem with Mr. Chare, however you pronounce it, But I would tell you, my position hasn't changed. I see him out there doing good things. That's nice. That's what you're supposed to do. You don't get called a hero for doing what the fuck you're supposed to do. Everybody following him around like he the goddamn next Christ incarnate happened to have the name of the great grand patriarch, the great grand patriarch of every patriarchal religion on the planet, right? Dominating the globe right now. Just happens to be a devout practicing Muslim. I'm gonna tell you something. Him listening to his speeches, him bigging up Allah and all, that's all I needed to know. That's all I needed to know. He may be a good person. He may really have a good heart and good intentions. He may really love black-skinned people. He may really love Africa. He may. He came out the gate doing pretty progressive stuff, dealing with the water crisis in Burkina Faso, dealing with the this and the that and the this and the that, taking over the reins of state. And God damn it. And I feel like I need to start doing like old school ass political educations with y'all so y'all can see clearly that what you are witnessing now. Thank you so much, Africa Raised Me. You do not get kudos. You don't get dapped up. You don't get put in the throne with a crown because you get into office and do exactly what it is you're supposed to do. That's the starting point. That's just the starting point. You, as the person that is the figurehead of the of power in Burkina Faso, you have a starting point. You have a starting point. That's ground level. That's the starting point. And your ass don't start getting kudos and medals and prizes and shit until you go above and beyond. Until you do you get stars when you do what you're supposed to do? When you go and clean up your room and you live with your mama then? Do you expect her to come up in there and say, I'm so proud of you. You really cleaned this room. This look real nice. I'm so proud of you. I can't believe this is so nice. Do you think your mama gonna do that? That your mother would do that? No, she come in there and say it's about damn time. Now, here's your actual chores. You're supposed to want to keep your goddamn bedroom clean. You don't get no kudos for that. You're supposed to want to live in some relative organization. Now you come up in here and do the chores that you contribute to with the rest of us. That's still just one level above what you're supposed to do. You feel? You live up in the house with us too. And then when you say, you know what, mama, I saw that the windows we hadn't cleaned the windows in a long time. So I just went ahead and cleaned the windows myself. She's like, you know what, baby, that's really nice. Now you start to get kudos. Now you start to get accolades. Now you start getting a little extra boost in your allowance. But y'all don't hold none of these global leaders to it. Y'all don't hold it. The standard is in hell. Y'all can recognize it when it's the men in your life. You can recognize it when it's the men in your wife. That the bar is in hell. But you don't hold the people that you have literally handed over power to. You don't even have a bar for them. You just happy that they won. Won what? Won what? You throwing what they call them? Ticker tape parades and shit. Because they actually got into the position where now because they promised you, they can begin to levy your power yielded to them to meet your demands and their promises to you. This is supposed to be an equitable exchange of power with something that benefits you in the end. When's the last time you benefited from a motherfucker you put in power? Be honest. When is the last time there was something identifiable as a benefit that you experienced as a consequence of handing your power over to another who won and took office supposedly on your behalf? Not only just supposedly on your behalf, Most of these motherfuckers sitting in office from the city level all the way up to the White House are making a goddamn bare minimum of anywhere from $125,000 a year to fucking $1.5 million a year. They making tenfold what the fuck you making, 20-fold what the hell you making. So when is the last time? And they get all the benefits. You gave them power, and your ass don't get shit in return. As a matter of fact, what you do get is putting them people up in power and giving them a goddamn salary that they ignorant asses wouldn't have been able to go out here and get a real job and get on their own. So all they had to do was become master orators and woo you with their tongue and then betray you with the same sword after they take power. But not only that, after they take power and they're supposed to be representing you with the power you gave them, that ain't their power, bitch, that's yours. And instead of doing what they're supposed to do, they turn around and betray you because they see after 100 years of political betrayal that there is no consequence that they will pay for betrayal. There's no where are the tribunals? Where are the citizens' tribunals holding politicians accountable who out one side of their mouth when they needed to wrangle your power from you? Promise, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful speeches, this and this and this and this, put on the whole display and shit. And then as the moment they step into office, they turn right round and betray you all. Have there been any tribunals whatsoever to say we the people who have yielded power to you motherfuckers occupying the White House? We charge you guilty for fraud, for lying, for political betrayal. Why lying not illegal? Especially when it's white collar lying. When it's white collar lying, and a single white collar lie has the ability, without touching a human body, has the ability to literally destroy thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of human beings. Well, I mean, it's not illegal to lie. But if the lie ends the lives, steals the land, steals the homes of millions of human beings, which is what has happened since 2008, minimally, where are the tribunals? Everybody talked about Occupy Wall Street. Everybody knew who the criminals' names were, who came the fuck up. Why are they talking to you about a fucking wealth transfer? What does that even mean? A wealth transfer? It was a straight up mass, because it was during COVID, a straight up mass snatch and grab. A straight up armed mass smash and grab. That was during COVID. Because at the beginning of COVID in 2019, there was 297 billionaires in this country. 2 years, the year COVID ended officially, which was 2022, in 2 years, they went from 297 billionaires in 2019 to 400 and something, 400 and something. From that 400 and something and 200 in 2022, today there are 909 billionaires in the United States of America alone. In the United States of America, where that money came from? Did it just pop up the fuck from out the ground like a turnip somewhere and then they just went out there and collected it? You generated with your blood, sweat, tears, stress, lack of sleep, every dollar that gave birth to every billionaire that popped the fuck up from out of Daisy in 4 fucking years. You created them. You literally gave birth to them. And in giving birth to them, just like a mama give birth to her baby, she lose so much blood. She lose her teeth. I lost 2 teeth while I was pregnant. I was so nutritionally deficient. I lost hair while I was pregnant. Women get sick while they even after you done had the baby, you done lost so much blood, so much water, so much fluid that you probably never recover. Your body damn sure ain't never gonna be the same. Every time you laugh, you're gonna pee on yourself. You know what I'm saying? We literally just gave birth to 909 motherfucking billionaires, and you can't figure out, you think it's Trump that did that. He is a representation of the peak moment. The moment has been accelerating methodically, strategically, and hidden in plain sight since we entered the decade. I mean, since we entered this millennium, since we entered the 2000s. Am I being weird? We entered the new century with George W. Bush. 2 terms of George W. Bush. And right off the ass of George W. Bush, your great black messiah in his slick talking, basketball playing ass slid right the fuck up into the positions of power. In the same year he was elected was the peak of the housing scandal, the subprime mortgage scandal that robbed black American Mexicans of so much wealth that they said it would take black people in 2008 4,000 years to close the gap in wealth between white and black people in this country. Did you get that money back? Did you get that? Was that 4,000 year gap closed in the last decade? We in 2025, so that's from 2008 to 2025. Has that 4,000 year gap of wealth inequality been closed since then? No, bitch. It is only deepened. It is only sharpened. It has only changed masks. It changed masks with every motherfucker sitting in office. It did. And your Obama was just as guilty. Do you think, child, Obama was just as guilty? Obama was just as guilty and just as much an eager, enthusiastic beneficiary in the role that he played in the mask that he wore in that moment that was strategically necessary in the maintenance and emboldening of empire. And now it's at a peak. It's like a big old pimple that's finally got a head on it. And that head is Donald J. Trump. And y'all so caught up on Donald J. Trump that y'all act like y'all got collective goddamn amnesia about what the fuck we have been experiencing consistently and unendingly and uninterrupted 2000. Like y'all really act like y'all got short-term memory out this bitch. Y'all really do. And that bitch, that should be blowing my mind. That should be blowing my whole mind. It'd be blowing my whole mind. And then as soon as women began to collectivize their efforts to stage a contest against empire, you men are so invested in toxic expressions of manhood that you do not realize that you too have been. I know some of you women are going to get mad when I say this. I've been debating about this all day. I've been thinking about it all day because I have a whole nother live that I'm planning. And I have to be real methodical about how I present it to you women because y'all be real sensitive. I had people come up in my email and shit like, damn, Cassandra, you blaming women? No, there is no blame that I am placing when I say that men, males, people born male, have in a different personification been the equal victims of fucking patriarchy. But because patriarchy teaches male babies from infancy, trains male babies from infancy to be warriors. And what does war mean? War means to create and cause confusion. Your son that you love more than anything on earth, and you playing with his little fingers and his little toes while you breastfeeding him and look into his little baby eyes, and he got that cute little baby voice, and you just want to carry him on your hip for forever till he's 5 years old and your ass can't carry him no more. That little baby that you sacrificed your fucking body for, that you bled to on his skull, that you allowed that baby to crack your fucking ass in half, that baby that you love so much, that baby exists everywhere on the fucking planet. He has been turned into a monster strategically and deliberately. And he is falling in line right now. This rage that you guys are expressing about ICE, especially the fact that every time you turn on the TV, every community that you see all over the place where ICE is cracking down, and you're like, damn, what is this happening? Why all these colored men? Why all these Mexican men? Why all these black men? Why all these Asian men? Why all these black women are participating in this campaign that is outright targeting people of color and the most victimized and the most vulnerable in this country? You want to know why? You want to know why? 2 reasons. Your sons have been bred, you have been trained through media, have been trained through cartoons, have been trained just walking outside and seeing people interact with each other since day one to defend the father at the expense of the mother. Not his actual father in his house, to defend the image of the Father, to defend the image of the Father wherever he goes, even as he loves his mother more than anything in the universe. At the same time that he is having this beautiful, loving relationship with his mama, Empire is going to work on his little subconscious baby mind that is learning more than it will ever learn in its entire lifetime in 2 years, in the first 2 years of life. The Father God is creating so bloodthirsty, lumniacal maniacs in your sons. Your sons are the victims of patriarchy. Your babies are the victims of patriarchy. It's difficult because men stay on my motherfucking nerves, and I be reacting like a reactionary. Then I come back into my mind. Then I come back into my body. I come back into my purpose and my vision, which is to create in the peculiar expression that I am, not only to create, to contribute to and participate collectively with all of us who are alive on the planet right now, to make of the world what we came here to make it in this most phenomenal moment in human history, in this most phenomenal moment in human history that we should all be excited about. We all have a part to play. We all have a role to play to make sure that the world that we know we can create this world. Because guess what? Y'all don't want to hear this either. Y'all don't want to hear this. Y'all don't want to hear this. You can create the world that I'm talking about because you have created the world that we are in. You can create the world that you dream about because you have spent your life's essence, your life force, your bodily fluids, your brain power and capacity to create the one that is. Your beliefs are what your beliefs and what they set you out into in the world to do in the real world, in the material world, what's in your head, what you have accepted as reality. And I'm not talking about no invisible, like disembodied, ambiguous, super spiritual shit. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the ideas that you hold in your head have subdued your heart, have caged your desire. As a human being, base level, what would you most desire? To live a life of ecstasy, to live a life of leisure, to live a life of joy, to live a life where you can play like you did when you was a little child. You ain't have no responsibilities but to go out and play in the mud and go outside and climb a tree and go outside and skin your knee skateboarding. And that's all the reason your parents didn't expect anything from you. And guess what? They still provided. They didn't say, in order for you to continue to live, in order for you to keep your life that I gave you, I'm gonna need you to do, you an infant, I'm gonna need you to do X, Y, and Z. There was no concept. Do you think why do children behave the way that they do up until about 2 years old, where they just walk up to anybody, they go up to any stranger? Because their mother is their first conduit, to understanding whether or not the world is safe. There's no concept of safety in a child's mind. Why would they need to have the concept of safety if safety is just a given? Would there be a word for safety if there was no war? Would we be able to conceive of sovereignty if sovereignty was a guarantee? And we act like this is make-believe, but the world has been this before. The memory and those things, the archives and the memory and those things that would have allowed you to be crystal clear and aware all the time that there has been a world that is the world that I'm talking about. But just like today, the sun gone rogue in the past made sure that you did not remember burning of the libraries in Timbuktu, the burning of the libraries in Alexandria, the deliberate dismantling of ancient structures so that you would never remember. Every generation of men who are, quote, sons gone rogue, children throwing temper tantrums, who now have the power of fucking weapons and nuclear war weapons and shit, and they steal children. Oh my God. Woo, shit. Damn, I swear, I'm surrounded by dead ass pens. I be writing so much up in here. I'm just surrounded by dead ass pens. Oh my God, God damn. Every leader on earth is the son gone rogue. He is the perfect personification of the kind of madness that takes a hold of the brain when the child of the mother has successfully severed the cord of connection to her. Oh my God. When the cord is successfully cut, how's the cord successfully cut? Through the ideas in your head, through the expressions of your hatred for one who looks like you. As a matter of fact, for your expressions of hatred of anybody on the planet. I know that's hard for y'all to hear. For your expressions of hatred against anybody on earth. Because we can't have it both ways. And this is the hardest lesson I think it is to communicate to anybody. We can't have it both ways. We can't say we want to change the world. We can't say we want to end suffering. We can't say none of that shit and still hold ideas in our head and express them on a regular basis of your hatred for others. That's what I'm constantly trying to teach you. Not in just lectures, not in just lectures. That's why I keep talking to y'all about seemingly random shit, hoping that you will get the connection. Even us, even those of us who have accepted labels, I really be diligent about trying not to use these labels, but I try to communicate in a language that everybody understands while trying to change language at the same time. With those of you who still concede to or relate to these labels of like marginalized communities and people of color and women of color and LGBTQIA, and these become these badges that distinguish you from everyone else othering. This is our, because it's not just quote who we see as the face of power that others us. It is our response to them. It is our reaction to what we perceive as absolute power. We perceive that they have absolute power. We perceive that they have absolute power. We perceive it. We accept it. And so y'all get up on these goddamn social medias, and every second of the day you dig your heels in to this internalized acceptance of absolute power being white and male. You do it everywhere on earth, even if you don't see a white face at all in the day. You can be in the middle of some place the fuck off in Asia where there ain't no white people, and you have internalized and accepted. This is a reciprocal relationship. It's not just that they do what they do. Everything that they do, we react to. We either unconsciously react to, or every now and again, we consciously and deliberately respond to. But even in the response, y'all, this is so deep. Even in the response, and our method of response is still the internalized acceptance of absolute power in white-skinned human beings in general and white-skinned males in particular. And even this affects white-skinned people. They too are the victims of patriarchy. This is a global body. Literally a rapidly spreading malignancy that we are literally attempting to uproot from the global one, from the global body. Because even if this particular period, this particular moment is expressed as patriarchy, as white and male, Do you really believe as much access as we have to history, information? Do you can you really keep saying that white power is the only thing wrong with the whole planet? That every problem that exists on Earth is because white people exist? Can you really accept that? Does it even seem logical to you anymore? For real though. I know they be triggering the fuck out of you every day, but can you really believe that though? Can you really believe that though? Or like brothers that I spent 15 years of my life with as a political organizer, as a hardcore revolutionary, African internationalist with a foundation in Marxist Leninism, surrounded by who are supposed to be the best sons and daughters of Africa in this organization. And even as we go out together and do this radical work together and create these radical programs together, and even as those men in positions of leadership in that organization would actively make these like gestures of the equality of African men and women inside the organization, the malignancies of patriarchy still existed in your face in real time up in that organization. So if you're talking about running something, owning something, creating something that can become, like the party used to say, that we as African internationalists, we as revolutionaries, we as the best sons and daughters of Africa, in all our behavior, in all our interactions, in our daily life, we have to live our life as we have to live a life that is worthy of emulation. That sound real nice, don't it? That sound real nice, don't it? That shit won me. That shit won me. Doesn't mean we weren't flawed. It meant that as so-called conscious human beings making a deliberate decision that this is the role that we want to play in the world. That this is the mantle that we want to take up. This is how we want to contribute to the turning of the hands of the hands of time. And I took it so personally. I believed that organization so deeply. I worked my whole being into utter exhaustion, utter frustration. I was perpetually demoralized and then felt guilty that I was demoralized. It was some kind of inherent weakness on my part that if I felt demoralized, then it must have been something I wasn't doing right, because I should be happy all the time being a revolutionary. And never, for a reason, never understood why I was experiencing what I was experiencing. It is because our sons are taught to be warriors for the Father God in his aggression against the mother, in the guarantee that he can forever subdue the mother, who is forever trying to rescue us all. She is forever trying to save us all. Every now and again, she'll pop her head up. Every now and again, I'm talking about globally. I'm talking about consciously. I'm talking about what these two women said to me. I just wish I could go back to before I knew. That is the response of uncertainty. That uncertainty is valid, because what we're on the precipice of, we have no collective memory of. What we're on the precipice of has not existed for the better part of 6,000 years. A world without suffering. We haven't experienced, we can't conceptualize it. When we take history, every single person on the earth, whether you Mexican, Asian, Native American, Black, all these African-centered scholars and shit, everywhere you go on earth, the version of history that you get is absent the presence of the mother, is absent. What they will do, if they do throw a woman somewhere up in some history as significant, they always treat her like an odd phenomenon. Not the evidence of a norm that perpetually existed. No, what they do is they teach you that she was a diamond in the rough, that she was an oddity among the many, that she, was she, and they always want to put the ones up in front of you who in their mind are most that they can most identify with, if I'll say that, who are in their mind the least feminine. So they always, and that ain't no shade to the goddess. That is not no shade to the goddess. Harriet Tubman. That is not no shade to the goddess Yasantawa. That's no shade to the goddess Queen Nehonda. That's no shade to the goddess Queen Nzinga. That's no shade to the goddess Queen Hatshepsut, who were all what you brothers today would call masculine. Why you acting like a man? Why you acting like a tomboy? You trans? You sure you a woman? To these great heroines who the impact of the web that they created in their lifetime is still ever present on the whole planet, even if you forget their face and forget their name. They still exist. The impact of their life on ours is still palpably real right now today. Whether you remember them or not is a non-issue. And so all over the globe, Boudica, y'all had a problem with her, even though she was a white girl. I know y'all be really loving white girls these days. Boudica was a white girl, pretty girl, powerful girl, loved a man, stood by her man. And in the end, her man, the punk that he was, the coward that he was, because he betrayed not only his wife, not only himself, not only his daughters, he betrayed the entire kingdom that he sat as the personification of the power of the kingdom. He was the figurehead for the whole kingdom. And because the whole kingdom believed in that power, the power that he put forward, because the whole kingdom believed in him, they trusted his bullshit ass decisions. Even his wife. She kept saying, like, this don't seem like a good idea, what you doing. This bullshit that you doing don't seem like a good idea, man. He's like, I know what I'm doing. Woman, be still. Woman, be quiet. Let the menfolk handle this shit. And when it was all said and done, who he pledged his fucking allegiance to came, who he fed, who he housed, who he wined and dined for years, who he paid tribute to. That when the time was right, all this offering, all this celebration, all of this investment that he thought he was making into the securing of his future, even though his wife had been saying every single day, this is unsteady, what you are doing. This is the evidence. This is not my imagination. This is what's happening all over the world. And because his male principle would not allow him, this is what we call the madness of the king. Beware the madness of the king. This is the evidence of it. Because these investments that he made over the years, that when the time was right, all the hugging and shaking hands and, we have an alliance of equals and all of this shit. Yes, your enemy will smile in your face. Yes, your enemy will sleep with you. Yes, your enemy will have your children. Yes, your enemy will marry you. Y'all don't think like the world of politics is impacting your everyday life, your bedroom decisions. Your everyday life is impacted by the state. Your everyday life is impacted by patriarchy. Your everyday life is impacted by the great grand white father god that is sitting in the throne in the middle of your skull. He is the police in your bedroom. He the police in your bedroom. He the police in your vagina. He the police on your penis. He is the police in your life. He is ever present. Don't he say that, Big Brother, in his ever watchful eye? Why they say that? Why they have that all-seeing eye at the top of the pyramid? Y'all be talking about, see, this the evidence of the Illuminati. Y'all want to go to conspiracy theories. Who need a conspiracy theory when the police is alive in your brain, in your skull, literally sitting comfortably and eating like a king in your skull, like a goddamn tapeworm coiled up in your brain? Every time you eat, he the one benefit. Every time you drink something, he the one benefit. Every time you have sex, he's the one that experiences the ecstasy of the orgasm, not you, because your ass feels fucked up the next day, even though you had an orgasm the night before. You don't feel uplifted. You understand? Because the Father God consumes you. He consumes you. He is made fat off your suffering. He is made fat off your suffering. And so Boudica, trying to stand by her man, you understand? Trying to adhere to the cultural norms that she is secondary to her man, while still trying to, pillow talk him, babe. I think you know how we do, because we don't want to offend the sensibilities of men folk. because they temperamental as heck. They got all the smoke for women. Y'all always got an attitude. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't let us do what we want to do. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't logical. You know what I'm saying? Y'all too emotional. You know what I'm saying? Don't y'all hear that from men all the time? But y'all are the most fickle, night and day, multiple personalities having motherfuckers on earth. And you need to have chaos in your head because this is how the Father God in your brain survives and thrives. This chaos in your head, this storm in your head, and he sits peaceful in the middle. He sits peaceful in the middle while he orchestrates the chaos, while he orchestrates like he got a motherfucking magic wand, just turning the winds in your head. While he's sitting still, while he's sitting peaceful, while he coasting, he cocked back in his throne because he know you are not going to challenge him. He comfortable. He has a guaranteed seat in the crown, in the throne of your head. And he is safe in the midst of this storm he has created in your skull. All this chaos, all this chaos, all this chaos. And instead of facing the enemy within, because you can have all the smoke in the world, bitch. You can read everything by Lenin and Marx and Stalin and Mao and Che and Ho Chi Minh and Fidel and whoever else your heroes are. Voltaire and Socrates and Aristotle and Jesus and Shakespeare and whoever the fuck else you can come up with. And they all did the diabolically monstrous shit they did because even as they were professing great ideas, that patriarch not only was alive and well in their head, he was well fed. He was well fed. That's the only way that you can make the distinction between our great revolutionary heroes doing this great revolutionary work, and then you try to reconcile in your own self, like, damn, but if he was saying all this great shit and he was going out here to demonstrations and doing all this great work and he built a school and this, that, and the other, like, damn, it's fucked up that he did that to his wife. Damn, it's fucked up that he did that to his kids. Damn, why he go out there and do that to black people? Why? And everybody got one. Everybody in every community. Everybody in every community. Forever heartbroken by someone who perfectly articulates what they're experiencing in their own body, saying that they offer a solution that you can really resonate with in your spirit. He don't know, child. So all these men who learn the lingo, I don't say all of them are deliberately or consciously malignant. They may start off really believing that shit. But if a man in particular, not exclusively, but if a man in particular feels convicted to do the right thing, to change the world, to save the world, to do this over here, to do that over there, do this over here, do that over there. If every ounce of knowledge that he acquires, every experience that he acquires, everything that he learns, every ambition that he has is not anchored confidently in a relationship to the mother, in a relationship to the one, the madness of the king is inevitable. That's medicine. That's science. And it is a spiritual articulation. It is a metaphorical articulation of a historical pattern that men in positions of power who are not surrounded by the divine feminine, who do not allow the energy of the divine feminine to rise up in their own spirit, in their own heart, in their own chest, it is inevitable that they will become mad. They will become drunk off power. This is why I'm always trying to show you the charts. This is what I'm trying, because they know, at least those in positions of leadership. Lao Tzu knew when he jotted down, when he wrote the Tao Te Ching, he was crystal clear. You read it as metaphors, that in all things you must embrace the yin, because yang is so exuberant in its power that it can only be destructive. Yang is always destructive. That is its very nature. The only way that yang is beneficial, the only way that yang is life nourishing. Y'all say the sun gives life. The sun does not give life. The sun supports life. Only the mother is the creatrix of life. The son then, in this harmonious partnership with his mother, supports, fortifies, and invigorates the creation of his mother. They are partners in the maintenance of harmony on earth. But when the sun has gone rogue, what does rogue mean? When too much power, when too much yang energy is going upward, damn, it's facing opposite. When too much yang is going upward, up and up and up, this becomes toxic to himself and to his mother. The whole is disrupted. The whole is destroyed. The whole is made sick when the yang, when the sun, the sun and son, when the sun forgets, because too much heat is going upward and fucking up his brain. This isn't just about the universe. This isn't just about the earth. This is about what happens in your body. This is what happens in each and every cell. There is a pre-programmed divine harmony in every cell. And at the moment that something disrupts that harmony, you have an internal mechanism that can help immediately adjust and self-repair. If it's too hot in your house, you don't get up every time you get hot and turn on the air conditioner. You say, I will be comfortable at 72 degrees. And then you go over there and turn your thermostat to 72 degrees. And your thermostat is perpetually measuring the temperature in your house, so that every time it gets above the place that you say you are comfortable, it will kick on to regulate the environment. This is every system that exists in your body. That's what it's for. Not to keep you troubled, to keep you comfortable in the environment that you incarnated in. But you have been taught the exact opposite. That you need struggle. That you need hardship to learn good lessons. You understand? You need a little suffering. You understand? You need to work hard to earn the right to eat. You need to work hard to earn the right to, quote, pay your bills. You need to work, and not only work, but you need to work hard. And not only hard, but you need to work some overtime. And not only work some overtime, you need a couple of side hustles. You feel me? You know, your babies will be all right as long as you feed them. You know, water them every now and again. They'll be all right. They don't need your love and attention and affection. They don't need to see you happy in your life. That ain't no shit they need. You understand what I'm saying? That's a luxury for your kids to be happy. That's a luxury for you actually to have time to spend with your babies who you love. But the only way that you can express love in this monstrous setup is to make sure they got a roof over their head and some food to eat and some clothes. That's the evidence that I love you. And we say that to our babies. Telling them without telling them that the only reason I love, the only way that I can express love to you is to work like a slave to make sure you can have some food and some water and a fucking roof over your head. But these children who still remember, because they're so close in proximity to those moments in their life from 0 to 2, where they experience absolute perfection, because not only did you do all these things for them and not require anything of them, but you also shielded them from your life of misery. You shielded your babies from experiencing misery. How did you do that? That even if you was dog ass tired after working a 12-hour shift, guess what you went to do? You packed your babies up, packed them up a lunch, and y'all went to the park so that they could play at the playground for an hour or two. Your ass can barely keep your eyes open, your feet hurt, your back hurt, but you laughing and smiling. You did that, baby. Do that again. Do that. You shield them. You protect them from suffering. You protect them from suffering for a little while. You don't want your baby to know that mommy is sad, so you don't cry in front of your babies. Baby, I raised children. That's what I told my daughter before she moved. I tried to get her not to move. And one of the things that I told her was, because she wanted to go back to Florida. She was raised in Florida. She was 4 years old when we moved to Florida. And I said, Morgan, I said, I know you love Florida. I know you love where you went to school. I know you got all these friends there. I said, but the reason that you had a wonderful time, the reason that you love where you grew up so much is I was masterful, as well as best as I could be, masterful at protecting my children, my daughter, from my suffering, shielding my daughter from how impossibly difficult it was as a single mother to raise a child in Florida, that there is no come up, that if you are not independently wealthy in Florida, you are going to suffer. I was very masterful at protecting my child as best I could from suffering. Our girl night, we went to the movies twice a month, my daughter and I, for years. Whenever a Harry Potter movie came out, because that was our jam, we would usually have about 4 or 5 of her friends over to the house. We'd go out and have dinner or ice cream before the movie. Then we would go see the movie. Then we would come home and find a bootleg man in the neighborhood and buy the movie so we could watch it on DVD until the actual DVD came out. And we would have a slumber party and just talk about Harry Potter all night and watch Harry Potter all night. I was masterful. I let my kids play hooky. My daughter, before I got married, and then when my 2 stepchildren moved into the house, it was regular. It was regular. Because I remember how much I hated school. I remember wishing that my mama would just like let us sleep in one day and not make us go to school. That never happened. So with my kids, with my daughter, and with my stepchildren, I made sure that I shielded them the best I could from suffering, from witnessing it, from feeling it in their bodies. Even my ex-husband, who loved to argue, he was an Aries. Not only was he an Aries, he was raised in Philly. He loved to argue. He loved to pick a fight. Even though when we were courting, I told him, I don't do that shit, man. We grown-ups. My parents never in my life argued in front of us. My parents never disrespected each other. I never heard either of my parents call the other out of their name. I never saw my parents argue. The only time I saw anything terrible between my parents was the one time my father hit my mother and we happened to come home when it happened. And that was the last time he hit my mama, because me and my sister went right down the street to get Uncle Robert and all the other men in the neighborhood. In a few minutes, they went in the house. Mama came out and daddy didn't. And that little trailer in Ozark, Alabama, rumbled. And when the men came out the house, daddy cried, begged my mama for forgiveness, and he never put his hands on my mama again. We don't have a culture of community accountability that's based in love, not based in dominance, not based in hierarchy. Every man in that community loved my dad. Every man in that community loved my dad. The white men and the brothers. Everybody in that community was a goddamn family. And so when we ran down the street and told Uncle Robert, everybody in the community was uncle, by the way. I'm not talking about a real uncle. I'm talking about everybody in the community was Uncle so-and-so or Auntie so-and-so. And we said, Daddy beating up Mama. He said, stay here with Genovia. I got it. We don't have a culture of accountability that's based in love. That's based in sovereignty. That's based in a respect for your sovereignty and other people's sovereignty. And I'm telling you, I'm unwavering in my conviction because I have experienced and witnessed moments of it, pieces of it. It's not believe. It's not make believe. You feel me? And so I'm telling y'all, when my baby left, because I had done what I feel like, I mean, there are moments that I fucked up. And when Morgan was living here, I tried as best I could when something would come up in my memory about some moment in my relationship with my daughter where I felt like I dropped the ball, where I felt like I was not as emotionally available as I could or should have been. I was still a young mother, and so most of the shit I know now, I did not know. And that's the wickedness of this bitch right here, is to make you parent unconsciously. What I mean by that is your definition of being a parent is just supporting and just waiting for them to get at your house so you can at least try to relieve a burden. That's what's been imposed on you by the perpetual busyness and the perpetual burden and the perpetual fear of living in this world. And so it wasn't until I went to medical school and began to practice and began to hear the stories of other people who were sitting in front of me and really relating with it, like, oh my God, that's been me. You know what I'm saying? Then got into this work with a goddess, and she started handing me my motherfucking ass. Because this is the work that we have to do to uproot the malignant father resting in our skull and sabotaging our life. So you can't be a revolutionary if you're not doing work with the mother. I don't believe you. I do not believe you. I believe that you believe you, but I don't believe you. And I would not trust you. And I have a frame of reference for that. 15 years of work in a cadre veteran organization. I have enough evidence that no matter how much you believe in your head, the ideas that you have in your head doesn't guarantee that it's going to translate into a wisdom that changes your actual behavior. You can know a lot of shit and not be transformed by it because you refuse to do the work to integrate what you know in your brain into your flesh so that it changes the way you behave in the world. It changes the way you interact with human beings. It changes the way that you show up for yourself and for others, not one at the expense of the other, because you are just as important as the world you're trying to save. So we don't need martyrs. We don't need, there's a song that I love so much. And I said this, I'm making a playlist for y'all, by the way. My playlist is crazy. So some of y'all are going to be like, I don't know what the fuck's going on in this woman's head, but everything is purposeful. And I was like, this song got to go in the goddamn playlist. The song is called Jesus Christ Pose by Soundgarden, sung by Chris Cornell. Jesus Christ Pose. I was feeling nostalgic the other day, and I had on my little 1990s grunge playlist just going on random in the background, and the song came on, Jesus Christ Pose by Soundgarden, sung by the late great Chris Cornell. And I was like, oh my God, this shit was so ahead of its time. It's so currently relevant in this absolute moment that I am hearing it. I listened to the song like 20 times. I was like, it was like the first time I listened to the song. The song came out, what, 91 or some shit? I ain't gonna sing the whole song, but the first lyric, the first line of the song is, you stare at me in your Jesus Christ pose, arms all out, like you've been carrying a load, and you swear to me you don't want to be my slave, but you staring at me like you need to be saved, bitch. Like you need to be saved. Huh? Oh, my whole fucking body is on fire. Oh my God. Child. Y'all are still convinced, those self-proclaimed revolutionaries, that you are here to save the world as an individual with this archetype in your head of a Gandhi, of an MLK, of a Malcolm, of a Garvey, of a whoever the fuck you have placed up in your imagination is the ideal personification of one who the only one that has the power and the courage and the bravery to set some shit off. Instead of looking in your mirror while you brushing your teeth and doing your hair and saying, oh my God, I am so glad that I am the realized legacy of a long interrupted line of giants who have contributed from their very bodies and blood in their DNA and chromosomes to make me the perfect personification of God in this moment. Necessary, vital in your existence is vital. Your existence is vital. Every one of you, even if you don't remember yet, your existence is vital. The world would not be the same without your existence. I know that's hard for y'all to imagine. Your world, this place that we live right now, would not be the same earth if you did not exist. Every single one of you, even those of you who are so far away from your mother that you may have done fucked up shit. Even those of you who are far enough away from the mother, or who have had the fucking wicked potion of amnesia poured down your gullet. No matter how far away in your memory, no matter how detached you are from your ancestry, because I know a lot of you don't know your mama now. You might have been adopted, you feel me? You might not know your daddy. You might not know your mama. There's a whole multiplicity of complications that you can internalize as some inherent weakness of you. Well, I ain't never know my mama. I ain't never know my daddy. You know what I'm saying? I grew up in foster care. And that's not to make light of that scenario. What I am saying is whether you have ever met your mama, whether you have ever met your daddy, you understand? Whether you never knew your grandmama them, your people them, where you didn't grow up with no cousins, guess what? Even if you do not know your ancestors, they know you. They are still alive and well. They are still having an impact on your life, whether you venerate them or not, whether you got a little altar up to them or not. Your ancestors are perpetually having an impact on your life, on your decisions, on how you carry yourself in the world. They trying to protect you from bullshit. Every time I used to say some dumbass shit like, Jesus is my co-pilot. I used to say that shit. Jesus is my co-pilot. Because I walked away from too many things I should not logically have walked away from. Too many things that I should not only should I not have walked away from, those things that should have killed me and didn't, there are just as many things that I did that was the mass ass personification of utmost recklessness. Utmost recklessness. You want to know why I did shit that was the personifications of utmost recklessness in my rebellious years, my late teens, and almost all my 20s? You know why I did that? Because I was acculturated around white people. So in my mind, acculturated with white people, I behave like I saw white people behave. And white people behave in the world the way that they're supposed to. They behave in the world because they know they are safe in this world. They know that the institution has provided a level of safety for them, even if they the most malignant motherfucker on earth. That's the way the society is. So they can be reckless and know that they can walk away from it. They can do some bullshit and know that they can walk away from it. That there are no real consequences for them. Because the Father God needs them to be the perpetual buffer between those who are governing, ruling, manipulating, and the masses of people who are at any given moment the collective personification of the mother waiting to stage a contest. It's like a powder keg. It's like a boiling pot. It's like a big giant ass global size fucking witch's cauldron on a slow and consistent, steady boil. It's bubbling, but it ain't bubbled over yet. The white world, in the same aggressions and in the same collective amnesia and in the same campaign, they have a different role. The white world, they have a different mass. The white world, they have a different position to play on the chessboard that affects all allies. The position that they must play, you feel me, is to be the perpetual police of this powder keg that the whole thing is resting on top of. They, with the promise of getting just a minuscule amount of relief, because white people ain't getting no relief in mass. The minuscule amount of relief that they are offered, because the narrative has been created to all these former enslaved people from Europe, serfs and political prisoners and debt prisoners, and in all the myriad of ways, babies being amputees for being forced to work in factories at 5 years old and shit. They was catching hell too. But when they were given an opportunity, because the European bosses, nobles, nobility in the church didn't have enough power without the support of the masses. When they started to change the Bible regularly, change the narrative regularly, that began to give them little crumbs, to give them the ability to sell their labor for a change, instead of just living off the land and everything that they produce going to the landlord. Everything you make right now today, go to the landlord. Every penny you make right now today, go to the landlord. That's what white people was living in before they came up over here. They were serfs. You could grow enough potatoes to feed you and your family for the month. Everything else is mine because you live on my land. See, I'm affording you the ability to live on my land. That was yours before I stole power from you, goddess worshiping people. But it's mine now. And I have a military that can support my claim to this shit that did not belong to me. And so now y'all have the benefit of living on my land and growing just enough to keep you from dying. Just enough to keep you from dying. You can grow just enough to keep you from dying. And everything else you produce belongs to me. Here we are again, right? And so they, the nobility, the church, the state, say, look, we need to change the method. We need to change the method. Do you ever ask the question how in modern human history we go through these radical transitions from serfdom to indentured servitude or serfdom, because serfdom was literally being transformed. Capitalism as we know it was being organized, orchestrated at the same time, because the means of production had to change. It couldn't go on the way that it was. It wasn't tenable. Does this say it wasn't tenable? It wasn't possible for the state or the church or the nobility working together all the time to maintain this absolutely diabolical imbalance of power and resources. So they're having to say, okay, we have to change what the means of production looks like. So as this is happening in Europe, as the serfs are now being allowed to come into the metropolis areas and actually be afforded the first time ever the opportunity to sell their labor, to bargain with their labor power, to earn some money, to actually get a little bit more. This becomes the bourgeoning of modern capitalism. Capitalism happened just like what's happening today. They are preparing us while they be telling y'all some bullshit, talking about, this is the greatest transfer of wealth. But bitch, a transfer of wealth is armed robbery. And while it may not have been evident during COVID, bitch, it most definitely has been evident since June, when these ICE agents have been rolling up in ski masks and motherfucking assault rifles and tinted windowed armed vehicles, not having to announce themselves. You know who these motherfucking ICE people have been looking like? Fully masked with weapons of mass destruction right on their hip, not having to identify themselves so that they can go home and live in peace so y'all don't harass them. Sound like the executioner during the Inquisition. Sounds just like, exactly, looks in real time, just like the hooded, he always was hooded and a shirt off. The hooded executioner during the 700 years of Inquisition in Europe, where the executioner, nobody in the community knew who he was. He was given anonymity. He was invisible among them. People knew him, liked him. He had kids. He had a wife. He probably played with his kids. He slept real good at night. You know how he was able to sleep real good at night, even though he was given big old things like that look like what's that shit you be playing? Pinochle or whatever, the thing that looks like a mallet. You know what I'm saying? The little thing, the hammer thing that looked like a mallet on the end. Given something that looked like a goddamn mallet. And one of the punishments was to systematically break every single bone in a human being's body until they died. Or like on the movie Braveheart with Mel Gibson, when he gets killed, you understand? They have to make a play out of it. There's a stage where his execution is carried out. There is a play. There's a whole process. There are jesters on the stage doing like little, what you call it? Like juggling. Yeah, they are. There's little midgets. Excuse me. Little people doing a little, dancing a little jig while everybody's waiting to watch the innocent be labeled guilty. You hear what I just said? Everyone watched and waited, whether they were enjoying it or whether they were in despair or whether they were disturbed or whether they were hurt or horrified. They all watched. They all witnessed. They didn't turn away. They didn't buck the system. They didn't bum rush the platform. They watched, whether in horror or in enjoyment, as he had 4 horses bound to his arms and legs. And while the hooded executioner stood above his body, laying parallel, and took a ceremonial seize. Go back and watch Braveheart. The executioner, oh my God. When I tell you everything is so methodical. Goddamn. Oh, goddamn. Oh, goddamn. Oh, my God. 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 Damn. 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 Oh my fucking God. Oh, uh, mm-mm, mm, mm-mm. Oh, oh, uh, mm-mm. Oh my God. Ah, oh my God. Go back and watch Braveheart because it didn't even occur to me until just now. Until just now. When I tell you the last 3 days have been so goddamn incredible, so phenomenal, so extraordinary, but you have to be open to see. You have to be willing to see. You have to be willing to see, man. You have to, and y'all look all the time. Y'all look all the time. Y'all watch all the time, but you do not see. You do not see. Oh my God. You do not. Oh, you do not see. I am having a motherfucking moment in here. Like I am on acid up in this bitch. Oh my God. You do not see. In this very moment, not having any inclination that I was going to be talking to you all off the dome. I had a gang of notes. But thinking about the state, because I'm still talking about the state. I'm still talking about you. I am still talking about why you are still subdued. I am still talking about why you cannot visualize a way out of this mess. I am talking to you about this very moment, even as I'm telling you, go and watch Braveheart. Because it didn't occur to me until this moment. I was still thinking politically. This is why we have to know it all. This is why we have to study it all. I was still thinking politically. I was still thinking about the nobility and the rise and the simultaneous, at the same time, the simultaneous birth and rise of capitalism and the death of an old social system. An old social system that could no longer be maintained because there was too many people rising the fuck up. Too many serfs, too many serfs, too many slaves, too many oppressed people in Europe was going breaking up into the castle and killing everybody in the castle. The way that the nobility and the church have been able to maintain unquestioned, unchallenged power, it was over because now people was questioning it left and right. And if one motherfucker got shots off, if one motherfucker was victorious in his aim that everybody said, you crazy, you can't do that, they got police. Knights. The police of that time was knights. You understand? They got police. They got armed thugs. You can't go up in there talking about seizing possession of the castle. You just one person. Y'all just 5 people. You can't be going up in there like that. Don't you know Jesus told you to obey your master? Child, you gonna go to hell. And there was some among them who was like, this shit, this shit right here done gone on long enough, goddamn it. Now, so I'm gonna die anyway. The average life expectancy wasn't but like 45 years old. Any motherfucker. If I'm gonna die anyway, if I'm gonna die a painful death from starvation, malnutrition, perpetual, you can't even experience real love with your family, who you love, but you love in your head. Why? Because the patriarch taught you how to love, and it's burdensome and it's worrisome and it's anxious and it's perpetually plagued by stress. It's perpetually, you love on autopilot. And your love is based on survival, not off thriving, not off ecstasy, not off being able to actually garner pleasure from nurturing that which you created, that which you contributed to the planet. And they're like, look, we're going to die anyway. And so you don't have to do what I'm doing. Just keep your motherfucking mouth shut. Don't be a no snitch. Let me go on out here and get this work in. You feel me? I'm going out here and get this work in. And if I'm successful, your ass gonna come up too, even if you didn't contribute. If the only way you can contribute right now is just to keep your mouth shut, is to not be a snitch. Like, we need to bring back the culture. Y'all babies forgot a lot of shit. Because your parents, working in survival mode, didn't know to teach you. But there was a whole culture. Not just in the Northeast, though that's where it started. That was where it was most popularized. But even my parents, who were Christians, was like, snitches get stitches, bitch. Keep your mouth shut. Now, my parents didn't say that because they were Christians. It was, nobody likes a tattletale. My mama and daddy both. They was like, y'all are sisters. Y'all are supposed to love each other. Do not be tattling on each other. That's what my parents taught me. You understand what I'm saying? Y'all ain't got no culture like that no more. As a matter of fact, you put your whole life on Front Street. Any beef with you have with somebody who got just as little power as you, you don't hesitate to slay their asses on these little social medias. And your enemy learns something about you every day in your cowardice. Your enemy learns something about you every day in your cowardice. Because you're so powerless that the only people you gonna pop off at is people that you know ain't got no, or people that you perceive do not have any power either. See, you internalize your own powerlessness because you don't know you powerful. So why you don't know you powerful? Because you have conceded to the white father God in your skull. You have conceded. You're like, yep, you the man. You the one. And I'm talking about every last one of you. You don't even have to be a Christian. A lot of you hippies, a lot of you yoga practicing, yoga teaching, deep transcendental meditationists, a lot of you Ifa practitioners talking about the white God, the God in white Obatala, who governs the white light in your head, your Ori. All of you, all of that narrative is a different articulation of the same hostage takeover, which is the Father God in your skull, child, sitting on. And in Ifa tradition, one of you motherfuckers do it right now. Google an image of Obatala. Google an image of Obatala, especially those images of Obatala that have been produced by pictures by practitioners of like Santeria or Lumi. Google an image of Obatala, and what you will see is many images. But one of the main images that you will see is Obatala sitting in all white with a brilliant bright light in his head, because he has Ori too that nobody talks about. Nobody talks about if Obatala gave you your Ori, that's what they say. Obatala gave you your Ori. He is the white light in your head, right? He gave you your Ori. But what they don't talk about is the fact that Obatala got his Ori from Oshun. His Ori was given to him by his mother. Do you understand? So you start to, in all of these narratives, a singular line of connection. And the purpose for this connection, no matter how beautiful the philosophy around it, no matter how long we've been taught the philosophy, no matter how beautiful the practice is, no matter, in all of these traditions, in all of these religions, while the patriarchy remains the force that controls us all of these religions, all of these spiritual systems, all of these cultural, traditional systems are infected by patriarchy. And you don't have to, there's no need to challenge me, because you see the evidence of it. Every time somebody that you done placed your faith in betrays you, it is the patriarch alive in his skull that has done that. Every time you see some woman doing some shit that she knows she ain't got no business, it is because of the great white patriarch alive in her head. We play this play out every day. We play this play out every day and do not stage a contest, because we always think the enemy is somewhere over there somewhere. But the enemy that's over there somewhere is sick with the same madness that your ass is sick with. He just may have a little bit more than you got. He's sick with the same madness you got. And until you do the work with the until you face the patriarch taking up too much space in your skull, until you face him, what does it mean to face the patriarch in your head? What does that look like? It doesn't look like self-deprecation, because the mother is not interested. The true God on earth, the true God in your, she is what the white world scientists and shit tell you is your reptilian brain. That it's scary to go there. That it's dark and wild to go there. That's where your dreams come from, and that's why your dreams are so scary. That's why doing work on your habits and your behaviors and your traumas always seems so burdensome. It's so hard, right? It's because we are afraid of the dark. We're afraid of the dark. That's what it is. We are afraid of the dark. And the reason you're afraid of the dark is because your Father God has told you that there is nothing good that can come from the dark. That everything that exists in the dark wants to destroy you, wants to consume you, wants to damn you to hell forever and ever. Everything that exists in the dark is evil. Everything that exists in the dark is your enemy. Why would he tell you that over and over and over again? Why would your yoga teacher be telling you over and over again? Why would your meditation facilitator be telling you over and over again? Why would your sound bath quote healer be telling you over and over and over again? I want you to close your eyes and imagine a brilliant white light in your mind. Now take and imagine that white light as a healing white light. And imagine that healing white light slowly moving through each one of your chakras, healing, filling the chakra with the white light of heal. Why they do that? Where they get that from? Do they even know? That they are facilitating the Father's will. And the Father is a saboteur. The Father is a savage. The Father, as you know him, the Father is a death god that's the governor of a murder cult. And I'm not telling you no shit. That's my opinion. You pick up your own Bible. I have read to you too many times upon here from your beloved King James Version Bible, where he tell you out your mouth that the only way to my Father in heaven is through me. And how can you be like me, disciple of myself? How can you be like me? How can you be Christ-like in order to guarantee that you too will have a place that is just your own at the right hand of the Father in the white heaven with the white robes of the white angels and the heavenly host? How can you guarantee this invisible, non-evidentiary future some the fuck where else? Huh? How can you guarantee that? If he says himself, there is but one way to the Father, and that is through me. And what is the way through me? Is to be like me. And what is it that is required to be like Christ? What are the three main things that he requires for your acceptance into his heavenly realm? He stated it in his own book. Y'all just don't read the book right. What are the three main requirements of your personal Lord and Savior to guarantee a place at the right hand of the Father? The three pillars that are non-negotiable in any of these Abrahamic religions, not just the Abrahamic religions. It's true in Hinduism. It's true in Buddhism. It's true in Sikhism. It's true in Islam. It's true in Christianity, whatever brand or personification you practice. Yes, even if you're a little edgy. Yes, even if you LGBTQIA and your church is fully accepting. Yes. Whether you are Orthodox or progressive, if you still are a devout practitioner of Abrahamic religions, the pillars that are non-negotiable in every last one of these religions are three. Even if they don't believe in Jesus, the pillars are non-negotiable and unwavering as long as patriarchy remains. Because even if they put a different face on their Father God, Allah, Father God, Yahweh, Father God, Jehovah, Father God, Buddha, Father God, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, the like. Even if they put Obatala, Shango in particular, Shango in particular, somebody gonna get mad. But the mother has a goddamn word for y'all today. Any one of these father gods that you hail up, I don't give a fuck how beautiful they are, how beautiful the narrative and the cultural connection and resonance that you feel with them is. The message is the same. There is a necessary requirement for asceticism. For those that do not know what asceticism is, it is the direct definition is extreme extreme displays of emotion, of devotion, extreme displays of devotion, typically towards a deity or a social figure. Extreme acts or displays of devotion. What are those extreme acts or displays of devotion? That every person who is possessed with the spirit of patriarchy. Do you know what? Maybe we should talk about what patriarchy is. Maybe that's where we should start. Because I'm convinced a lot of y'all patriarchy is. I'm gonna tell you what the 3 pillars are. But we have to talk about what patriarchy is for you to understand. Because a lot of y'all just think patriarchy is the hatred of women. A lot of y'all think that patriarchy is just the hatred of the mother, right? A lot of y'all think that's just it. Patriarchy is the hatred of mother, it's the hatred of women, it's the hatred of femaleness, it's the hatred of anything that approaches a similarity to femaleness. This becomes the reason that all others, not just women, all others, anybody perceived weak. That's why babies. See, patriarchy hates babies too. Did you not know that? Or did you think that because a bunch of Republicans and a bunch of hardcore nationalists of every variety, or a bunch of male mothers like the Pope be talking about we believe in the sanctity of life from the moment that the sperm meets the egg. We believe it. We support life. Do they really though? Do they really though? 8.5 million children disappeared off the face of the planet last year. Do they really though? Do they really though? The reason that patriarchy hates children too is because of that baby who is weak, that baby who is not perceived sovereign, that baby who has no power, that baby who is defenseless, that baby who still loves his mother, still loves her mother, that baby who still sees in its innocence that the only thing that even remotely that they can even comprehend as the bigness and the ever presence of God is their mama. And because of that relationship that that baby got to their mama, patriarchy hates the baby too. Patriarchy hates the image of what it has perceived in its own self-sacrificing, its own self-severing of its connection to the mother. So in his severance from the mother, he goes mad. He goes mad with self-imposed isolation. He goes mad from the perpetual fear that somebody's gonna come and take what he got. Somebody gonna come and get revenge. He is in a constant state of crisis, all the while trying to facilitate these displays of happiness and ecstasy. And I'm so proud of myself. And this and this and this and this. Like, look at all this wealth I got. Look at all these cars I got. Look at all this money I got. Look, I run a whole country and all of this shit. Meanwhile, the displays of opulence is to fill a self-imposed void that cannot be filled because he has forgotten that he is God. The reason that he is God is because his fucking mother is God. All the power that he has destroyed and is used in a malignant way to attack self. When he attacks the mother, he attacks himself. And all the power that he has in his possession to do that, his mother gifted him without asking anything in return. And in his madness, child, he would set out to destroy everything that reminds him of his mother and the power inherent in her. He hates the mother's expressions of power. He loves the image of his mother. He loves those that remind him of his mother as long as they are subdued, as long as they are quiet, as long as they are demure, as long as they do not buck back, as long as they as long as they don't have an opinion, as long as they do not complain when being aggressed upon, as long as he can have his unbridled way, he loves women. And that's the sickness that a lot of y'all are conflicted with. Like, you can't reconcile in your head, like, you really like fucking on female bodies, but you hate women. The reason you hate women is because you are sick with the madness of the son gone rogue, and the madness of the son having committed suicide. He is literally the walking dead. How did he commit suicide? Because he severed all connection, all ties, all self-imposed amnesia. He literally tries to blot out all memory of his connection to the mother. Because in his mind, the only way that he can be as powerful as she is for she to not exist. That she has to be a broken, mutated, malignant memory of herself for him to be comfortable. She has to be subdued. That's why y'all love bondage culture so much. It's why you love BDSM. I hate to tell that to you. Both males and females and everybody else. I'm just telling you, because I'm just telling you, that's the reason you like it. And that ain't no shade. I was a dom for a little while. I was cute too. But the doctor, that is me, the motherfucker with 4 medical degrees, that is me, started questioning myself. That's what it means to challenge your inner patriarch. I started asking myself, not that I was criticizing myself, not that I was ashamed of myself, but I started to really do some deep introspection about why the peculiarities of my sexual desires. Why is it that I am attracted to certain things that I'm attracted to? Why is it that there are certain kinks that I really like? And the question that I had to ask was not in opposition to the kinks necessarily. It was me on the left side of my brain as the scientist trying to reconcile my political life and my political relationship to the world with what was happening in my right brain, which is my creative brain, and the brain that is really fighting like hell to have this beautiful relationship with the mother that is expressed in my life as a person who is constantly creating and constantly happy and all of this shit. But my left brain is like feeling the pinch of the real world and still has sexual desires, but trying to make sense politically about why there are certain things that I'm attracted to politically, that I desire sexually and politically, because sexuality is not separate from your political life and your political understanding. Even if you think you don't have a political understanding, you have accepted ideas that literally shape what you call desire. And so the only way to be honest with yourself and not be in a perpetual state of defense, well, I just like what I like. I just love who I love. Why you love who you love, bitch? What is the basis of your understanding of love? Have you ever experienced love? Or is the only love you are able to experience is the love that you are giving and probably not getting in return as a consequence of having been victimized? This is the only way that you understand love, is because you've been the victim, right? Or you have been victimized in one way or another. You don't even have to be a victim of sexual violence to have a malignant understanding of what you quote are attracted to, or who you quote love, or who you quote desire. And y'all all act like y'all psychological geniuses and shit, but y'all don't apply y'all understanding to y'all own self. I just like bad boys. I just like roughnecks. You feel me? I like a motherfucker who, who in my mind, like if some shit go there, he can beat a bitch down. But will he? Because we live in a world of cowards. But will he though? Is it my imagination? We see video after video of women getting attacked in broad daylight and in public, surrounded by men, big old strapping motherfucking men too. You understand? Do they, in a knee-jerk response to be the hunter, to be the warrior, to be the defender and the protector of the village, do they just on off rip, just jump to the defense of the person who has been? Why all of a sudden does all these women being attacked in broad daylight? Because this is a reciprocal response happening among all of us, because we all exist in a singular whole. We all are. It's a constant flux. It get too hot, your AC pop on. You become too much of a coward, the more cowardly the powerless get, the more confident they get. Aren't people saying that all the time? Like, these armed thugs, snatching people off the street, they mostly attacking who they perceive as powerless: women, children, older men, men who small, just looking to do, kids, young people on the street corner just minding their business. Somebody said out here when ICE was wilding out here, like, ain't it interesting how the only place they going is these places down here where all these undocumented workers just trying to eke out something that resembles a life, selling what they can on the side of the motherfucking road. Old people and shit. 5 men fucking bum rush an 82-year-old woman, and a nigga, a goddamn grown ass Mexican man with tattoos everywhere, is recording. She 82. These men hospitalized an 82-year-old woman selling motherfucking tamales on the side of the goddamn road. The reason that ICE exists is because you have been perpetually trained, triggered to death through shock and awe campaigns. That's why y'all need to lay off this shit. Shock and awe campaigns, and you suffering from disaster amnesia, and this shit has been chipping away at your confidence. And the reason all these black, brown, and other people are joining ICE is because since 2008, they have perpetually been robbing everybody in this country blind. You do not have wealth. You have not been able to save a dime. You are not getting paid the value of your wealth at all. And as a matter of fact, you are making less now objectively than you were in 2008. There has been an unending campaign on the collective wealth. The more you work, the more they take. The more you work, you still just base level able to survive, but this country is growing billionaires. Like how I'm constantly working and I ain't making no more, but billionaires just put up at the motherfucking ground like daisies because they are literally robbing you blind. Every billionaire exists because you have been robbed, every one of you. And as you feel the pinch, because even as they robbing you blind, even as they get more and more from you, guess what? You're still confronted by increasing inflation. How that work? How you taking everything I got? I'm still making about what I was making 20 years ago. I can't afford to live in an apartment by myself these days. But y'all gonna inflate some shit too? Y'all gonna inflate some shit too. It's the nature of a parasite. Nothing that you generate is for you. Nothing that you consume is for you. Nothing. Let me tell you, you want me to fuck you up? The meals that you cook for yourself, you go in there and put your heart in your meal to feed you and your family. Do you know that the way that capitalism was created? I'm not talking about my imagination. I'm talking about 10 years. How many years was I in the party? 15 years of party school intensives that lasted 2 weeks at a time, where we are literally in class in the party 8 hours a day, reading every book on every culture in the world and how their economy changed as their culture changed, how their economy changed as their leadership changed. What does this look like in the United States of America? One of the women was constantly doing reports on what was happening in the stock market in the direct way that it was having an impact on the Black community. You know how she was able to do that? Because her motherfucking son has a big wig on goddamn Wall Street, and he forwarded her the 411 so she can come and put us on game. And the reason that and so one of the ways in the earlier stages of the development of capitalism that they were able, they calculate what they expect you to produce in your lifetime. And I mean what you produce even as an infant. You're still producing as an infant. Your ass is a slave. Your ass is still producing value for the state as an infant. How are you producing value for the state as an infant? Because of all of these needs that your mother and your father must meet in order to give you just the base level of sustenance and support that they can give with the meager amount of that they earn. You understand? Because the state don't provide any of those things. We lament and woe about how everybody in these other countries, got paid paternity and paid maternity and this and this and this and this and this and this. And this. They can hire a midwife and it's on the state and they don't have to pay for school because the state paid for it. But your ass up here is supposedly the greatest country on earth. It's supposedly the greatest country on earth, right? And you don't get none of that. It's the perfect setup. Because the way that capitalism, the way that value was established once serfdom was over, once this transformation from serfdom to capitalism in the early bourgeoning stages of capitalism, as this transformation is happening, they don't just have to reevaluate the means of production. They have to reevaluate value, how value is created, how value is produced. How do you give value? How does the worker contribute to what becomes the value of a product that they produce? How is value established by you who may not produce anything? You go on a job that doesn't require you in a factory to make an actual item that is sold on the market for human consumption. We don't do that no more. There was a methodical reason that they removed factories from the United States of America. And it wasn't just, it was a part of it, but it was not just to take advantage of cheaper labor overseas. That wasn't the only thing. That wasn't the only reason. Value is established. You want me to tell you how value is established and keep it simple? All value of anything, even our interaction through social media, because we're in this apex again right now as I am talking. When I'm talking about what's his name? Whoever the fuck his name was, that Mel Gibson played in Braveheart, when the Scottish rose up against the British, against England, you feel me? And they was like, listen, we gonna die anyway, because this shit, because if you do not challenge power, they are not gonna ease up on you. The more you allow power to get away with, the more emboldened they get to do worse. There is no like conscious humanitarian, like because y'all be staying out here trying to appeal to madness. That's why I tell y'all, don't be going out these streets of these goddamn. I know it's hard for y'all to hear because you don't have a frame of reference for anything else to do. Stop going to goddamn demonstrations. All this yelling, all this screaming, all this chanting, all this energy that you put into a process that has not yielded you anything since the 1950s, since the 1960s. Not only that, you live in a moment in real time where everything our grandparents fought for in the 1950s and 1960s in real time, under Biden in particular, has literally in your face been walked the fuck back. Every single thing that you herald is the great evidence of the democratic process. You feel me? Hold on, my alive on IG stop because the state be up in my shit. You feel me? And while my IG is coming back on, I need to get something to drink. What's up, you don't fat fatty? Yeah, I just want to get stuff on. Sorry about that. I know I'm going off, but I hope you hear it for what it is. I hope you hear it for what it is. This is a message of encouragement. This is a message of encouragement. Not only of encouragement, this is a message of emboldenment. This ain't just a message of emboldenment. This is a message of straight up unmitigated audacity. Not only straight up unmitigated audacity, I'm trying to help you see. I just started, I don't even know how I got up on this diatribe, but I just told y'all. We watch all these movies about that period, the Highlander and the Brave and Braveheart and movie after movie after movie after movie. We watch these movies and we get so excited about the movies because we see justice in the movies, don't we? Even if the state wins in the end, because Mel Gibson in that movie Braveheart, baby, he staged a contest and he didn't want no smoke. That was the thing that was really interesting about it. Mel Gibson wasn't no renegade. Mel Gibson's character was an honorable man. Not only was he an honorable man, well respected by the nobility. Not only was he an honorable man, but he was a peace-loving man. He was like, if this is the life, if the life that we live is just, if all we can be is serfs, I know everybody. I love all my people in them. All my family from both my lines live right where I live. And yeah, we don't live in a castle, but I love my people. We have enough to eat. You feel me? I'm all right with that. I just want to live in peace. I've seen enough of warfare. I just want to live in peace. He said that. He was like, I don't want no smoke. If all I can do is be a serf, as long as I can have me a boo and a couple of babies, I'll be all right. You hear me? Living off nothing. It's like, I just want to have peace. That's what we want. Ain't that what we want? At base level, we just want to be happy, right? And so he meet a boo. And as he meets his boo, the king of the land, the noble of the land that they occupy, makes a declaration. And the declaration is a law that he passes. I forget what they called it. But the law, this became the law. What is the law? The law is the whims of any particular male that is in power at any particular moment. That's all the law is. You give it power beyond what it is. You deify it beyond its actual importance. You legitimize it even if the law is immoral. Isn't that what we're witnessing right now in real time with these ICE raids? You legitimize the law. You legitimize it every time you do not buck against it. You legitimize the law. You even uphold the law, even if the law is immoral. That your spirit is distressed and harassed by the law, and you still do not stage a contest. Isn't that what we're seeing right now? The law in this movie that forced, I forget his name, it was right on the tip of my tongue, but forced him, and it forced him. He tried his might not to be engaged in this thing that was bourgeoning right on the surface. Remember the little cauldron of your angst and your rage and your frustration and your betrayal and all of these things that have happened to you consistently over and over and over again, and nobody pays? That's that keg. That's that goddamn cauldron waiting to spill the fuck over. It was the same way then. Everybody was uncomfortable. Everybody was uneasy. Everybody could feel that something was in the air about to pop, about to go off. And he was trying as hard as he could to deny it, to not see it. I don't want no smoke, man. Just let me be in my own little hut with my boo. Can I just have my own little hut with my boo? Capitalism says no, the fuck you cannot. Patriarchy says no, you cannot. I can let you have a little bit more back then when I had a little bit more, but I want some more and you got more. And so I can just decrease what you got. I can just take more from you. I can just require more from you. You feel me? And so he was like, I don't want no smoke. Just leave me alone in my place. And then this ordinance came down. And because the nobility at this period in human history, this is why you have to understand the state. This is why you have to understand the reason to bridge gaps between spirit and science, because this shit is unbroken and you see it even if you can't see it. The reason, the law, let me just say this, the nobility whose land they were on, not only is he a quote rich person, he is considered noble. And because he has a label, a title that is noble, doesn't mean anything in the real goddamn world. Doesn't mean anything in the world if you walking down the street and he walking down the street and you got a gun and he got a gun and you don't know him and he don't know you, but he has a label called noble and you have a label that's called poor, but y'all both on equal footing and the state ain't present. This is a battle of equals. This isn't a battle of labels. This isn't a battle of titles. This is a battle of equals when y'all square off face to face, equally ready, without the intervention from this giant institution called the state. That's why the state exists. So while this dude was a noble, right, at this period in human history, the strength of nobility, the ability to rule that way for 900 years unchallenged, was because the nobility, the kings and queens and shit, like the lords and shit like that, their rightness in the world, their superiority in the world had become ordained by the Roman Catholic Church, who was seen as the authority even over the kings and the nobles. You don't want the great God in heaven to rain holy hell down upon you, so you dare not fight the police, you dare not fight the knights, you dare not bum rush the castle, you dare not try to sabotage business as usual, because even if they don't see and they don't find out, God always knows. God always sees. And this strategy of the marriage of church and state, that was the foundation of what you're experiencing right now today, even as they lie in your face and say there is a separation of church and state. You have never experienced in America where that is fact. You go into any courtroom, go into any government building. You go into any public school. You have never experienced in America that they feed you out their mouth while their behavior and action in the real world is completely antithetical to that. And you get accustomed to seeing a two-faced motherfucker in your face all the time. This twin energy that we've been talking about since February, and how it shows up everywhere. You understand? The state and the church are one. As a matter of fact, the state could not exist without religious organizations using psychological warfare called spirituality, called God. That's psychological warfare. The state could not remain. The state could not exist without the presence of patriarchal religions terrorizing the consciousness, the brains of human beings, imposing psychological ideologies on them that cause them to turn in on themselves and become their own police force. The police is you. The police is me. And the only way you cannot be called an agent is if, like Neo was the police too. Morpheus was the police too. You understand? Morpheus was the police too. You understand? Everybody, I'm gonna tell you something though. If I'm gonna use Matrix as the reference, we have to do what the Father God did. You feel me? We have to flip the whole Matrix movie upside down. Then we have to turn the Matrix movie inside out before talking about the Matrix movie. Because flipping it upside down and turning it inside out is going to give you the truth of what actually happened in that story. You see, they weren't the victim of a Matrix. They weren't the victim of a Matrix. They were the victim of a Patrix. I forget which one of y'all who gave me that, but I love that, by the way, and I use it perpetually. I don't use the Matrix no more in my, lexicon, not in a negative connotation the way that it's been used in that movie. And shout yourself out, because I don't remember who it was that said that, but somebody up on my comment section some months ago said, it's not a Matrix, it's a Patrix. I was like, exactly, yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yes. And why can I say that? Because, just walk with me. I know I'm all over the place, but I'm circling back to a point. Morpheus was not a savior. Morpheus was not the good guy. Morpheus was not a savior. Neo was not a chosen one, which his name literally is an anagram for. Neo, the one. Neo was not a one. He was not a chosen among a few. He was not the sole special among the ignorant many. He wasn't the special one with this unseen factor that stood out among the rest. No, he wasn't. Trinity was not the perfect personification of an equilibrium between masculinity and femininity. She was just masculine enough for men to respect her, and just feminine respect her but not challenge her. She was just masculine enough for men to respect her but not be threatened by her. She was just masculine enough in her presentation. She was just masculine enough for for Cypher and several others, you know what I'm saying, to want to hit. She was just masculine. Wait, let me walk that back. She was just masculine enough for them to be attracted to shit. Let me tell you, I know I'm all over the place. There's a man I met in Atlanta 8 years ago, and he was facilitating facilitating a ceremony. Somebody put me onto him, was like, you got to reach out to this dude. I talked to the dude, tell him who we knew mutually. He's like, oh my God, this is like perfect timing. I'm doing something really radical tonight, and I need an assistant if you open to that. At the time, I was open to anything. I was so hardcore in E5. I was just running with spirit, baby. I was all over the place. So I go to this dude's house in the middle of nowhere on the outskirts of Atlanta, and I walk in, and there are all these women in the house and him. He's the lone man. There's all these women. And I said, okay, so like, it's dope to meet all y'all. We all getting to know each other, whatever. I was like, so what's going on? He was facilitating an initiation of these women. He was initiating all of these women. I didn't know better at the time. I knew better after the fact. He was initiating these women to the EIME. Mind you, I didn't know better. Okay, I was still. It was longer ago than 8. It was longer ago than 8 years. It might have been, 2015, I think, 10 years ago, something like that. I didn't know any better. So don't nobody gun for me. This man, this motherfucking man, was a priest. I forget who he was. I forget who had his head, but he was a priest initiating 5 women to the cult of the EIME. This man, you understand? And so I was like, I'm not initiated. He was like, I don't need you to be initiated. You're gonna do more logistical shit. You feel me? To make what I'm doing with them easier. I was like, I bet I'm with it. And so like, he had me shave all their hair. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know. I was just doing what I was told because that's where I was at that time in my walk with mother. And so all this shit happened. Ceremony is over. I have to help bathe the women. All this shit, right? Ceremony over. We eating, we hanging, we rapping, we chilling, right? And then I'm staying the night. And he says, so I have a spare room upstairs that's connected by a bathroom to my room. So I'm in the room that I'm going to be staying in that night. He comes in saying he just wants to check in to see if I'm comfortable and I have everything I need. I was like, yeah, I'm good. It's real generous for you to let me stay, so I have to drive all the way back into town, whatever, right? And do you know what this motherfucking man said to me? After all that, after all the ceremony and him, these women literally yielding all power to him. Shaven. You understand? Submit. He is performing Eli on them. After all this powerful shit that I saw that I didn't know was fucked up until all late in the game. But it was powerful in the moment. I was like, this shit radical as fuck. Do you know what this man said to me before I went to sleep? He was like, I don't want you to take this the wrong way, Cassandra. I was Iapo at the time. I don't want you to take this the wrong way, sister. I really respect you. He said, but I have to be honest. From the moment that you walked in the door, I was so attracted to you. I was like, oh, okay. He was like, I'm not coming on to you. I actually tried to figure out, like, because you're not really my type. So I was really trying to figure out why I was attracted to you. I'm like, okay. I'm thinking, where this going? You feel me? And then the coup d'etat, child. He says, and then towards the end of the night, when we were all just talking and hanging out, I figured out what it was. I said, word? I said, what was that? He said, I'm embarrassed to say it. Oh my God. He said, I figured out why I was attracted to you. He said, because I realized once we were actually having a conversation over dinner, all of us were talking. He said, I realized I've never met a woman who reminded me so much of me. I didn't even remember this goddamn story until this moment, child. Until this moment. Talking about Trinity. This motherfucker told me with a straight face in full confidence, with his chest poked out like I was supposed to be flattered by that shit. He said, I've never met a woman that reminded me so much of me. And this is why I was attracted to you. Child, goddamn. This is something we don't talk about often. This is not something that we talk about often. Trinity is a nod to a tendency that is ever present, but that we don't talk about enough, so that we don't know how to articulate what the fuck we are experiencing. Trinity was just masculine enough. She ain't the only one. Angelina Jolie in that bullshit she be in. Tomb Raider. Y'all love to see a white girl as a bad bitch, but she can't be too bad. She can't be too much. She got to be just the right amount of muscular, but still sleek. She got to be just enough. She got to be just, quote, thick enough that she's skinny thick. And it's sexy when she hold a gun, or she can jump on some shit, or she can jump out a plane, or she can do some masculine stuff, or she can hang with you when y'all, running through the woods or some shit. She got to be just masculine enough for you to be able to relate to her, because you love men, man. And you don't love men in a sexual way, but you be confused about being attracted to men, but not wanting to have sex with men. You feel me? And so you love men and you hate women. So you look for women who either you could subdue, or who like one of the guys. She like one of my girlfriend. I love my girlfriend because we had everything in common. Well, what y'all got in common? She liked to play video games like I like to play video games. She liked to go out and drink beer until we drunk like I like to go out and drink beer too. Like all of those things that you attribute to like what defines your masculinity, and you find a woman who is, quote, sexy and masculine, in your mind, this is a perfect fit. So you love Angelina Jolie. You love Mia Jovovich as the zombie slayer. You love these white girls because you still think white femininity is the only femininity. So if Angelina Jolie was the same kind of skinny thick, same kind of softness with a little bit of muscular definition, you feel me? Still with the little booty shorts and the little thing strapped around her leg with her gun at, but she had dreadlocks instead of straight hair, and she had a big nose instead of a surgical nose, your ass would be turned off. She would be every kind of tomboy, manly acting, lesbian, man-hating feminist who don't like men without even knowing it. She wouldn't even have to say no word. She wouldn't have to even say a word. She wouldn't even have to say a word. She could be the picture perfect personification. You could do what y'all got AI now. We should do this as a test subject. Take all the popular, beloved white heroines of modern film, and then take AI and make a pixel perfect rendition of them that is Asian. Well, that might not even work either, because y'all all right with Asians. Y'all all right with she black. Not only is she black, she black, but she's still fine if you had eyes to see. But why don't you have eyes to see? I got a song for it. I got a song for everything. Why don't you have eyes to see? Because you are blinded by the light. You are blinded by the light. What light? The white light. The divine white light occupying all the space in your skull. What is your skull? Your skull is the world. At least how you've been taught. You've been taught that your skull is the world. But your skull is not the world. We've been taught that our skull is the world, and Atlas holds the world up on his shoulders. It's a lie. Your skull is not the world. Your skull is heaven. Isn't that also what we teach? This antithesis, this dual personification. Your head, your skull is heaven. And while your Jesus and your Obatala and your Allah and your Yahweh and your multiplicity, Ganesha and your all of these gods have something in common, whether they call it nirvana, whether they call it shanties, whether they call it heaven, whether they call it paradise. If your ass is a Mormon and you get to have your own other planet, whether it's the nations of gods and earths and the 5 percenters and shit, all y'all have an idea in your mind, whether you admit it or not, that heaven is white. Don't you have that image in your mind? Clouds, something above all that is and that can be seen. In your mind, no matter what your heaven is, in your mind, through your conditioning, your heaven is white. That's why all of these philosophies, meditation with the great white light of the 1,000-petal lotus in your head and shit. You are told that your head is heaven. That is true. But if your head is heaven, why is white? Why is it totally filled up with white light? Even when Neo goes into the goes to meet the architect, because the architect is God the Father. Even when he go up in there to meet the architect, he in a white ass room. You can't even see the seams where the floor meet the floor meet the wall. He in a white ass room. He dressed in all black, by the way. Neo. He dressed in all black, and he go face to face with the architect, and he in all white with a white beard and white hair and light eyes. Huh? And he tells Neo, I have created you several times. You've been up on this bitch. You are a program I designed many times. You have had different personifications every time. My will be done, bitch. I don't mind that you the superhero in the story, that you get the cred in the story. My will be done through you. Whose will? The war god. Whose will? The murder god. Whose will? The bloodthirsty lunatic in the white heaven you have constructed in your own consciousness. Why? Because you have become a solar deity worshiper. We believe that the sun is the center of our universe, don't we? Everything that we do is based on our relationship with the sun. And because when the sun is big, when the sun is out, what do we see? A white sky, a powder blue light sky. So we believe that the sky look like that. We think that's the sky. When the sun cracks the surface of the horizon every morning, we think we are saved. We think we are rescued because the sun has arisen once again to save us from the perpetual fears and terrors and evil things looking to get us got in the night. We are saved once again. Because we also believe if the sun, S-U-N, is the great savior of us all in his presence on the terrain, we also at the same time believe that the dark has come to kill and destroy. Still kill and destroy. Ain't that what your scriptures say? Has come to kill, steal, and destroy the dark. And so for the last 6,000 years, we have been taught that the sky is white. That heaven is white. Huh? That what we see or what we think we see when the sun is blinding us, when we're blinded by the light. When we are blinded by the light, because that is what it is. We are blinded by what the absolute hell. God damn. Oh my God. Yo. Oh my God. We are blinded by the light, child. And what do I mean by blinded by the light? That's not a bad thing. If you haven't been, if what is actually happening in the material world had not been bombarded with mythologies and philosophies for the last 6,000 years that told you what you see in the day is real, is an actual reality, and what you see at night is the evidence of something coming to get you. The daytime, the daytime is not real. The daytime is not real. When you see the sun break the surface of the horizon in the morning and he moves through the sky, right? We love the sun, right? But what you've been told about the son and his relationship with the mother, what you've been told about the son and his relationship with his mother, you understand me? Is that he is greater than she. And that what you see in the day is what you desire. What you see in the day is what you aspire to. What you see in the day is just a glimpse of the perfection that is heaven. To be surrounded by white light all the time. What you see in the day, which is an illusion based on the relationship between the sun and the earth. The earth is a super condensed microcosmic personification of the great primordial she. You call it Hathor if you want to, you call it Kali if you want to, but that big old ever-present blackness that extends into everything, earth is the perfect personification of the great primordial she in her extreme personification as giver, in her extreme personification as life giver, as her perfect personification as creatrix, in her perfect personification as the governess of perfect love. That's what the Garden of Eden is. The Garden of Eden is a myth in the past. The Garden of Eden remains. The Garden of Eden remains. But we are blinded by the light. Oh my God. We are blinded by the light. What do I mean when I say, I'm talking about practically too. We are blinded by the light. In the daytime, the reason that when somebody asks you, what color is the sky, and you say blue, is because it's an optical illusion. What you call the sky that's blue in the daytime, in its relationship with the rays in the sun, casting a prismatic optical illusion on your eyeballs, but your eyeballs see what you think is the sky as blue. No, what you see is the mother's breath. What you see with your actual eyes is the mother's breath, what we call our atmosphere. You understand? What you see is the mother's breath. What you see is the protective shield that she has covered you with. Just like I was talking about how I shielded my baby from misery. Even as I was suffering, I shielded my baby from that. She didn't see it. That's why as a grown-up, when I'm begging her, please don't go back to Florida. The Florida that you experienced as a teenager was an optical illusion. I made sure that it was. I made sure that you didn't see how terrible Florida was. I made sure that you didn't experience in your body all the aggressions, all the fucking trauma, all the bullshit. I made sure that you did not see. I made sure that you had a beautiful high school experience that I did not have. I said, please don't go back, Morgan. Please don't. You also experienced that great Florida because you ain't have to pay no bills in Florida. You experienced Florida and all that funness and excitement and all you were able to do in a world where you were fully covered, fully protected, fully shielded. I said, baby, do not do it. Do not take your babies back to that monstrous motherfucker. And she could not hear because I had protected her. I had shielded her. I had created an optical illusion for my baby. Do you understand? I created for her a minuscule microcosm of what little perfection I could provide about the world, that it was safe, that it was fun, that the only thing she needed to do was the few little chores that we shared in the house, you understand, and play. She was a mixed martial artist. She was a cheerleader. She did all the things. There wasn't too much I told my daughter no to. If she could justify it, I was more than likely going to say yes. You want to stay out till 1 o'clock in the morning? And your curfew is 10, justify it. And I'll say, okay. I shielded my baby just like our mother shielded us, just like our mother earth shields us. You understand? But because the sun has gone rogue, that shield has created an optical illusion that has become harmful. We see the sun, we see the sky that we think is behind the sun, we see the atmosphere, we see the mother's breath, and we say, oh, the sky is really blue today. You feel me? We say the sky is blue today. Because is the sky blue? Is the sky blue? Is the sky blue? I ain't asking you a quick trick question. The answer is no. The sky is, as it always has been, jet black. What you conceptualize in your mind as the sky has always, even in the daytime, even at high noon, the sky is always black. You understand? And so, I know I was all over the place making multiple points. That's trying to come back to one. But in this movie, The Matrix, I ain't gonna go into that long. But in this movie, you have the Oracle, who, isn't it interesting that the architect, which is a program, and the Oracle, which is a program, they represent the two extremes. Here, this is the Oracle, this is the architect. This is the Oracle, black, working class, maybe poor, living under a freeway overpass, Detroit or Chicago or some shit, baking cookies in her little bitty kitchen that, but the two of them can barely move around in. Old, you feel me? Probably ain't got nobody to help support her in this house. That she's still the Oracle for everybody else, but ain't got no motherfucking support for herself. Just the Oracle. And so, yes, it was methodical and deliberate. She had to be black. She had to be just fat enough for you not to be attracted to her, for you not to see femininity in her. You understand? These things are deliberate. These things are deliberate. She had to have just curly enough hair for those of us who really about that life to relate to her because she's black, but just wavy enough that even we that are black don't show revile for her. Her hair can't be too nappy. Everything they did is methodical to the strand of hair and how it presents. And so here the Oracle. Now everybody's saying in the movie the Oracle is just as powerful as her nemesis, as her arch enemy. Huh? Who is her arch enemy? The architect. He got a big old white beard. He got clean white hair, not a gray strand in it. White button down suit in a nice ass chair in a white room. Very arrogant in his intellect. You feel me? Because when you are possessed by the demon of patriarchy, your intellect is also a weapon. Your intelligence is also a weapon. Always, every time. Show me a time where I'm lying. Show me a time where I'm lying. Because I'll probably end up destroying the image of every last one of your great white heroes. Every single one. Einstein, diabolical. Not only to his wife and in his personal life, his political position about the world was diabolical. He could actively say, I relate to black people and civil rights and all human beings are equal. He sent a letter to the president giving his cosign on the necessity for going forward with Oppenheimer in the creation of the world's first nuclear weapons. Einstein did that. Intellect is always a weapon, not only a weapon, a deadly, catastrophic weapon in the possession of one who hates the mother. Name a one, and I will tell you what way his ass was malignant. This is the architect that even with all his genius, even with all his education, even with all his know-how and prowess as a architect, you understand? To have all the skills in his possession to create something world-changing and awesome that could save the world. He will never choose that as an option, no matter how brilliant he becomes, no matter how much information he acquires. I'm telling you, his separation from the one, his self-imposed isolation, and his aggrandization is always going to function as a weapon every time, all the time. And if we can demystify that shit, if we can stop acting like every single individual person who does something bad at some time is an individual isolated incident for which we have no frame of reference. Why we keep acting like that? Why we keep acting like there is no frame of reference for every crime being committed on the planet right now? Why we keep acting surprised when we see the same shit literally like a fucking script on repeat, and we act brand new and surprised and dismayed and bewildered every time we see it happen. The same thing verbatim every time. The response is the same, because if the script is on repeat, if the play is on repeat, because they have seen how well it works, and why change the game when the game still works? And just like the script is on repeat and on repeat and on repeat, and it ain't my imagination. You can go on the motherfucking TV and see, or your YouTube or whatever, and see all these videos that be talking about how we being programmed, and then they'll play news broadcasts from all these stations all over the country, and they literally saying the same shit. No cultural distinction, same actual sentences over and over and over again, 50, 80, 1,000 stations all over the United States, over and over and over again. I'm telling y'all, those who are watching via IG, my live is about to die. I can't charge my phone over here. I'm gonna have to rewire my whole setup. And so if you want to continue to participate, because there's quite a few of you on here, then you will need to go to my YouTube channel, which is at Daughter of the Fates. Just put at Daughter of Fates, at Daughter of the Fates, or you can type my name, Cassandra-Floyd, in the search engine, and you can jump up on here. But anyway, if we can put, y'all know how y'all do, y'all listen to y'all channel. I just told y'all I listened to Soundgarden 20 times. I grew up hearing that song. Love the song every time. But today, because today is different, because today is different, because the me that is sitting here now is not the me that was sitting here when y'all saw me on Sunday. Today I am new. Today my world is new. Today my whole life is new. Why? Because 3 days of unique experiences in the world, people I've met in the 3 days. I told y'all these last 3 days have been radical as fuck. These 3 days, like every day before them, they may not have been radical. Every day, something has come into my cipher, something has come into my world, some person has come into my life, something has crossed my path that has changed me, that has made me more, that has made me better, it's given me new perspective. You understand? But these motherfuckers have got y'all on a rat wheel. And so every day, no matter what difference you see in the world, in your mind, the world has not changed. You just on a reel, on a loop, all the time, going. You might see something off the wheel, but you are determined that this is your life. And so you just keep running on wheel. You keep running on wheel. Well, this is just what it is. So I'm just keep running on wheel. And they like, well, shit, we ain't even got it. That's what I told y'all. Even the writing flimsy these days. They like, damn, we ain't even got to put a lot of effort into this shit. These motherfuckers really believe everything we say. All we got to do is put it out, and they believe it. All it's got to do is exist in the ethos, and they will consume it, hook, line, and sinker. Goddamn. Let's see what more we can get away with. Damn, they just let us get away with a whole smash and grab that cost them. Do you know that the collective wealth of the motherfuckers you just made billionaires over the last 4 years, the collective wealth is $76 billion goddamn dollars. You just got robbed of $76 billion. So contrary to what the Father God done told you about how you just have to pull yourself up from the bootstraps, and that homelessness is an inevitability because motherfuckers is lazy, and that you should have made better decisions if you didn't want to be a poor starving baby mama, you know what I'm saying? Or if you got to work at Chuck E. Cheese, it's doing some humiliating ass work, or work at motherfucking McDonald's or some shit, you just should have went to college. But none of these motherfuckers went to college. Do you know that there is not a single billionaire in the United States that has graduated college? Not one. Not one billionaire in the United States has a college degree. Only 35% of the 22 million millionaires in this country have a college degree. But they keep telling you everything that's wrong with your life is because you're stupid. What is their definition of stupid? You didn't go to college. But they ain't got to go to college because they white. Intellect is a given. Intellect is a given. Oh, and you wealthy too? He's absolutely brilliant. Because if he's wealthy, it must mean he's smart, because he had to do something right to be a millionaire. And it never occurs to you that the reason his ass is a millionaire is because he robbed your ass blind. He did it viciously. People lost their lives in the creation of his billions. Don't you know there's not a billionaire in this country that does not have direct blood on their hands? I ain't even talking about third world country blood, because that's true too. I'm talking about direct loss of life in the United States of America that gave rise and birth to every billionaire exists. Why? Because billionaires are the personification of the most recent offspring of the malignant Father God, who is a murder God, who is the head of a death cult. Blood is required. Blood is required. Loss of life is required. Nobody becomes a billionaire without the most brutal crimes on earth happening to someone else. This is the web we live in. And they have accepted that that is just what it has to be. And so meanwhile, because y'all have gotten so comfortable with this shit that y'all just let motherfuckers talk. Y'all just let motherfuckers talk. You feel me? Just talk. Just talk. And then we'll turn around. Even if you're offended by what the motherfucker done said, you will turn around and be like, well, I mean, you know, he do have autism. Well, you know, he just socially awkward. I don't really think he really intended to do something that looks closely related to the Heil Hitler salute. He is autistic though, poor Tink Tink. You will behave. You will behave like these monsters are humans. You will. You will behave like they are just flawed people making bad decisions. You will go out to the streets if you are opposed to them and be on placards and stomp your feet and do your chants into the ethos. And I'm always asking, who y'all talking to? Who are you trying to appeal to in a demonstration? Who is the object of this action, the direct object of this action that you have come together to target? Who will be the one that is impacted by this demonstration, by this action? Who directly? With this action, directing someone and having the potential to have an impact on a someone, right? Will you be able to see the evidence, right, of the work and energy that went into this demonstration that you organized, created, or participated in? Do you expect to see evidence of this action that you have put all your life force into? You understand? Who is the target? If the target is Walmart, for example, and you say everybody gonna boycott Walmart, okay, cool. And then you say we need to do a demonstration, and this is what we expect the demonstration's outcome to be. Most of y'all don't get past boycott, truth be told. This is the evidence that we need to see scientifically as the proof that this action that we have just been engaged in was successful. What is the evidence? Walmart that we targeted and we were diligent in our demonstration. We made sure motherfuckers couldn't come into the parking lot. We made sure people couldn't get into the doors. That's a demonstration, bitch. We made sure motherfuckers couldn't get into the doors. We handed out pamphlets to explain to people why, so they wouldn't get mad at us. They could understand clearly in real time why it was important for everybody to participate in the boycott / demonstration, and more people. And the demonstration got bigger and bigger, and we shut down that parking lot. And in 5 weeks, that Walmart store was closed because they lost, $125 million in 5 weeks. That's evidence. That's science. That's the science of revolutionary. That's the science of revolutionary participation. But just like ambulance chasing, some shit pop off, and so y'all just take out into the street. You don't know nobody that's on the street with you. Just a bunch of people angry about some shit that happened, and so they react. And reacting don't win you shit. Consciously responding wins you some shit. It wins you some shit. But y'all don't expect evidence. Why don't you expect evidence for action? Why don't you expect? Why don't You ain't even got to be a revolutionary. You ain't even got to be an angsty motherfucker. You ain't even got to be an anarchist to know shit. When you go to the polls, because that's the only political activity your ass participate in ever, you think you done your American patriotic duty to leave the comfort of your home once every 4 years to cast your vote in an invisible box and shit. You feel me? And so you feel vindicated and justified to talk about everybody else bad about how they did and did not do what they were supposed to do. But your ass don't bust no grape from every 4 years to every 4 years. I digress. You can be a upstanding citizen who do your duty and just go every 4 years or every 2 years to the primary and vote. Do you have you ever required any evidence that the vote that you just cast, if you got win, that the vote that you just cast actually had an impact on your life? Do you require any evidence? Not really. Because even if your guy win, you are just happy he won. Why? Because every vote counts. Everybody got a voice. You repeat the narrative imposed on you, though your actual lived reality does not match that shit that keep coming out your mouth that has been playing on repeat nonstop since as long as you can remember. And because whatever it is, whether it's political or scientific, because we don't talk enough about the betrayal that exists as a part of its foundation within scientific spaces and circles. We don't talk about that at all because we just believe science is emphatic. We just believe mathematics is emphatic. That all we got to do is say some statistics and that makes it real. Like statistics cannot be manipulated. Like science is neutral. Like science doesn't have political interests and material interests attached to it. Because again, as long as the patriarchy goddamn remains, every institution is not only infected with it, works willingly and enthusiastically to uphold it, to uphold its will, to uphold its ambitions. Every one. So you keep feeling betrayed by all these places that you're supposed to be safe in. Why Black women always dying in the hospital? Why are Black people always arrested? Because the police is here to protect and to serve. Though that's never been your lived experience ever. That's never been your lived experience. I don't understand how this could happen. This sister, who they literally used her dead body as an incubator to prove a point for white power. And nobody saw fit to go liberate that sister so her family could bury her and finally begin to grieve and bomb rush the institution and make sure that economically it can no longer benefit. It can no longer, if she can't die in peace, if you think you motherfuckers, even in death, own her body, that even in death, you would attempt to hold her spirit hostage. There's so many deep implications in what happened to this African woman and why she was the guinea pig, why she was the test subject for what they are attempting to do to everyone. And they knew it, because she was Black, none of you would come to rescue her. None of you would stage a real opposition about what happened to this African woman, because she died because of the hospital. She died because of the hospital. And then after they killed her, the governor of Georgia decided to make her a test run for what they could get away with under the auspice of law, once law becomes the possession of a malignancy that has taken hold of the reins of power. It was deliberate that this sister became the test run for what they will attempt to do. And that is not an inevitability. You have to know what it is, because if you listen to the media, even if you listen to ill-informed human beings who are just passionate about the subject, you'll never come to the right conclusion. You'll never come to the right conclusion. This Black-skinned, 24-year-old, successful, she was a nurse, successful Black woman seeking help. She went to the emergency room and they sent her away. She's a nurse. She's like, I know something. It's fucking wrong with me. And they're like, bitch, ain't nothing wrong with you. Go home. And then her husband finally had to take her to the emergency room when she went unconscious. And when they realized they had fucked up, this big, so many levels, but it had to happen to her. That would not have happened had she had a white body. So you keep acting confused about what you are witnessing because you do not see yourself as a necessary part of a whole. That if something is happening to the whole, it is happening to you. If something is happening, and because you do not see Black women's, you do not see Black women's humanity. You do not see Black women as human. You don't see us as human. Even if you like hanging around Black people, or you have best Black friends, or you don't even think you're a racist, that's okay. I don't say bad words about Black people. I don't tell Black jokes. Feel me? I think it's real. You can even think you're super progressive. I think Black people need to be independent, and you can even have pretty cutting edge kind of radical lingo about Black people as a whole. But I will be hard pressed, even with the many white people that I know and care about, and some I actually love. You understand? This shit is deep, and I know good goddamn well there ain't nobody facing the patriarchy in their head, because your progression, no matter what race you are, if you think you're progressive, your ass is cut off to learning. If you already think you're smart because you're so progressive, and I voted for Obama, and I participated in Black Lives Matter, and if you already think, especially as a white person, not exclusively, but especially, your peculiar worldview is different than the rest of us. So I make that distinction. Especially white people, but not exclusively white people, because I've had the same experiences with other people of color. And at the juncture that you think you so progressive, that first of all, no Black woman can teach you anything. I'm sorry. I already know at what distance I can deal with you. I already know. You understand? But at the juncture that I know that you do not face the patriarch in your head. If you have already decided that I am awesome because I am an activist, and in any space I am getting ready to run down my resume of how in all the ways that I support Black people, that I support LGBTQIA people, and I can guarantee you, as soon as you're getting ready to spout off your resume, I already know that you have not staged a contest with the patriarch in your head. Because you think you absolved. You really believe there is no work for you to do. And the evidence every single time, I don't care how progressive they are, every single time, and you can look at their resume, they're like, damn, this motherfucker he really on point. She really on point. They really about that life. And I can tell you the test for everyone that they mostly fail. 99.9% of the time, fail. The test is put them in a face-to-face discussion with a Black woman, with a Black female woman, for 5 minutes. For me, it would take about a minute. This, because it's not enough to say patriarchy without acknowledging what the primary original target of patriarchy was. See, it's easy for y'all to talk about patriarchy and not talk about the object that has remained the same. The object of his hatred, the object of his fucking insanity, the source of every despair, the perpetual thorn in his side, child, is this Black bitch. Cause she my mama, and I know she my mama, but like Inky, I want everything she has. I want people to treat me the way they treat her. I want, back in them days, when the great Black, thick, nappy-headed, big-nosed, big belly, big tittied goddess was literally globe-trotting, and everybody was in awe of her magic and her abilities all over the place, whether as healer or as prophetess or as warrior. Everywhere she went, she was upraised. She was revered. People immediately knew she was the mother. People immediately knew she was the source and didn't feel lower than. Their admiration wasn't some hierarchical, top-down weird shit. You feel me? They're like, damn, this is amazing. You feel me? And so you cannot acknowledge patriarchy because everything becomes the issue but the issue. And I hear it so many times. You try to equalize. What do they call it? Y'all be calling it that shit. The oppression Olympics, trying to compare each other's oppression, bitch. It is not about that. It's not about that. And you will stay perpetually coming to the wrong conclusions about how to impact the world. If you continue to avoid the inevitable peak personification of what is bound to happen, is guaranteed, whether you actively participate or whether your ass get drugged by your goddamn ear, kicking and screaming. Your ass is coming into the future too, bitch. Everybody is walking into the future right now. Yes, they are. And you have a decision to make about that, about how your ass is going to walk into the future. Because this future that we're walking into, the mother reigns supreme. It is inevitable. It is everywhere. And that's why so many of y'all are so frustrated in your bodies. It's so unfamiliar to you. You have no historical frame of reference for what the world, being governed by the grandmothers, being governed by the mothers, and knowing that the only thing that can happen is the absolute opposite of what you have experienced. And your ass refuses to acknowledge that happiness can be a norm, that safety can be an issue you no longer even have to think about because the world has been transformed by the one who gave it in the first place. It personifying herself through each and every one of us, who becomes plugged in instantly. Now I'm gonna go back and talk about this dude in the movie, because this is the reason you got to be talking about science and spirit at the same time. Science, mathematics, you understand, the material world, those things that you can observe that have a repetition of cycles, like the growing and dying of plants, and the this and the this and the this, right? This is the mother's language. Because what your father God has, what evidence has he produced of his existence? Other than the things that you attribute to him with no evidence. You attribute to him with no evidence. You attribute everything to him with no evidence. Even as the mother is telling you in your face all day, every day, nah, bitch, it's me. This is just my unruly son trying to take credit, because he don't know he's already God. But because I'm the mama, I'm the one, he wants to be higher than me. He and his envy, he and his disassociation from me, his inability to see that he is me, that he is me, that in his envy, in his chopping away of himself from me, he is out here cutting the entire fuck up. And I'm gonna have to turn a lot of my sons and daughters, all of you who are sick with patriarchy, and you are not interested in surgery, you ain't interested in repair, you are not willing to set both feet first into a global exorcism that can purge that motherfucker from your spirit. Y'all might just have to be plant food for the next generation. I might not be able to save all y'all. This your mama talk. But the future is certain. The future is certain. Not only is it certain, it is now, and it's what's harassing the fuck out of every last one of you. It's harassing the two sisters that got up on my page or booked a meeting with me, and I was like, I'm not trying to offend you, Cassandra. I watch you every day when I can. But I just wish I could go back to before. I said, both of them said exactly. I wish I could go back to before. I said, before what? I said, because I know what you mean, but you need to have the confidence and the courage to express out loud what you are saying. Before what, baby? Well, I mean, just before. No. Before what? Well, before. One just said, before I read The Great Cosmic Mother, before I started like doing ceremony with the mother. I know it sounds bad, but I wish I could go back. But she was too. I don't know if she was ashamed, because I'm never trying to make anybody on here feel bad or lower than yourself or anything like that. I'm not. Every time I'm up on here, even if I'm going the fuck off, I'm trying to embolden you. I'm trying to enlarge you. I'm trying to make you a monstrous motherfucker. Literally that. The monsters that they be putting on the TV to make you scared. That. I'm trying to make a monster out of you. You understand? And so she felt a little timid about saying what I knew she meant. She said, before I read The Great Cosmic Mother. But this woman's been following my channel for a little bit, so I know that she started reading The Great Cosmic Mother when I read The Great Cosmic Mother to you. She didn't say, before I met you, before I got up on your bullshit ass channel and you up in here harassing my motherfucking spirit with this book. Sometimes I wish I could just put my goddamn rose-colored glasses the fuck back on. Sometimes I wish I just could not see everything that I can see now. Sometimes I wish I was blind again. And it's not a judgment. It's not a judgment, because I think it was maybe 2 years ago, I was sitting right up on my couch, dismayed, like, damn, I need to give y'all a goddamn disclaimer before these shits. You feel me? I need to give y'all a goddamn disclaimer before y'all come up in here and be like, look, if you do not want to be harassed by your mama, if you do not want every creature on this planet Earth seeing a kink in the armor and attempting to communicate with you, that shit is real. I sat in a park yesterday and there was I heard I was like, what the fuck? Child, I went up on the top of this mountain and the crows were big as goddamn pterodactyls, loud as pterodactyls. Them motherfuckers sat on the table next. There was a crow, y'all, a crow, child, this goddamn big. I said, God. I was like, and that crow sat on the picnic table right beside me. The girl that was with me was like, damn, he's just real comfortable, ain't he? I said, yeah, what you got to say? Because you know the crow is one of our goddamn mascots. I was like, what you got to say, Mr. Crow? Because he flew overhead loud. That motherfucker sounded like a pterodactyl. I said, God damn. And then sat right on the table next to us. I said, well, okay. All day, every day. But that is why you have to be able to see both the macro and the minute. That's why I'm always like a record, because I got to be like a record, like your enemy is like a record. I got to be like a record, telling you over and over and over and over and over again. You have to be able to see the majesty in the mundane. You have to expect miracles every time you walk out of the door, because if you have the expectations that a miracle is going to happen today, the mother knows, because you made that the declaration in your head before you walked the fuck up out of the house this morning. The mother's like, okay, bitches, bugs, birds, somebody gonna stage an intervention today. Somebody's gonna stage an intervention today, because this girl this person, this child of mine that already made a declaration in their spirit. Today I expect miracles. And so now there's a kink. There's a kink in the armor that we can bust through to get a message in. Because you got armor. You got armor that you need to deconstruct. You feel me? And I'm telling you more than ever, she is trying to make a break, baby. She's trying to show out in your life. And I'm gonna tell you, let me wrap up my little statement about this movie, because y'all need to go see it in Braveheart. Because at the end, it's important, because it's both a spiritual thing. That's why I was freaking out so bad, because it didn't even occur to me until this moment. There's a spiritual component that I did not even see until this moment. And I watched Braveheart about 1,000 times. I'm gonna say something else about Braveheart. There's a reason that you have a real attached and emotional and like a relational experience when you see movies where the underdog wins. You know what I'm saying? We're like, even though he died in the end, supposedly this guy who was an actual person, this opposition that he staged when he was forced in a corner that he didn't want to fight. He didn't want no smoke. I don't want the state to know me. I don't want them to be up in my shit. Can I just live, bitch? Okay, y'all take everything I got. Can I just live? Can I just have my breath? At least can I just have that? Okay, fine. You didn't cut my pay. Fine. Can I just have my breath? And they're like, bitch, if you got something to give, I'm taking it. And it wasn't until he was backed into a corner, forced to respond, forced to fight, forced to fight. And what forced him to fight was the law that came down from the nobles of this particular land. That from that day forward, every marriage that happened on the Lord's land had to be consecrated by the Lord of the land having the right to take the virginity of the recently married woman. That the man could not sleep with his wife on his wedding night until the Lord had his wife first. And the state backed the law. The law was whatever came out this man's mouth. And so he's like, he wanted to express power over the powerless. And he was always looking for a way to humiliate, to subdue, to terrorize the powerless because he's a coward. You see, you think that power is synonymous with violence. Violence is the reaction of cowards. That's why serial killers are cowards. When they are exposed, you're like, this the guy, this the dude that we thought was so smart that he was always in front of the police, and he was able to just live in plain sight, and he done killed 30 women over 10 years. This the guy? This him? Because you expect the monster. You expect something big and bad and all powerful. You expect somebody to be so smart. And it is the chief peak personification of mediocrity 99.9% of the time. The only thing that gave them the illusion or the air of power, like the sun in our sky, you blinded by the light. So you believe that the king of heaven, you believe that the king of heaven is the sun, because the sun can kill you, because the sun, he give you life, because the sun turns the night into day, because the sun is victorious over darkness, because the sun in the end of days is going to rule over the earth for 1,000 years. You understand? These illusions, because you have been blinded by the light in your actual physical world, partners with these mythologies that give an air of superiority over the teeny little sun that's just a star of the great black universe. He's just a little bitty star in the great black universe. He's just a little bitty star in the great black universe. And because he has been magnified over his mother, the great black infinite universe, and your ass has had, it's not just the idea that has changed. It's not just your ideas that has caused this chaos. Okay? So a lot of people be talking about, well, you know, you just got to think different. You just got to think different. No, bitch, that's wrong. You don't think bad. You don't think poor. You don't think patriarchally just because. The way to guarantee the concretization of this malignancy in your skull was violence, unending, perpetual displays of violence that literally paralyze you, into absolute submission. It's violence partnered with spiritual ideology, philosophies, and it's not just Abrahamic religions, because y'all beautify Hinduism, y'all beautify all these other spiritual traditions, because you see the Buddha sitting lotus position, you feel me, in the meditation stance, as if that Buddha did not emerge during one of the most violent periods in Asian history. Confucianism was violent. It was brute force violence. It reigned. Confucius China, Confucianism is an idea that impacted every single aspect of social life, political life, social life, cultural life, and spiritual life was impacted by the overall governing philosophy, Confucianism. And the fact that people still hold Confucianism up as something to be revered blows my mind. But because the idea is separate from the actual historical implications of it in the minds of people in the time, you cannot see that Confucianism was the foundational ideology and philosophy that literally concretized and solidified the massive oppression of human beings, not only in China, Vietnam was colonized by Confucius China for 2,000 years. A perpetual age of suffering for the people of Vietnam. French colonization of Vietnam, and then subsequent, what is it? China first and longest, and then French colonialism, and subsequently American colonialism could not have happened. Y'all don't want to hear that though. French colonialism, American colonialism in Vietnam could not have happened without a 2,000-year imposition of Confucianist enslavement, holding hostage the entire goddamn country of Vietnam. China made Vietnam easy and fertile ground for the hostile takeover of anybody else who saw fit to set their sights on Vietnam after that. And if you don't see the world that way, you want to pick and choose what aspects of history you want to hold dear to. You feel me? Honey, China, under a philosophy that y'all think is like, I'd be real confused. I'm like, you don't believe in Confucianism, because I know good and damn well you ain't read none of it. I know good and damn well you progressive over here in the United States of America, but you talking about how you really respect the ideas and philosophies of Confucius. Bitch, you lying. You ain't read shit by Confucius. You can't have. Because it ain't even so philosophical that you don't understand. It's like butt naked and in your face. It's butt naked and in your face. Yeah, there ain't no way. There is no way that you can call yourself a progressive or a leftist or any of that shit and your ass be talking about, well, yeah, I'm a socialist and I'm a leftist, and I'm a stoicist. Fuck you. 99.9% of y'all ain't even read what you spitting out your mouth. You saw a long YouTube documentary about some shit and you was like, damn, that sounds good. Now I'm gonna say that shit all the time. You ain't tried and tested it nowhere. You ain't hashed it over with one of your homies to see are you tripping? What you missing? You ain't did that. Because some of the shit that y'all hold dear is completely antithetical to each other in your own brain. But is that foreign? Is that hard to believe? We have a lot of conflicting ideas in our brains. Sometimes it's obvious, like you see a person who calls themselves a revolutionary, that you want to change the world and end the suffering of human beings, that you want to destroy capitalism, and your ass still to go to church every Sunday, and you don't see that as a contradiction at all. I met them people. I know them people. And they good people. They got good hearts. I'm not talking about Christians as individuals. I'm talking about human beings who are human. They know what love is. They remember what love feels like because their mother loved them. And they remember what that kind of raw love feels like. And they're always grasping at straws to feel that kind of depth again. You know what I'm saying? And so they grab at straws. And so in their mind, like the only thing that they know and they got grand reference for is like Jesus and shit, right? Because they made him look like a hippie. He was soft enough. He was soft enough for you to relate to as a woman. He was sensitive enough for you to relate to as a woman, but just gangster enough for you not to feel like a punk when you worship Jesus. You feel me? So the men who don't want to feel like a bitch for loving Jesus, you feel me? They become reactionaries, don't they? How do you reconcile that in your head? Your ass got split personalities disorder. And that's what Christianity is trying to create. Mixed loyalties. You understand? Because Jesus is two-faced. Jesus is two-faced. There's a light version of him, and then there's a dark version of him. Jesus is two-faced. The Bible is two-faced. You got the Old Testament and the New Testament. The Bible is two-faced. Islam is two-faced. All these motherfuckers is twins. The twins in one, the two in one. You understand? They got we say it in astrology. You got a shadow side and a light side. But you only give life to the light side because you still believe the light. You still blinded by the light. You only give life. You only nourish. You only feed. You only love. You only like. You feel me? You only put on Front Street. You only give the mic to your light side. You only give light to the light. You only give life to the light. You only talk about the light. You want everybody to see you as the light. Everybody. Isn't that what they teach you in astrology? That your sun sign is who you portray yourself in the world to be. It's who you want people to see. Your son self. What's your shadow? It's your emotions. Your emotions are dark. You don't want to know the true you, because then you would be vulnerable. You don't want nobody to know your true desires, because people would think you weird. You feel what I mean? And so, you know, that thing about, when I tell you, you know what? You halfway right, Yolanda. You're on the right track, boo. Yolanda say, I got in trouble as a kid for implying that Jesus was schizophrenic. You're halfway right, baby. You're halfway right. You're halfway right. Jesus, boy, tear up some. I'm putting your ass out. Jesus wasn't schizophrenic, love. Jesus was the poster child for the insurance of schizophrenia. If you want me to be more controversial about it, schizophrenia is a psyop. Schizophrenia isn't a natural occurrence that just naturally occurs in the human condition. Schizophrenia is a psychological operation. And though it has been perfected by the burgeoning, quote, science of psychiatry, you understand? Though it has been perfected as a psychological operation by the burgeoning science of the Father God in your head, called psychiatry, the school of psychiatry. Even though they have perfected it, they are accredited with perfecting the science. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, there was a point I was trying to make. Even though Western medicine, I had a thought last night that y'all ain't gonna like. I'm just gonna put it out there. I'm just, because I'm tired of just writing everything down and it's just stuck in my books and I forget to get it all. I had a thought last night. It's not even a stretch. It's not even a stretch. It's not even a stretch. Oh my God. It's not even a stretch. Because if capitalism had already computated and to the penny at the burgeoning of capitalism, at the beginning, at the birth-giving process of capitalism, they had already computated how much they could get away with paying you that's just above what you were earning only in substance. So you weren't even getting money in your hand. You weren't even given an opportunity to go somewhere and buy something because of something that you earned. All you could do was benefit off what you were actually producing. You feel me? So it wasn't even barter. You feel me? And so how can we make people feel a little bit more empowered so they be feeling the feeling of empowerment? Because at least yesterday we didn't have no money. We just had potatoes. But now we got some money. We can go somewhere and buy something at one of these stores that we couldn't buy nothing at before. So you just give them just enough to let them feel the experience of going to buy something with the labor that now they have sold on the market. But that's something that you give them is literally just enough for them to sustain existence. That's it. And it's not how much we can pay, it is how little can we get away with paying them before it alerts them that something is wrong about this power dynamic. How little can we pay them to keep them fed? Just enough, not enough to thrive, just enough to survive long enough to complete a complete day's work. That's not my opinion. When you go into the deep dive of Das Kapital, written by Karl Marx, and he talks about how capitalism began, the dollars and cents of it, child, the mathematics of it, the actual history of how it became, who were the players, how it showed up in the real world, in the transforming of human beings from serfs and slaves, because serfs was just one step up from slaves. From serfs and slaves, what we would call sharecroppers now, because it's already, that shit that I'm talking about has already been repeated over here, but y'all can't see the connection. So in this transformation of former serfs, and isn't that something that as the people in power changed what looks like the means of production, how your identification with production changes? You think I'm lying? You accept without question power as the sole possession of men, especially now today, white men, right? You accept it. And so you act accordingly because you accept that this is just how it is. Quote, this is how it's always been. Quote, this is how it always will be. And that all you can do is struggle a little bit to get a little bit more than what you got now. That's it. Can you just change the schools just a little bit? Can you just change the prison system just a little bit? Can you just raise the minimum wage just a little bit? Can you just raise it just a little bit? You feel me? You struggle just enough to attempt to ease your suffering, just enough to exist within this thing that you have in your mind is permanent. You have in your mind is just what it is. You have accepted and conceded. Not only have you accepted and conceded, this is what it is, and this is how it's always going to be. And even though you're suffering, and even though you can count the ways that you are suffering, at the same time that you know you suffer, and the same time that you know this is how it's going to be, and you know that at least I get a job, even if it's only $7.25 an hour, you know I can make it happen. I can get a little side hustle, a little side job. You work yourself more, and the reason that you do that is because even as you have conceded that this is the face of absolute power, right? And it is showing out in your life the way that it is, suffering and barely having enough, and this and always trying to rob Peter to pay Paul and all this shit, right? At the same time that this is your experience, and you can even acknowledge your experience, and you can even rattle off the statistics about all the ways that your life and your experience here is fucked up. And at the same time that you will say the prison industrial complex, or the military industrial complex, or the whatever it is your gripe is on any given day, and you can be confident in the articulation of the statistics that justify your right to say what you want out loud, you will still say out that same portal, with all the things that's wrong, America still is the greatest country in the world. You can still say out that same mouth that just went to college and got multiple degrees in social political sciences or psychology or theology or any of the things that begin just minusculely to explain and give you the ability to articulate the frustration you've always felt in your life, but did not have the language to communicate it. And it gives you an inclination. Oh yeah, okay, I ain't going crazy. The word is fuck the fuck up. And and so now I'm on game. I majored in African American studies. You feel me? I know all the things and all the ways, and this and this and this and this. And I done got a master's degree in Mexican American studies. So I'm up on game. And I have gone and majored in Native American studies. And I've done all the things. And look at all these degrees and all these people I done taught. And to still have the revelations of the multiplicity of ways that oppression has not only never ebbed, but has just gotten more discreet and methodical and professional at the innumerable ways through which it can continue to rob you blind. Because everything that happens in the world, the violence, the wars, the cops, the preschool to prison pipeline, the aggressions against women's bodies, when they give trust, you yield power. When you go to a hospital, you say, because you know more than I trust that you have the ability to intercede in my health in a way that I cannot. I'm not informed. And that's deliberate. It is deliberate. It is deliberate that happens that way. I went to medical school. I did an externship in an emergency room hospital as an acupuncturist. It is how system trains human beings. They literally try to get you to practice in a way that you do not internalize humanity, so that you don't feel overwhelmed yourself. You don't want to empathize with everybody, because then you will just be overwhelmed. That's not why they teach them that. That's not why they teach them that. They teach them to disassociate from their humanity, because even if the individual is honest and convicted about why they went to medical school, and I want to help humans and this, that, and the other, you understand? The father god of the global murder cults will be done. And any institution erected in his image, his will be done. His will be done. So unless you have a political understanding about the religious and spiritual relationship between how the state functions in the world and how it impacts your life every day, you'll stay coming to the wrong conclusions. You'll stay coming to the wrong conclusions. You understand what I'm telling you? This shit is crazy that we still today will have people who can pop shots like, damn, that was a great political analysis. I'm up in here, I'll be really impressed sometimes. This is what it is, and this is what it is, and this is the ways that it has impacted our lives, and this community is spilled over in, and this is where the intersectionality of our suffering converges, and that's it. Once you see those things, and that's it, your default is to still attempt through what you have been taught is that the only reason you suffer is because you ain't smart enough. The only reason you suffer is because you ain't pulled yourself up by no bootstraps. The only reason you suffer is because you don't have a college degree. And if you were just a little bit smarter, if you just studied a little harder, if you just worked a little longer, you feel me? Then you too could be like me. You feel me? And the me that is talking that bullshit, 99.9% of them ain't even got no college degrees. Mediocrity personified. The illusion of grandness, blinded by the light, the macro and the micro. We are blinded by the illusion of the superiority of the sun in our particular relationship with it. You understand? Its ability to illuminate the mother's breath in the daylight hours gives the illusion that the entire sky is bright, bright blue. This is amazing. The whole universe is bright, bright blue. Macro and micro personified. The illusion of the grandness and the bigness and the power to both give life and take it away. Isn't that what your Bible says? The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. Isn't that what the Bible says? This grandness, this bigness. And then you have the occulty shit, like the Illuminati and the Freemasons. Them regular ass Jesus people, them regular ass Hebrews, them regular ass Jews, them regular ass Muslims, them regular ass Buddhists, them regular ass Hindus slip that shit into the mix on the fray. They present it to you in the world like an opposition, like a duality. Like, see, we the real spiritual people. We Christians and we Hebrews and we Hebrew Israelites and we Jews and all of this other shit. This is the real goodness. You feel me? This the real goodness. This is our light side. This is our light side personification. You feel me? And then them same good people all in the back door will create these little things that justify them in the light, that justify the things that they do in the light, that justify the behavior that they have that is exposed in the light. Everything that they do becomes absolved because they are still the chief and peak personification of morality that is indicative of what it means to be an American. And so now devil worshippers in Hollywood, Illuminati occultists in Hollywood, in the music industry, all of these other people, you understand, become the personification of their dual enemy, their arch enemy. You feel me? And this arch enemy that you like see, and so you have all these Christians, thousands, millions of Christian YouTube channels. Many of them I watch because there's no greater truth about what you must do than to hear it from the mouth of a motherfucker always telling on themselves, because they too don't know what the fuck they talking about. They know what they have learned and the way that they read the Bible in a very linear and most of the time literal way. And so they be giving up their secrets and don't even know it. Out of these motherfuckers, you too hard evangelical, devout Christian. I be up in here listening to sermons, listening to booby breakdowns, and they sitting up in here extracting all the evidence of the devil in the music industry, and the devil in the videos, and the devil in the movie. I watch. I'm like, let me see what the devil himself got to say out his own mouth. Let me see how he gonna put me on game today out his own mouth. You understand? But every monster you've ever witnessed, I was trying to post some pictures today. Every monster you've ever witnessed, every monster you've ever seen in a movie, every monster you've ever seen is a creation in the madness of the mind of the son gone rogue. Every monster, every demon, every evil bad guy, every single horror movie you have ever seen, even if it's Jason or Mike Myers, every single solitary horror movie you've ever seen is the machinations in the imagination as the chief personification of the madness of the son gone rogue. And the reason that he has to produce these characters, and because each one of those characters is a flipped upside down, turned inside out personification of what he views the mother to be. Because every horror movie you've ever seen, I guarantee you about 99.999% of them, no matter how bad they scared the fuck out of you, which is what they were intended to do, it was what they were intended to do. Why? Because these movies are designed to literally terrorize you, to mortify, to terrify the fuck out of you when you are approached by the iconography of the mother. Everyone, every monster ever created, every demon ever created, everyone you've ever seen is a mutated, inverted, slandered personification through the lens of a madman, the son gone rogue. Through the lens and the worldview of a madman, the son gone rogue, of how he views his life and his world in the relationship with this bitch that he hates and cannot figure out why she ain't gone yet. We done created every way to get rid of this bitch, and she's still up in here having influence on the world. She's Me Too movement, bitch. Like, haven't we terrorized these motherfuckers enough to keep their mouth closed? And not only that, let me finish, because every time I say something, it takes me somewhere else. But listen, and it's all purposeful. Let me tell you. We got to go back so I can just finish it. I'm gonna stay diligent. I'm still talking about Scotland because I love this movie, and watching it as an adult, of course, it hit different. Because not only am I a political activist with a long history of as deep as I studied the goddess, is as deep as I was going in dialectical materialism, as deep as I was going into the entire history, every aspect of it. So that just translated to the goddess. And then the gaps began to fill. You feel me? And so here, I'd always watched it for what it was. One of those feel-good movies that even though the good guy dies in the end, because we are conditioned to accept that stuff that Mark, goddamn motherfucker. Goddamn. Ah. Listen, this movie, even as I'm sitting here talking to you about it, I saw it maybe 3-4 weeks ago, but now I got to go back and watch it again because 5 things just came that even in watching it in real time didn't occur to me until just this moment. That in this movie that I loved so much, because we love seeing movies where the underdog wins. And even if the winning has to end in this quote great sacrifice that he made for the whole, we feel empowered by the movie. We're like, they did that. It's too bad he had to die in the end, but at least he left a legacy. That's what we accept. Just all matter of fact, like that's what we accept. We don't even think twice about it. In fact, it was terrible how he died. That show is fucked up how he died. But he sure was the man. He did that. And that's it. We don't deep dive at all. Because this movie, when he unwillingly, he complied with the state, y'all. I want to tell y'all something. Compliance with the state will not keep you safe. Obedience to the state will not keep you safe. We have enough history to teach us that. There is not an argument of reason, though they love logic so much. They love logic and reason. They be heralding how they are the great minds that gave birth to the age of enlightenment. And no matter how much they learn, and no matter how logical they are, you cannot learn enough if they do not see themselves in you. You cannot learn enough. You cannot go to school enough. You cannot get enough degrees. You cannot get enough degree. You cannot write enough papers or books. You cannot do enough to appeal to the reason of one who accepts that you are less than he. And what he means is in his mind, no matter how many babies he got, no matter how many baby mamas he got, no matter how progressive he thinks he is, his behavior will let me know that even if he loves you, because he can. Patriarchs can love, but only as a patriarch. Only as a patriarch. Patriarchs can love, but they can only love as a patriarch. It's the only love they remember. It's the only love they remember. You know what I'm saying? And so he can love you as a patriarch. It's in a patriarchal world, it's not a contradiction for a man to beat your ass every day, for a man to knock your ass upside the head every day, for your parents to beat your ass every day, for your parents to start spanking your butt at 2 years old. It's not a contradiction for them to tell you they love you. In a patriarchal world, in a patriarchal worldview, with a patriarchal example everywhere we look on earth, no matter if the patriarch is white or black or brown or whatever, no matter who the father God is or what his skin color look like in the lens of whoever the patriarch on earth is, it is not a contradiction for pain to coexist with love. It's not. So you be confused. But that's why you don't leave either. When y'all be terrorizing women talking about why you didn't just leave, bitch, why you didn't just leave? Because her Christianity taught her that it is her divinely ordained place on earth to endure suffering to prove to God that she is worthy of heaven. This shit is still in her subconscious. That if he is cracking her upside the skull, then it must be some inherent weakness of her own that she must figure out within herself how to resolve to make her husband happy. Because if she makes him happier, he will stop cracking her over the head. And when he never stopped cracking her over the head, no matter what she do, no matter what kind of compliance she offers, no matter what kind of obedience she displays, no matter what grand gestures of self-sacrifice she makes, he never stops cracking her over the head. And so she's steady puzzling. What can I do? What can I do? I know it's supposed to be, he's not happy with me anymore. When we met, it was the greatest romance I ever experienced. I never had a man treat me the way that he did. He treated me like a princess. He opened the doors. He pulled out the seat. We went on dates. He knew exactly what to do. He knew I wasn't really impressed with flowers because I'd never gotten flowers from anybody before. And he can peep that in you. And you say, oh, that's really nice. And you aren't impressed with the flowers, so he already peeped game. The bitch already weak. She already traumatized. So if flowers ain't her thing, let me switch it up on her. So he was so charming because he was charming. He was charming. Don't we say that? Oh, that's so charming. And here I thought chivalry was dead. He's so charming. Don't we say that shit? Because spell casting is a cornerstone strategy of fucking courting a woman as a patriarch. You have to learn how to charm a bitch. What is charming? It is to enchant. It is to create illusions. It is to cast spells. And we say it out of our mouth and don't even recognize what is happening in real time. I didn't even see it until it was too late. I wish I would have seen the red flags before we got married. Horror stories about women getting married. And on their wedding night, he reveals his true nature. Why? Because the patriarch in his head has said, all this courting that you did was a strategy that you need do to secure your possession, your right to possess the booty. And when I say booty, I mean it all. I mean the loot, I mean the access, I mean your skills, I mean your life force, I mean your vagina, I mean your heart that will keep you faithful no matter how unfaithful he is to you. It will keep you convicted and compliant and faithful no matter how many women he cheat on you with. It will keep you convicted because the courting process is not just to ensure his finalization of possession over you. It is also the courting that he needed to do to win possession of your heart. Your heart is your emperor. Your heart is the governor of your universe. And if he can win your heart, because this is a game he's playing, that's why it's called winning your heart. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's called the war of the hearts. You know what I'm saying? Somebody is fighting to take possession of the emperor in you. And so, as the shrewd warrior that he is. Why is he a warrior? Because the great grand patriarch that's ever present in the world has taught him how to be a warrior since day one. Why? Because the object of his aggression is the mother. You understand? And that even applies for those of you who are in LGBTQIA relationships, because it is not lost on me. How many, less than a few, child, less than a few. So a lot of you be talking about how, you know what, I was straight for my whole life, but men ain't shit. So let me go on here into the other world because it's got to be better over there. And then you end up in a relationship with a lesbian who has had the same life experience as you, like, fuck men, let me go over here and be a lesbian. And then something happens in that relationship because she recognizes, whether it's consciously or not, that she lives in a world where her body is always up for grabs. Her body is always up for assault. Her body belongs to everyone and not herself. And so what happens in a lot of these communities, y'all don't want to have these conversations because it make you uncomfortable. It's just who I am. It's just who I love. It's just what it is. No, the fuck it ain't. Not ever. Not in any way. No, it ain't. And so what you see is a lot of young girls in particular, now that these aggressions against female bodies has accelerated, your subconscious mind that is always seeking to protect your life, to preserve your life. You think it's just how you is. You do not see that your behavior in the world is a response to the inherent violence that you are experiencing in your flesh in the world. And so what your reptilian brain, what your mother in your head is telling you is, baby, maybe you need to wear bras that are a little bit small. Maybe you need to wear 2 or 3 bras that are too small so that your boobs don't stick out so much. Maybe you need to channel your inner masculine more so that this is the afflictedness of it, so that your external feminine body is safe. Maybe you need to big up. Maybe you need to pour more energy into your divine masculine so that you can be safe. So the more men see themselves in you, the man in you. Because that nigga in that thing that told me I was confused because you ain't my type of woman, but I was so attracted to you, it was distracting. And not even sexually. It was just something I was attracted to. And then I realized you were the only woman I've ever met in my life that reminded me so much of me. Was it his actual meanness that he was talking about? He was attracted to the man in me. He was attracted to the divine masculine in me. That's what it was. That's what it was. And so what will happen, and that happens with everybody in a multiplicity of ways. So what I've experienced, spending a whole lot of time in the LGBTQIA community, I'd say the majority of my friends for the majority of my life have either been extremely flamboyant homosexual men, trans men, not trans women, trans men, and lesbians. A lot of time. a lot of space. And that too, I will tell you, even though I love everybody, but I love the LGBT QIA community because it was my introduction into the world of fun. There was no club that was better than a gay club. There was no show on earth better than a great drag show. You understand? As I'm 18, 19 years old, just being able to go to clubs and shit. I can tell you the first 5-6 years of my life in the clubs, I never went to a club unless it was a female strip club or unless it was a gay club. That was it. And so I have an affinity for this community. And while I thought it was just because I always had fun in that community, the other thing was I always felt safe in that community. Because in the gay club with predominantly men, I could be and do and even wear whatever. I could be exactly what I wanted to be because I knew that even though I love men and love the energy of men and to be in space with men, that these men would not get the wrong idea because I am not the object of their affection. So I could be my most radical, my most outlandish, my most extreme version of myself, unaccosted, unjudged. I had a gay man tell me once, because I had a hard time taking compliments. And he said, "Stop doing that, Cassandra." I said, "What?" He's like, "Every time I give you a compliment, you're like, you act embarrassed or you like put your head down." He's like, "Why do you do that?" I was like, "I wasn't even aware that I did that. It's just weird for people to compliment me." He's like, "Why is it weird for people to compliment you?" He said, "Stop doing that." We were roommates at the time. He said, "Stop doing that." He said, "Listen, the most honest compliment that you can get is from a gay man and a straight woman. Because there are no ulterior motives. There are no ulterior motives." I was like, "You know what? Damn, I ain't never even thought about that." He said, "So when I tell you your ass look good in that dress, that your legs is rocking the fuck out in them heels, bitch, you better wear that shit. You better wear that compliment. You better act like I just bigged you up." He said, "Because I ain't never got no ulterior motives. Girl, you my homie. You my ace." You understand? I never washed the dish while we lived together. Never. I never cleaned the bathroom while we lived together. He would not allow it. He would not let me cook. And I cook better than him. He could cook. I cook better than him. He's like, "No, I got it. Let me do it. Let me do this for you." That's what he would say. "Let me do this for you." That gay man proposed to me. Yes, I've had 3 gay men make serious proposals for marriage. Y'all be talking about what y'all call it now, the little purple marriage or pink marriage, whatever that shit is. That shit happened to me at the age of 19 when I was pregnant. That shit happened to me at the age of 22 when my daughter was 3. That shit happened to me at the age of 28. The reason gay men were always drawn to me, always, 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 always. The reason gay men, I didn't understand it as a child. I didn't understand it as a young woman. But now I see the ways that the mother shows herself in every human being and how the mother, always trying to protect her children, is always trying to adjust her baby in a world until the world is made right, and how we respond based on what's happening in the world, even sexually. And so I could not understand why gay men, drag queens in particular. Oh, I was like the mascot at my local drag club. When I didn't come for 2 weeks, they were like, "Bitch, where you been?" Drag queens in particular. And I'll tell you, the more like masculineness the drag queen was, the more they loved me. The more they loved me. I mean, it's an interesting thing to go back into your life and revisit things that you didn't think about as even being relevant in the moment. Drag queens love me. Gay men love me. Gay. Gay as the day is long, unquestionably gay. They love me. They wanted to show me off. They wanted to take everywhere. One gay man that I lived with, a white guy, an older white guy. I think he was maybe 20 years older than I was. I lived with him for a little bit. 6 months, baby. In them 6 months, Gary, I will never forget his name. I will never forget his name. Because Gary was beautiful. Those gay men that are beautiful. They beautiful as a woman because he too was a drag queen. beautiful as a woman, beautiful as a man, like fine, like, oh my God, like, ooh, I cannot look at him that way. Why he done walk out into the living room at the shower with his towel on, and he don't think nothing of it because in his mind, bitch, I'm a girl too. I'm as close as a girl as your ass go get. So in our relationship, we sisters, but my eyes are seeing what I see, even though this my ace, this my boo. Child, the eyes can't lie. Nigga was fine. You feel me? And Gary and I used to cut the whole. Y'all don't know. Y'all don't know this. Y'all see the personification of Yemaya when y'all see me. Y'all do. I know I don't present like a stereotypical Yemaya because y'all ain't used to your grandma looking like me or acting like me or talking like me. But I am in this lifetime, in this incarnation, I am the personification of Yemaya sitting up in this chair, bitch. Because my true Oya, before I had a frame of reference for that period in my life, that bitch was out of control. My Oya stage was off over the top because again, all my white friends had me out here trying to move in the world like they move, trying to do crazy shit like they was doing. I was trying to live like they live and was completely oblivious. And I had a great ass time doing that shit. You understand? And when I was with Gary, I wasn't with him for 6 months, and we still were friends for a long time. But baby, when I say we would go on 2-week party binges. We would go from party to party to party. Then I would work overnight because I worked at a retro disco dance club. I worked at a retro disco dance club. So I would work my shift till 3 o'clock in the morning. All the gay clubs in Birmingham, Alabama stay open 24 hours a day. So you could leave the club, you could leave your job at 3 o'clock in the morning and still go have a full night out on the tank, full night out in the club, turn the fuck up. Till the sun come up. Hell, I done walked out the club, out the gay club, and it looked like midnight. But I know I done went to the club at 3 o'clock. It looked like midnight inside the club. Music playing, house music going, full on drag show going all the way to the end of the club. You feel me? And then walk outside like a vampire. It's noon, bitch. It's noon. It's noon. People going to work. Your ass been doing bumps all night. Shit. It's midnight. And we was like, fuck it. We can't go to sleep. Where the next party at noon? At noon. At noon. And there would be a party. Somebody say like, oh, so-and-so down on Beer Street with the big house. You know the one with the big house? He having a party. He having an after party. Let's go to the after party. This motherfucker has his house literally set up to accommodate midday after parties from the vampires who done left the gay clubs at motherfucking noon and shit. Every window in his house was covered with aluminum foil. So it's pitch black in his house except for the goddamn lava lamps and shit. And he is gifting people fucking bumps at the door. You need a bump? You need a turn, you need a second wind, bitch. He is selling for pennies on the low the little purple pill with the little butterfly on it. That might be before some of y'all time at the door. And there you go from noon till it's time for bitches to go to work. Y'all, it's 5 o'clock. I don't know if y'all it's 5 o'clock. 50, 75 people in this white boy 2-story house from noon till it's time for them to go to work again. You understand? Y'all don't know what fun is. Because this crackdown that y'all think is just word censorship on the internet, this was a long, methodical process. You know how in the book Pure Lust, when Mary Daly was talking about how it happens ever so subtly and ever so slowly, but consistently. So you don't even, like the frog in the boiling pot. Like the frog in the boiling pot. Consistently. Always happening just below the surface. Just below the surface. Just below the surface. Until you do not realize that your ass being cooked until the water starts boiling and your ass can't get out. That's what's been happening to culture. That's what's been happening to culture since the victory of the state over all of these radical movements. Because you don't identify it as that. You think you were victorious. You think the civil rights movement. Stop. You're doing too much. Stop. You think the civil rights movement was a victory, or else you wouldn't keep talking about it the way that you did, the way that you do. You think the Black Power movement was a victory, or else you wouldn't talk about it the way that you do. You think the second wave of feminism, the women's liberation movement of the 1960s, you think it was successful, or you wouldn't keep talking about it the way that you do. Try me one more time. You think that the LGBTQIA movement of the 1970s was successful, or else you would not keep talking about it the way that you do. The conclusion that you do not come to, which you should if you were a political historical scientist, was that there are battles, there are wars, there are losses, there are wins, and those wins may not be complete. They may be periods of concession. And because you get comfortable in the period of concession, really believing that this was a win, not just a singular successful battle, you think you done won the war. See, you don't know the difference between the battle and the war. You don't know the difference between the battle and the war. That's why y'all stopped fighting after the 1960s in a real way, in a collective way, in a well organized way, because you think that was the war, that was the battle, that was a battle, that was a battle. And because that battle was sharp enough at a specific period in human history that for the first time won you pretty observable across the board concessions. They were concessions. Because they won you concessions, you internalized that it was a winning of the war, and so you retreated. You retreated. You didn't say, okay, this concession, this moment of comfort gives us the ability and the rest that we need to come up with a new strategy, because knowing our enemy, they just gonna come up with a different way, in a new way, in a more hidden way to continue the war. They gonna come up with a more sly, nuanced way to fulfill the same old objectives. But now that because the fight was bigger, because more of us came together to consolidate the battle, get down. Now you're doing, get off me, because you get off. Because we thinking that we live in America the free and the home of the brave, and the Constitution is our most sacred document of what we are supposed to have as inalienable rights and shit. Because we, even though we staged a decent battle, and there were some actual identifiable evidentiary markers of the success in that battle, we took the evidence of the successes of that battle as the evidence of a winning of a war, and we got paralytically comfortable in those concessions. We got politically and paralytically comfortable in the concessions. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And so that's why we always talk about the past with this, like this great, like our ancestors did that. Look at the 1960s, boy, they did that. You see the Black Panther Party, they did that. They did that. Martin Luther King, he our hero. He did that. And even though he had to lose his life, he did it for the greater good. Martyrdom is the pillar to justify your oppression, to justify the loss of life that they tell you is honorable. And so you be like, well, you know, I'm going to be a revolutionary. Even Huey P. Newton did it. Didn't he write a book called Revolutionary Suicide? Being willing to lose your life for the greater good. Being willing to sacrifice your life for your purpose and shit. And we all accept that shit. We all big up those who made the great sacrifice, the greatest sacrifice of all for the people. We big that up because Jesus told us to. So even if it's a black nationalist talking about how he hate white people and he hate the white world and he hate white nationalists and all that thing, we still treat him like Jesus. We still treat Malcolm like Jesus. We still see Marcus Garvey like Jesus. And isn't it interesting that there hasn't been an organization in this country since the UNIA that has even come remotely close to the impact that the UNIA had on Black people, not only in the United States, but all over the planet. And that Marcus Garvey understood the assignment. He said, in order to stage a dueling contending force in the world that is going to secure something for us exclusively, we have to present. We can't just say, we have to present like a nation that's ready to contend. So the UNIA had a military. The UNIA had its own hospitals, its own nurses legion, it was a self-sustaining institution, and not in some minuscule way that we got a little neighborhood over here that we bought and this and that and this and that. We still exist within the context of this greater thing that we cannot escape. We can't live, whatever. You understand? A newspaper that distributed 1 million copies globally in 1914. And I have criticisms of Marcus Garvey. That's fair. You too, because I've heard women express it, have critiques of Marcus Garvey that are valid. But just because you have valid critiques, what you cannot do is ignore the impact of this Christ-like figure who appeared at the right time in social collective human history. Marcus Garvey could have come to the United States 6 years earlier and would not have had the opportunity or the ability to make the impact that he did in the United States of America in 1914, because the world at that period, at the bourgeoning of our entry into the century, did not have not only the collective social understanding, not only the political terrain and the shit that was happening in the political world, but guess what else did not have was the astrologically significant things happening in the world in 1914 that made that particular year so extreme in every single aspect of life. Because that's not the UNIA was a peak personification of the ever acknowledged power of our relationship to the heavenly bodies, to what is happening on the planet at any given time. People think it was just some random phenomena that this man, who didn't know anybody in the United States of America, thought that the most revolutionary thing he ever heard of was the NAACP. So he left little old Jamaica to say the only people setting things off in the world is the NAACP. So I'm gonna go to America and go and see if I can work for the NAACP. And he walks up into the headquarters in New York City, and every single person in the headquarters of the NAACP was not only white but Jewish. Not only white but Jewish. He said there was not one black person working in the NAACP when he went to New York. And he was confused. He was like, what the fuck? And he was like, well, this is obviously not where I'm supposed to be. Some organization talking about the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, and ain't no colored people up in here. Where they do that at? They don't do that in Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? He said, well, Spirit must have brought me here for some reason. And within his first year in the United States, as an immigrant, knowing no one, the claimed dues paying membership of the UNIA for the first year was over 500. What was it? No, it was 50,000 in the United States of America. Over 50,000, mostly poor, working class sharecroppers in the South, the majority. In 1916, Ho Chi Minh, who would eventually become the leader of the Viet Cong, Ho Chi Minh was a student. He was in college when Marcus Garvey made his first big presentation in Madison Square Garden. 25,000 people from all over the known world, black as night, descended upon Madison Square Garden to see Marcus Garvey deliver his first mass presentation. 50,000. Ho Chi Minh was one. Ho Chi Minh wrote about how he began to understand that Soviet Union, communism, socialism, the philosophy coming out of the Soviet Union was not what he related to when he came back to Vietnam. That it was the nationalism that he experienced listening as a college student to Marcus Garvey in Madison Square Garden. He said it wasn't until he saw the red, black, and green flag, and he saw Marcus Garvey using the red, black, and green flag, and then he also created the red, gold, and green flag. Marcus Garvey did that both. The red, gold, and green flag, but he placed a black star in the middle, because everybody, even black people, even educated revolutionary black people, everybody was seeing that the Soviet Union was the only people on earth staging a real competition in the West with both Europe and the United States. And so the Red Star became the emblem for everybody in the world who saw themselves wanting to be a revolutionary and buck the system. Marcus Garvey said, no, I ain't no socialist. You know what I'm saying? I ain't no socialist. So we gonna have a black star. We gonna have a black star. And Ho Chi Minh said that is the reason that once he became the leader of the Viet Cong, he chose the yellow star. He talked about Marcus Garvey and Marcus Garvey's black-centered nationalism. He said that's why we chose the yellow star. We didn't choose the red star like all the other colonies was choosing, because they were in this relationship with the Soviet Union. You understand? And so we have to study these movements even as we can for the first time, as much as we can study the science of what they were able to make happen in the given period, not say they did this great thing so we don't really have to pay attention to the bad shit they did. Not over here. No, you got to expose it all, because otherwise you will turn Garvey into Jesus like everybody has. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has. I did it. And Garvey, guess what? Was a Christian. Garvey was a Christian. Some of our great heroes were Christians, but they were able to read the book the way you and I read the book. You feel me? Like I could still open up the Bible, and they, like Nat Turner, was a preacher, but he was able to extract a message that was the mother's message. He was able to extract a message from the book that other people weren't able to extract from the book. And the message that the mother gave him, because see, we still read the book and say he, him, God, he. And when the he in the Bible can be contradictory, we don't assume that it's the she trying to creep up from the hidden surface. We don't say, well, damn, right over here, Jesus, the God of the Old Testament did say, slaves, obey your masters. He did say that. You know what I'm saying? And he did say this and this and this and this. But over here he say, you got a right to rebel. Over here he said, you got a right to call on the power of God to plague your enemies. You know what I'm saying? And so he don't nobody read the Bible who can see these contradictions. Even all these black revolutionaries of the past who still were Christians, but could see that hidden thing in the Bible that wasn't overt. You feel me? Because the Bible is what? Dual natured, because both Jesus and God hijacked the Bible. And even though they hijacked the Bible and tried to clean it up as much as they can, because they didn't have a leg to stand on themselves, you know what I'm saying? They couldn't hear the Spirit of God themselves because they're disconnected from God. So they're like, fuck it, we ain't got to come up with nothing new. We can just plagiarize the bitches. But we got to kill them too, so nobody remember that they actually wrote the shit. All we got to do is what I've been telling y'all to do. All we got to do is wherever the oracles and the prophecies say she, we just erase the S off of it and say he. I know it seems super simplistic, but some of the shit I am learning, I'm like, damn, this shit is so overt. It's like they literally sat in the room and was like, yeah, all we got to do is wherever it say she, you feel me? Just erase the S, you feel me? Like take off the S, you feel me? And then we'll just say he. And whatever their name and the prophecies and the oracles that are obvious female names, then we can just give them new names, feel me? And let's take it a step further. And I wouldn't have known this. It wouldn't have even occurred to me had I not been deep diving. But guess what? Not only will we take off the S and just everywhere the goddess appears, we'll just say God, chop off the N, say God, and then we'll chop off the S on the front and just say he. You feel me? And anywhere there's an obvious name that's female, except a couple, like maybe them couple that had kind of like mixed loyalties. You feel me? They was kind of in between. They love the goddess, but they love the patriarchy too. You feel me? We can raise them up as the ideal woman that we'll let creep up into the Bible. But all the bitches can't stay. Remember? And so I was like, I told y'all I'm working on this project. And I'm like, what was Abraham mama name? All random. I'm at a club. I'm like, what was Abraham mama name? I was like, let me Google it. What was Abraham mama name? Because I got caught up on the story about the begets. You remember how in the Old Testament, they be talking about all the begets, and it's almost like a record stuck on a scratch. Read. And Abraham begat this person, and begat this person, and this person, and then the men begat this person, and begat this person, and begat this person. And it's like, and especially in Psalms, they do that shit a lot. Where it's like a song that they sing when they talk about reciting. Ephod does it. Oh my God, it didn't occur to me this long. Ephod does it. When you do ceremony, and you doing, you doing the acknowledgement, you calling the ancestors in the room. Typically in most like traditional ephod settings, at least the way that it happens in the States, before you even say your personal ancestors' names, you the individual, you the initiate, you the devotee, before you even say your own personal ancestors' names, the priest is gonna lead the ceremony, the ancestral veneration, the entry into the thing, right? And the first thing that you are all going to do is go down the list of what is your familial lineage as a devotee of Ifa. Every priest that has contributed to who is now your Baba, your personal Baba or Yeye, and your Ile. And then after you acknowledge the lineage of your new parents, your 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 godmother or God motherfucking name, your godmother or your godfather. Oh my God. Oh, child, I am having yeah, yo, your godmother or your godfather, to put God in front of mother or father, and it is so normalized that it's not even obvious. I didn't recognize it until this moment. We will, quote, open up the space for ceremony to make sacrifice and offering. And when the Babalawo opens up the space, child, the most important ancestors to bring into the room first is all of his babas and yayas, all of his mothers and fathers, not his personal family. All of his babas and yayas, his godmothers and godfathers who preceded him, because they are more important than your actual blood. This is in the movement too. This is in the movement too. This is in the movement too. That your family is secondary in their importance once you make a conscious decision to give your life in service to the people. But is it really to the people, or is it this person that is the figurehead of what you see resonates with what you want to do in the world? This person, the chairperson, this person, the president, this person becomes your new political father. And I used to say as much. I used to say as much. He becomes your new political father, because this is the line, because while you can't choose your family, you can choose your brothers and sisters in the revolution. That's what makes us better than your family. That's the subtext. That's what makes us higher than your family. That's the subtext. That's what makes you more convicted to carry out tasks for them that you wouldn't do for your own people now. That's what makes you willing to do in terms of your time, in terms of your donations, in terms of all of those things that are required of you, but guilt and charm are used to get them out of you based on your conviction to the ideology. Well, comrade, you would give a little more if you had political unity. Well, comrade, you would sacrifice a little more if you had political unity, because you have been severed from your family. You have internalized that the line that you come from, that the birth in both spaces, politically and spiritually, you have been told that the mother you were born to, she just a reactionary out in the world. I've heard as much. Until you come into political consciousness and awareness, you just out there a reactionary in the world. That until you come into the traditions of your ancestors and the culture of your ancestors, and you remember you just a reactionary out in the world. Meaning you can't be of no good to nobody because you just a reactionary out in the world. That until you become a vegan, you just a regular everyday reactionary. You can't be thinking clearly. That until you start drinking alcohol, you just a slave to your desires. You just a slave to your desires. The language is everywhere. I said vegan because Black people have a bad habit of turning everything into a religion. That as soon as you get hip to a new game, you automatically become better than everybody else. Your ass was just in the ghetto. Your ass was just in the hood, drinking 40s and Crown Warrior with your homies, and somebody put you on game. Typically, somebody who was trying to get in your draws. Typically, somebody you was feeling. Typically, somebody can win you to some shit like veganism, where you wouldn't have heard it the day before. You be like real interested, like, yeah, what you saying makes sense. The whole time you don't think you listening because you thinking about how you gonna slide in, how you can ask this motherfucker for their phone number. But what they saying is interesting. I ain't never heard no shit like that. And she fine too, and he fine too, and he talking about Africa and how we gotta stop eating meat so that we can clear our minds to see the things that are happening to us clearly, and then be able to appropriately respond from a strategic place. You feel me? That shit is winning. And so even though your initial interest in the conversation was trying to figure out the most smooth and slick way you was gonna get these digits, something sticks. Something sticks. And the person delivering the line don't know enough and is not tapped in enough and has not slayed the patriarch in their head enough to say, look, I appreciate the compliment. I appreciate it. But what you are attracted to, what's resonating with you, what you're relating to that you couldn't have yesterday, is the mother speaking through me. Because I was like you not too long ago. And then I too, in my lower nature, in my amnesic state, was just out here doing what I do. You feel me? Just trying to, getting the bitch browse, whatever. You feel me? And then one person at the right time who I rolled up on my regular stick, trying to see if I was going to get somebody to go home with me tonight. And she said just the right thing at just the right moment. And I was just open enough to hear what she was saying and receive it. And they aren't taught in a way that tells them that if you have power, that means if you learn information that is new to you and it has shifted something in you that has transformed your behavior, that is not just, quote, the genius of your own mind. Because what will happen if you assume that it's just the genius of your own mind without any kind of context or reference, this is when your ego gets let loose. You learn something new. It's the mother's will on your life, but because your ego's still in the way, you will say, you will treat your veganism like it's something that makes you better than the next person. You will treat your revolutionary consciousness like that's something that makes you better than the next person. Your internalization of power that was meant to grow you, that was meant to evolve you, unless you go toe to toe with the patriarch in your head, and you don't know to because nobody's teaching you to, but unless you go toe to toe with that patriarch in your head, that new thing that you learn will become a weapon. That even you colonize people, even you colored people, even you marginalized people, that yes, you can be progressive. Yes, you can have progressive ideas, and you can even do nice and good things for people. But without a staging of the contest with the patriarch in your head, you can only go so far. And your arrogance will show. Your arrogance will show because you, in your internalized powerless state, get something that makes you feel good and powerful, like being a vegan. I'm so disciplined. Look at what I did. Look at how much weight I lost. Look at how my skin cleared up. Look at how my life has changed from being a vegan. And then the next thing you do will not be to shout that to the rooftops to make sure you can gently win people to experience the transformation that you have experienced. So the first thing you do is start treating your new experience this one step in your evolutionary process, and you'll start shining on bitches like your motherfucking police eye, like your badge. You'll start shining it on the bitch. You start shining it on, bitch, I'm a vegan. What's wrong with you? How can you eat that if the smell of the flesh is making me sick? You've been vegan 6 months. Well, everybody ain't gonna understand. And so your veganism becomes your religion. And your religion teaches you hierarchies. And your religion teaches you that if nobody believes what you believe, then they're not worthy of your time. They are not worthy to be in space with you. You cannot eat at their house. You understand? We in the party used to call it petty bourgeois, that like kind of petty bourgeois tendency. That's the political assessment of it, but it's short. It doesn't go deep enough. Yes, there is a such thing as a black middle class. Yes, there is a such thing as the boule. Yes, there is a such thing as the petty bourgeoisie. Yes, there is a such thing as a trader class. But there's something deeper behind all of those labels I just spewed out. There's something deeper that has, and then they petty bourgeois nature. They elitism. They internalized hatred of blackness, and so that internalized hatred of blackness gets shown on other black folks. And that thing that you have now, veganism, that thing you have now, peace, God, peace, earth. I'm a part of the nations of guys in earth, and you can talk a line that sound real sharp and deep and philosophical and shit to the brothers on the block, and they ain't there yet. And so now you become the walking, living disciple of the patriarch in your skull, bitch. Because in your powerlessness, because you have internalized and really accepted that you are powerless, and that absolute power is corralled in the possession of the great white God in the sky that you call the man, that you call the fuzz, or whatever name you give the police on any given day. And so, because you ain't gonna never have that kind of power, and at least you're still conscious enough that you would never be the police, but you still want to have power, and the only way that you can perceive that you can have power is to disempower others. You gain power, whether that power is information, whether that power is a job, whether that power is whatever it expresses, something that makes you feel good. And instead of your default being, this must be a gift from the goddess that I must share with others, your default is to show homage to the patriarch in your skull. Your default programming is to take this new thing that you have acquired that makes you feel good and makes you feel smart, makes you feel leveled up and important. And the first thing you want to do is go show it off. Go show it off to your closest white friend or your next white homie. And the only way that you can do that is at the same time make sure that there's somebody over you that is lower than you, so that now you can justify that, yes, I actually am better than just a regular everyday black person on the block. So what you do is you say, look, you know what I'm saying, son? I done bore witness to black boy conversations about newly self-initiated conscious motherfuckers in New York and New Jersey and Philly and everywhere. I done bore witness. Well, you see what I'm saying, son, is according to this and this and this and this. It didn't really go down like that. You see, you got to understand. We used to call it conscious battle rapping. Conscious battle rapping. There is an honesty behind it. There is a reason that people get so caught in cults. There is a reason that people get so caught up in political association and movements. There is a reason that people become so consumed and enamored in discovering what they rightfully internalize are the missing pieces of their ancestral lineage, the traditions of their ancestors, the language of their ancestors, the dances, and all of the stories that have been stolen from them. But as opposed to approaching them like a scientist in the mother, to say, okay, this is wonderful what is happening. But instead of taking these philosophies and these cultures and these traditions word for word, verbatim, let me learn the culture and the traditions and even the language, and then extract from it what is useful and applicable to now. Let me still be a sovereign agent of my own empire while entering in spaces. Let me be a sovereign agent of this empire. And in any empire, the only one that can crown you emperor of the empire is the mother of the son. Isn't that so? Isn't that what happened in pharaonic Egypt, in the dynastic period of Egypt? Pharaoh was always crowned by his mother. In several Ifa traditions, it was the mothers, it was the Iyami of every village that determined whether a person who was in line to lead was qualified to lead. He had to receive the blessings and the ordination of the collective of the Iyami in the village. He couldn't just be born into the line and guaranteed that he was going to sit on the throne. That they would watch him. Yes, you in line to lead. That doesn't guarantee that you're going to lead. And it was the collective, it was the council of elder women in several traditions throughout Western Africa that would watch him from infancy and to the age where it is time for the Iyami to come together as a representation of the interest of the group to say whether we believe that our young son here is qualified to be the figurehead of the face of power over us in this reciprocal relationship. And they would watch his whole life. And not just there are several, I love Indian movies, not just Bollywood, like deep penetrative movies. There are several movies that demonstrate this ancient cultural tradition, even in India, that no matter what male was in line to be king by blood, his right to lead was determined by the queen as she observed his behavior and the development of his character and his skills and his relationship with the people to say, yes, you can lead, or you needed a few more years learning under your mentors before I have confidence that you can lead our empire. It was the mothers. You understand? And so even within yourself, your own empire that is yourself. You understand? What did the symbols in the section on the Women's Dictionary on Symbols and Sacred Objects say about the heart, about the ab? That your heart, your emperor, your heart is crowned by your mother's heart. Your blood is the blood in your body. The blood that courses through your body right now, while you were in utero, connected by this umbilical cord, the blood that filled your veins was provided to you from your mother's heart. It was your mother's blood that made you who you are. Her heart blood in particular. It was her uterine blood that shaped you in her motherfucking uterus. It was her heart blood that filled your body. She is the one that crowns you king. She is the one that says, I have confidence in my baby's ability to lead. My word is the word. I have confidence that my baby has the ability to lead. He has the character, he has the strength, he has the power, and the conviction and commitment to the mothers that is going to guarantee that he will never betray us. You understand? This is a metaphor. Even if it's a historically accurate cultural norm, it's still a macro to the micro that is the relationship with your actual heart. It's always working and surveying your terrain to keep you safe through your senses. Your heart is processing all the information that your senses are taking in. It is not your brain first. It is your heart first that is processing the incoming information, communicating to the brain the information that it has collected, and then directing the hypothalamus on what your interpretation of the incoming information is. Your interpretation. Your heart is the translator. God motherfucking damn. Your heart is the translator. Your heart is the translator of the flooding of information coming into your 6 to 9 foot radius, your electromagnetic field. It is your heart that is filtering, processing, analyzing, and translating these incoming information through these multiplicity of senses. After the heart has translated the information, that is what is being fed. It's the heart's interpretation of what's happening to you that is communicated to the mind. and then the mind. And I'm not talking about the abstract mind. I am talking about your hypothalamus, your pituitary gland, and your pineal gland. The three of them together, the triple God in your head, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, the triple goddess, God the Mother, God the Mother, God the Maiden, and God the Crone in your head. It is the hypothalamus, the pituitary gland, and the pineal gland. But the information that they are given is filtered and processed through the heart, through the emperor. You understand? So the moment that I'm having is because the emperor in this metaphor is all of these gods that have the same message. Like what Jesus said, there is only one way to heaven. What's heaven? Your head. There is only one way to heaven, and that is through me, who sits at the heart. It is I who communicate the true you to heaven, to God in the sky, the triple-faced God in the sky. It is only my heart. It is only your heart. It is only me, Christ. It is only me, Eshu, Elegba. It is only me, the Hermes. It is only me, Mercury. It is only me. It is only me. There is but one way to heaven. Who's trying to get to heaven? The serpent that is asleep in the base of your spine, trying to make its way up to heaven. But you keep blocking heaven. You keep blocking the way. You keep stagnating the flow. You keep puncturing your serpent's tires while she on the road, while she on the journey to her destination to heaven. You keep blocking progress. You keep blocking progress. Because who is the who trying to get to heaven? It is the free-flowing serpentine energy trying to rustle herself awake to impact your life in the base of your spine, which you have been taught to reduce to hell. Hell is your root chakra. If because this is the okie doke they done pulled. Okay, you've been taught the chakras one directionally. That y'all say it all the time. You just still in your lower nature. You still just ruled by your root chakra. You feel me? That you just don't know how to meditate. You feel me? And all of that shit. That the worst possible thing, and the way the Christians say it is, they're a child. They just out there in the flesh. I mean, my daughter, I still pray for her every day, but she just out in the world. She just out in the world. She's just living in the flesh. Right? What are they saying? You can laugh about it, but I'm deadly serious. What does it mean to live in the flesh? What does it mean to, quote, be in the world? What does it mean? Because on the one hand, all of these philosophies are telling you that your head, not Christianity, because I told you Christianity flipped the script on everything. Still a descendant of everything, but it flipped the script on everything. So all of these like esoteric spiritual systems that y'all be talking about, or like the Illuminati, the Freemasons that y'all be talking about, or the conspiracy theories that y'all be talking about, or even the quote alternative sciences that y'all be talking about, teaches you based on philosophy and mythology that your head is the world. And some of y'all will even get a little deeper, that your head is the world, you feel me? And that Jesus Jesus is your pineal gland, right? And that Jesus pineal gland moves around with his disciples, you feel me? And his disciples are your 12 cranial nerves. The 12 disciples that are in the world, because Jesus is in the world. That's why they be telling you is in the world. They tell you Jesus is in the world, and he moves around the world with his 12 disciples, which are your 12 cranial nerves. You feel me? And what he tells you is that you have to bear your cross. I'm talking about the Jesus as a metaphor in your head. So these esoteric things where Jesus is the pineal gland or the third eye, and his homies are the 12 disciples, are the 12 cranial nerves, okay? Each cranial nerve has a function that is a story synonymous with Jesus, okay? But the same philosophy tells you that Jesus has a cross. Feel me? They tell you that to be a disciple of the cross, you feel me? To get to heaven, you feel me? Ascend into heaven, especially if you want to be big, if you want to be Christ-like, if you want to embody Christ consciousness. You understand? That you have to be willing to do the work of climbing Jacob's ladder. It's gonna take hard work. And just when you think you're there in this ascension from the lowly desires of the flesh and the things that be tempting you all day and every day to betray yourself, everywhere you turn, everything you do, everything you see is just tempting you to do wrong, because the earth, not the world, the earth is evil. Be not concerned with the things of the earth, for your paradise is in heaven. Be not concerned with the things this shit is monstrous. The earth. Why you want to be on the earth? And so you have to endure the earth to claw your way out of the lowly, wicked, diabolical, desirous, tempestuous nature of the things in the earth. Because who governs the earth? Satan, Lucifer. And he has come here but to steal. What did he steal, kill, and destroy? It's the only reason he exists, is to steal, kill, and destroy. And so you got to do the hard, laborious work to ignore and reject with the armor of the Lord every desire that comes in your direction. The desires are like bullets seeking to steal your soul. And once you make the hard, laborious journey and you go through the lessons and the mentorships and the initiatory process that is so abusive, you get right to the brink, to the top of Jacob's ladder. And then you must bear your cross. The journey is not the bearing of the cross. It's once you get to the precipice, once you get to the threshold, this is where you have to bear your cross. How do you bear your cross? How do you take up one's suffering as if it is your own? Well, the story that existed before Jesus tells us how. Because Atlas, he who was punished for an eternity, carried the weight of the world on his shoulders. Atlas. Who is Atlas in this story? Atlas is not a who. Atlas is a hidden, concealed bone, a vertebral body that is invisible. I won't say invisible, undetectable with the hands, impalpable. It is a vertebral body that is known as the 33rd vertebrae, or the 33rd degree, or the last of the 33 degrees that you must traverse to get to heaven. And even then, there's an okie doke pulled, because once you get to that 33rd degree, you now are plagued with carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders. Well, what's the weight of the world? Because when we read the story of Atlas, like, damn, he up in heaven just forever and ever and ever, just holding the earth up in the sky. What's that a metaphor for? Because Atlas will forever hold up the weight of the world. Because Atlas is the 33rd vertebral body that anchors your skull, which is your world. Your skull, which is your world, in this metaphor. Your skull, which is your world. The weight of the world is your heavy ass 25-pound head literally sitting comfortably on that vertebral body that is responsible for your ability to have circular motion, and you can see all the way around, and you can move it in many directions. It is Atlas that is holding up the weight of the world. It is the Jacob's ladder, your spine. That this story, which is one directional, always happens. Because in this story that is one directional, the only thing that is important is the journey up, is the ascent, is the son being made higher than the mother, more important than the mother. It is the mother that is reduced to something that one must escape, even in their own body. That's why you go through periods of self-criminalizing, self-guilting, and saying, okay, well, maybe I should stop having sex for a while. Maybe I should be celibate. Maybe I should take a period off. This is the sun god, glorified over the mother, personified in real time in your own discussion with your mother. Because it's not a discussion that is just in your head. It is a communication happening between heaven and earth, facilitated by he who holds your heart hostage, the great communicator, the great translator, Alegba Eshu, the messenger, the great messenger and communicator between heaven and earth. See, you got pulled the okie doke on because everybody before Jesus knew that your head was not the world. Your head is not the world. Your head is the sky. Your head is not the world. Your head is heaven. Earth in this scenario is your cuchatorial. Earth is your penis. Earth is your scrotum. Earth is the seat of your desires. Earth is the foundation for your lust for leisure, your lust for rest, your lust for play, and the deep enjoyment that you get from all of those things. You get enjoyment from pleasure and play and rest and fun and frolicking. And you get joy and pleasure because of a burdenlessness, because the foundation, which is the earth, the foundation, which is the root chakra, the foundation, which is the lower jiao, right? The foundation, which is the lower burner, the foundation, which is the lower palace, the gate of your entry into this life, needs security to free up the ability to live a life of leisure and frivolity and joy and pleasure and fun and play and artistic creativity and expression. The foundation has to be sturdy to free the spirit to play. That's why you don't care about babies paying no bills when they infants. All they do is have to exist. That's literally all they have to do. Why can they be laughing all the time and playing all the time and being funny all the time? And even if they cry, they easily appease and they easily, you can do anything goofy and a baby is happy. The only reason that they can be that happy is because they enter into the world with their root chakra solid, steady. Everything that they need is a guarantee. And then they learn quickly. All I got to do is make some noise. All I got to do is cry a little bit. And all I got to do is cry a different way. And my mom will know if it's a poopy diaper or if I want some nip nip. You feel me? This is the interaction between you and your earth, you and your world. Jesus is what flipped the story upside down. Jesus tells you that the world is your skull, and some of these other philosophies who have flipped upside down, turned inside out. But the reason I was talking about the blue sky earlier and why the blue sky, the consequence of us being blinded by the light, but not only blinded by the light because that blinding by the light that we see with our actual eyes, because we see the sky as blue and don't realize, especially when we're children, this optical illusion that at some time the sky is black and sometimes the sky is blue and light and puffy and white. Nope, the sky is always black. And so this becomes a metaphor, blinded by the light, because as we're having a material experience that's actual, real, and seeable and identifiable, it is partnered with a mythology that was burgeoning at a period that was making itself the personification of this illusion called the white sky, this illusion called the blue heaven, this illusion of the bigness and the absoluteness of the sun and that the night was something to be escaped. As that's happening on the grand scale on the planet politically, this is also happening in our own bodies, and this is how it plays out. So they tell you that your head is the world, and that Jesus is the pineal gland, and the 12 cranial nerves is his disciples, and this is the evidence, this story of the macro and the micro, right? So everything that's happening in your body can literally be personified and identified in the heaven, right? And so they say, damn, you know what I'm saying? The stories in the heaven and the constellations will sound a lot like Jesus. Why I sound like it like Jesus? Because Jesus didn't live on the earth, bitch. He lived on the sky. He lived in the sky. He lived in the sky, and the house that he lived in was Pisces. Jesus lived in the sky, and the house that he lived in while he was alive in our consciousness, while he was alive in our social relationship with the rest of the world, while he was alive being held captive by the Roman Catholic Church, whatever these institutions of power were saying about this relationship that we were having to the actual sun in the sky, based on whatever political ambitions they had, became internalized and changed our body chemistry, changed our relationship to ourselves, changed our ability to easily heal from which has caused us harm. These things are unfolding at the same time. And so if Jesus is not the world, I mean, if our head is not the world, what is our head? What it used to be. The earth is hell. That's what they literally say. That's what the Old Testament tell you all the time. Be not concerned with the things of the earth. Why? Because Lucifer is the prince of the earth. Lucifer is the son of the earth, the son of the dawn, the prince of the earth. You feel me? His greatest crime, the reason he got tossed out of heaven, he didn't kill nobody. Y'all remember why he got tossed out of heaven? Y'all remember why Lucifer got tossed out of heaven? Lucifer got tossed out of heaven because of pride. To have the nerve to say that I too am like God. That's what it was. That's why supposedly Lucifer got tossed out of heaven. But even the story of Lucifer getting tossed out of heaven is a metaphor for what happens in your body, a metaphor for what happens on our earth every day, and every night, by the way, because Lucifer, what does he say? What does the Pharaoh say? The Pharaoh said back in the old days, especially Seti, he was most popular for saying it. He said that I am the morning and evening star. If I say that it is day, it is as I say. It is written, I am the morning and the evening star. Why did he say that? Why did Seti not say, I'm the sun god? Why he didn't say that? In this period, because the dynastic period was a patriarchal period. But depending upon where you are in the dynastic period will determine the presence or the invisibility of the mother. You understand? And so there was a period of time. There's a specific person that was responsible of the transforming of ancient Egypt, of dynastic Egypt, from a goddess-centered and what they called polytheistic, but it wasn't polytheistic, but definitely a goddess-centered society, to a singular, monotheistic, solar-centered deity. That's Akhenaten. Akhenaten was responsible for that. You understand? This thing about the exaltation of the Father God was happening everywhere on earth at the same time. You understand? But the reason Seti said, I am the more, before he made any declaration that was law, that's how he would begin. I am the morning and the evening star. If I say that it is night, it is as I say. It is law. And then he would go ahead and say what the new law was, make the new declaration or whatever. Why did he say the evening and the morning star? Because the evening and the morning star is Lucifer. Okay? The morning and the evening star is Lucifer. Lucifer is Venus. In every culture, in every society, in all histories, Venus is the light bearer. Venus is the light bringer. But Venus is also Lucifer. So when she was no longer being held as one to be adored above all others, the light bringer, the light bearer, the son of the dawn, was no longer the loving Venus that makes sure that there is bounty on the earth. Her personification is forcefully changed by the sun gone rogue, and now she becomes a prideful betrayer of the absolute and is, quote, tossed out of heaven. Now Lucifer becomes synonymous with the fallen angel, the opposer, right? Lucifer or Venus, interchangeable, however you want to call them. Lucifer, this is why Seti in particular made the declaration, I am the morning and the evening star, is because they were still a goddess worshiping society, even as the sons on earth were clawing their way up the slow ranks of power that would eventually change hands. He at that time recognized that as the personification of God incarnate, God in that moment that he was the incarnation of was Venus. He was the incarnation of, that's the declaration that he was making, that I am the morning and evening star. I am the physical personification of God in heaven here on earth. I am the morning and evening star. I am she. I am Venus. You understand? And then once all of these religions converged, all influenced by one another and influencing one another, and they converged to the apex moment in human history, not in just their society, in human history. This last of 52 solar deities from around the world, Jesus, Yahweh, who lives in the house of Pisces, you understand? The most recent solar personification, because he is the peak personification of all of these solar deities that came before him. And he was like, I'm gonna do something different. I'm gonna turn the shit. I'm gonna turn the whole thing upside down. I like what you did over there. I like what you did right there with that story right there. I like what you did right there, but I'm gonna switch it up just a little bit. That story right there, I like that a little bit too, but it's too obvious. Hide it a little more. Make it more masculine in its presentation. I like this right here, this little deity. So I'm going to just take little attributes of all 52 of you solar deity personifications that came before me. And how could Jesus do that? How could Jesus do that? Just hijack little bits and pieces of all of the previous solar deity, solar centered worshiping societies. And goddess worshiping societies for that matter. All the little bits and pieces, he was just, oh, I like that. Oh, I like that. I like that. I like that. And then he say, everything that I like, I'm going to flip it all the way the fuck upside down and do and articulate its extreme opposite. You understand? And so what becomes the God of the morning, what becomes the light bearer at night, because you can only see the light bearer in the nighttime sky. You cannot see the light bearer when the sun, not only can you not see the light bearer, not only can you see the light bringer or the light bearer in the night sky, but you can also see the light bearer in the dawn of the morning, but only up until the sun rises. The sun conquers night. Not until the sun conquers night. You understand? And so in this transition that was happening all over the world, when the solar deity out here, while there was things happening on the earth to change the global consciousness, to globally change the center of the calendar, of the concept of time, from solar to from lunar to solar centering, but not only shifting the hands of power to center the sun based on this illusion cast by being blinded by the daylight. This was happening philosophically in the real world, right? This was happening spiritually in the temples that had finally been successfully taken over by the male priests over long, methodical, deliberate periods of time. This was also happening in your body, shortening your life expectancy under the, what did I say Lao Tzu said? The yang is always destructive unless anchored by his mother. So you've got the philosophy centering the solar deity. You've got the actual physical structure creating creating the same time that this shift of power is happening on the planet. Culturally, socially, and in these relationships backed by primarily war, the same time that they switching the mother's personification to male and giving it back to you, or removing all the symbols and all the oracles and all essence of femininity from all the temples and all the spaces. That's happening socially. That's so the solar deity, the philosophy and the mythology of the son that is greater than the mother is happening politically. It's happening spiritually. It's happening strategically. And then guess what? All they got to do is point to the daylight sky, the optical illusion provided by the relationship between the earth and the sun, to say, see, aren't things much more nice when it's daytime outside? You ain't got to be as scared. People ain't plotting and scheming on you while it's nighttime. See, the night is evil. We had it all wrong all this time worshiping the moon. It's the sun. You see how much bigger the sun is than the moon? The moon can't shine as much light as the sun do. It must mean that the sun is better. It must mean that the sun is bigger. It must be the sun is more powerful. And if the sun as a structure is more powerful, then it must mean that the God that represents the sun is more powerful. Here all this time, we've been giving all these props to this little bitty moon. And all the moon do is reflect the light of the sun. You understand? This is in real time. Science and spirit meeting in the middle, giving you a real world scientific and spiritual understanding of how the physical actual world, the identifiable actual planets, not just their archetypes, not just the stories that we tell about them, the actual astronomy of these planets have an impact on what's happening on our very physical earth, because they're not dissected or separate from things that are happening politically in the world, things that are happening spiritually and socially in the world, how human beings are acting with one another, and how it is impacting the greater whole. It's all one, always in flux, always overacting or underacting on the other to try to maintain a steady balance. And so I just guess I'm not gonna finish the story. I don't know how I keep getting off of it. But anyway, y'all, I'll tell y'all about this carrot juice. I be going through about a jug of this carrot juice like every 3 days. It's like when I want something sweet, but I don't want to eat a second bowl of ice cream in the day. I'm like, oh my God, I got carrot juice and it's so yummy. I'm gonna close out talking to you because I'm gonna finish this thought, if for no other reason that you have this as my audio notes for the future so I don't forget, is to close out the story and this fucking moment that I had talking about Bill Gibson and this goddamn Braveheart and the shit that never occurred to me, even as much as I'm talking about bridging the chasm between science and spirit, between politics and religion, and how all of those things intersect and intertwine and are permanently, simultaneously impactful. So I always talked about the story about the change of the hands of power, about how this represents a very distinct period in human history where transitioning from serfdom to now people actually being able to go out into the world and sell their labor for a profit. And this emboldened people. They were like, damn, we're getting a little bit of relief. They weren't really getting relief because they still weren't being paid the value of their labor. This is the story in the context with which Braveheart is unfolding. England has conquered a greater part of Europe by this time. And so in the conquering and in the absoluteness of its power that is backed by the religious philosophy that is holding people hostage and keeping people from rebelling against the nobility, they weren't trying to keep the peace. The more power they acquired, the more power they sought. And if it wasn't material resources, it's like, what else they got that I can have? Just on the strength. What else they got that I can have? Just because I can. What else they got that I can have, that I can take? And then he comes up with this idea to say, using the church's language to justify this new law, which was some shit that allowed any noble on the land, any noble that visited the land, but especially the owner of the land, he was given the right to take a new bride's virginity. That his quote, stealing of the virginity of the bride on her wedding night was his gift of ordaining the sanctity of their marriage. You're welcome. Because the power of the state was emboldened by the Roman Catholic Church. There was no wrong that they could do because they were emboldened by, they were led by. Not the other way around. They were led by the Roman Catholic Church. Every noble, every king, every queen. There wasn't a move that they could make without without seeking the approval of the Pope. Not a move. Their villainy, their violence against the poor was divinely ordained by the Roman Catholic Church, by God's representatives on earth. His representative, the male mother that you call the Pope. You understand? And so he was like, you know how we do when we get scared of the state, because it really do look big, the state. It really do look omnipotent, all-seeing, and all-knowing, and ever-present all the time. It appears to be that way. Damn. And then with the advent of AI, y'all real scared because y'all like, damn, we can't get no privacy nowhere. Big brother everywhere. Everywhere you go, big brother on my ass. Baby, you were born a captive of big brother. You were divinely ordained a captive of big brother. Because why? Because the male mother that rules the hospitals and the narrative in the hospitals, the male mother hijacked your birth story. He deliberately interrupted your birth story. He literally, deliberately, prematurely, he did it on purpose. He prematurely severed your umbilical cord from your mother to cause you to be in a perpetual state of confusion and disarray and disconnection. That's not witchy shit. That's science. That's science. And not just in our search for oneness. Multiplicity of scientific studies measuring and observing the impact of premature umbilical cord setting, the premature the practice of premature umbilical cord severing is deliberate. It is deliberate that they will not allow a mother to see the baby first. It's deliberate, especially if you're having a baby in the hospital. They take the baby right after the baby comes and then take them over somewhere and do this and this and this and this and this, and then give you your baby back. And you don't know what they over in the corner done doing to your baby. But there's a reason that they do that. Because just like that movie y'all love so much, Twilight, and what's her name got mad when I don't remember nobody's name. When Bella got mad because her wolf friend who had been crushing on her for forever and ever and ever, as soon as he held the baby for the first time, he imprinted on the baby. But imprinting only happens with sexual partners. But this is an infant. Why? Because he locked eyes with the baby. I mean, she saw the baby first, but still, that's still based on that mythology, still based on the real life story. We hear it all the time, but we think we better than that. We think we higher than that. We think we higher than chemistry. We think that we are not held hostage by chemistry and biology. We think that we are above in our brain, in our mind, in our consciousness. We are above the laws of chemistry and biology and science in our flesh. And so when we see and learn that dogs, wolves, coyotes, foxes, other higher level animals, birds in particular, that if a human being approaches or intervenes in the birthing of their children, they will kill their offspring. Why? Because the interruption of the birthing process causes madness. The interrupting of the birthing process causes madness. Why? Because the uterus and the heart are connected by a vessel that every higher vertebrate has. Every female higher vertebrate has. Every female high, like vertebrate animal and up. Even serpents, even snakes. There's a process that they have, at least in Chinese medicine, a meridian that only people born with uteruses have, called the Bao Mai. It is the uterine meridian or the uterine vessel that connects the uterus to the heart. It connects the uterus to the heart. So whatever, and it's a biochemical reason that happens. The only reason for that to happen is to ensure evolutionarily that the mother will insanely and violently, if necessary, defend the progeny to guarantee the continuation of the species on Earth. The Mother Earth has created every species on the planet to be on the planet because she said so, because she can see what we cannot, the role that every species plays within the web. And every single species from the microbe to the us is an absolute integral necessity for the world to work perfectly. And when any single strand of that tapestry is removed or damaged, it causes what they call a kink in the matrix. What does that sound like? You got a little blanket, and it's a woven blanket, and you say, "Oh, this little thread, something happened to the little thread. It looks small. I'm gonna just pull it off." And then you pull, and it keep going and going and going. And as you pull more and more, that little pace where the thread was impacting all the way down starts to mush. It starts to buckle. It starts to, and then you got to straighten it back out to compensate for the absence of the thread that was necessary for the blanket to be what it was. There are no small actions. So in pre-patriarchal mythology and expression, it was understood. As a matter of fact, there was an emperor, Pharaoh, I don't remember what his name was, but they said that he was the most just. Boy, what's your problem? Go back. You know what? Let me throw something at you. Come here. Stop what you're doing. Stop. Now you're doing too much. Stop. This one Pharaoh, they said that he was the most just Pharaoh that ever lived. That he had such a respect and reverence for life that he would not even kill a flower. That he would not walk on a blade of grass. That he could see how everything was connected. Right? That it was a beautiful story, but how deep his reverence was for the living world. Right? And the reason was because he could see the matrix in a way that most cannot. He could see the tapestry in a way that most could not. There are a lot of philosophies that talk about how different transgressions, if you will, different, I'll just say transgressions. Different transgressions have a different or a varying degree of impact on the whole, on the matrix. Maybe it's these philosophies where like the ideas of string theory and quantum entanglement come from. Maybe we should dig into that. But anyway, because it's communicating the same thing. String theory, quantum entanglement is communicating the same thing that the ancients communicated when they told you parables and fables and so-called mythology about particularly the weavers in mythology, particularly those stories about the weavers in mythology. Arachne in this relationship, this story that was hers, and Anansi, who they made a male and made popular until they couldn't stand it no more in American Gods, right? Anansi the spider, and great grandmother Weaver, or great grandmother the spider, and then they'll show how she's, like crocheting like something over the earth, like a blanket that's kind of like draping the earth, right? And it's like coming down because as she's creating, it's going. There's a deeper philosophy other than just we're the weavers, we're the Fays. We just weave some shit. The Moray or the Norns or the Iami Aje or these are all personifications, cultural different personifications of the same one, of the same idea, right? The weavers of the weavers of the webs of the weavers of the threads and webs of life, of destiny, of death, of birth, of rebirth, of life journey. They are ever present in the maintenance of the tapestry. And the reason that the fates, as the weavers, have these partners or quote counterparts, the furies, is because when they weave, just like a spider, they weave to perfection. Just like a spider, they weave to perfection. But there are moments when they recognize that something happens at an ever so subtle level that challenges perfection. That challenges perfection. A kink in the tapestry. A vibration that disrupts harmony. And so the Furies, they recognize the pattern, they recognize what had happened, and then the Furies, who are the archetypal opposite of the Fates, comes to rectify, to reconcile, to either heal or to completely remove from the fray that which interrupted perfection. You understand? And so in the real world, what that means is when we talk about when we talk about the weavers and these things that they have determined in the ever evolving manifestation of perfection, because in the mind of the Father God, perfection is static and permanent, and its perfection, it need not evolve. Perfection in the mind and possession of the patriarch, perfection is a malignancy. Perfection is static. It never changes form. It is rigid. It is absolute, right? And it does not evolve. It is as it always has been, always was, always will be. It's the absolutism that creates the dogma, the rigidity, the inability to continue flow and ebb. It is the stuckness. In Chi, we call that the absolute stasis of Chi, yang, blood, and essence. Everything is stopped and does not move, cannot flow, right? And so in the son, who is separate from his mother, so he can't understand nothing right. He can't understand nothing right because his mind messed up. Because separation from the mother causes madness. If you want me to be more politically, medically, philosophical, right, about that, then your head is heaven, your feet are the earth. Your head is the most yang, your feet are the most yin aspect of your body, and what we call the chong or the girdling belt. Sound familiar? Sound like Orion's belt? It is. The chong that centers around your abdomen at the belly button is what is that meeting point. It's the horizon between heaven and earth. It's the horizon between heaven and earth, between your feet and your head, right? And if there is some type of disharmony, some inability to commute for heaven and earth to communicate, if there's something happening where heaven and earth are no longer communicating, then if the heat needed from the yang, which is your heaven, for something is stopping the flow so that the heat can warm the earth, right? Then what you will have are conditions that present as the evidence of excess yin or excess cold in the earth, in the lower jiao, in the lower body, because everything below the belly button is considered yin. And so you'll have these signs of excess yin or excess cold. You'll have knee pain that only hurts when it's cold or it's getting ready to rain. You'll have edema, the swelling of your ankles that is pitting. You put your finger in it and it doesn't bounce back. You're not getting enough of the fire in heaven to warm and nourish the earth. And so the treatment for that is to harmonize heaven and earth. That's the treatment protocol. That's what it's called. It's to harmonize heaven and earth. And the way that you do that is a series of acupoints that drain the ditch, that drain the excess fluid from the edema, that harmonize the water element, which is the kidneys, and that and then you can take like liver points and stomach points to draw heat from the head to warm the earth. You feel me? If there's too much fire in the sky, if there's too much fire in the, what's the sky? Your head. If there's too much fire in the sky, and and that's threatening to cause a stroke or what you call it, an aneurysm, then this is the sun blazing out of control. See, when the yin is in excess in the earth element, the sun comes to the rescue because that's the sun's job. This is his mother. Yin is his mother. Earth is his mother. And when she is experiencing some disharmony with her son, some lapse in communication with her son, the excess yin will flow because there's not enough warmth from her son to normalize this communication. So she'll get edema. You've seen like what look like elephantitis. Your ankles get so big, you put your socks on and you got pits in your ankles for hours, and that shit's painful because there's too much fluid in the lower jiao. There's too much fluid in the earth. There's too much yin in the already very yin earth. And so the mother in this relationship, and this miscommunication or lack of communication between her and the son, the treatment protocol is to harmonize mother and son, or to harmonize heaven and earth. So she calls on her son through the treatment, through the acupuncture, through the herbs. She's like, you got the fire. I need that. I need that. And so what happens is the fire that is always abundant, the fire that is always exuberant, you're never going to have a deficiency of yang. You're never, not in the head, not in the heaven. You're never going to have a deficiency of yang in the heaven. There is no such a diagnosis of deficiency of yang, deficiency of qi, deficiency of your heat element in the head. Your head is absolute yang. And so your head always got heat to spare. Your head always has an exuberant amount of heat to spare. So if the mother gets too slow, they tell you that a personification of this diagnosis is that no matter what you do, you're so heavy from the belly button down that you always feel like you're sitting in a pool of warm water. Your body is subdued by water, right? So you do the treatment protocol that harmonizes heaven and earth. And what that means is you need a little extra sunshine to dry up the rain. If your body is earth and you got too much water on the earth, like after a good rain, after a good shower, whatever, but it went longer than you expected. So now you got these giant ass pools of water everywhere, threatening your crops, threatening the streets, threatening your car get stopped because of too much water getting up in the engine, and the water is not receding fast enough. This is an excess of yin threatening the earth. And so the only thing that you can hope for after it's done rained so much, a monsoon or some shit, is that the clouds will clear up and reveal the sun, and then the sun will do its job to relieve the earth of the excess, to harmonize the relationship between heaven and earth. So the protocol will draw on the excess, exuberant, never deficient yang that is housed in the head, that's housed in heaven, and say, I got you, mama, here. Let me warm you up. Let me dry you off. Let me help you out. And then all of a sudden your legs don't hurt no more. Or you ain't peeing every fucking hour. Every time you drink a drink, you going right to the bathroom. These are the signs of excess yin in the earth element. This can be personified all the way out to the macro. It can be personified politically. It can be personified in your perpetual repetitive relationships with the opposite sex that you cannot explain. I see you, Java Watson, trying to be my timekeeper. I'm up in here now. I said I wasn't gonna be, but I'm up in here. Unless y'all just want me to shut up. But mother had something to say today. Now I still got off this damn Braveheart. This is the last thing I'm saying, goddamn it. All right, Braveheart. Executioner. This is the last thing I'm gonna say. So he didn't want no smoke. He's like, look, I just want peace. But with the son gone rogue, which in political sense was the madness of the king. That's the last thing I got to say about the harmony of earth, of heaven and earth, because heaven is the sun. Heaven is the sun in your head. Heaven is the sun. Stop it now. Stop it. Heaven is where the sun lives. Heaven is not the sun. Heaven is where the sun lives. Okay. And but if you say that your head, because we say in Ifa, Ori is the white light in your head. Ori is the piece of the god of the white cloth, Obatala. It's the light of Obatala that gives you your Ori. And so it's always pictured where this light is in your head, taking up all the space in your head. You will literally see pictures of Obatala or a human who is a child of Obatala, and all you can see, you can't even see their facial features. You can't see their nose. All you can see is a face frame and a big, giant, brilliant light that's supposed to be the light of Obatala in their head, known as Ori. That is incorrect. That's incorrect, no matter what philosophy we've been talking about, because I had to make that correction. When the sun goes rogue, when the sun is in harmony, with his mother, with the sun, which is housed up here, is in harmony with his mother that's in your body, because your mother is everything in your body. Because even in your head, when we talk about heaven is here, if the images were correct, it would be the sun surrounded by a sea of night and stars. So when you close your eyes and you just see little speckly things all over the place, this is what you're supposed to see. When you close your eyes, you're supposed to see the blackness of the great primordial universe. And every now and again, the synaptic activities that's firing off in your brain, you will see in your eyes while they close. That's the sun. The firing of the synapses is the sun, but it's not taking up all the space. It's like swimming in a sea at night, where you see the little sparkles and shit, but you didn't see it black at night, right? Okay, so I had to make that distinction, because in the scenario that I gave you, where there's too much yin on earth, and he needs the exuberant, abundant energy that she gifted him with. She needs the exuberant, warming, exuberant energy. So she's never going to deplete him by relying on him. She's never going to deplete the sun by calling on the sun to heal her, to help her, to support her. She's never going to call too much from him, because that's the nature of this orchestration by the mother, is no matter how small the star, the energy is exuberant. So you don't need a lot of stars to light the whole night sky, because the energy is abundant, it's exuberant, it's radical, it's everywhere. You feel me? And so making the distinction, the night sky, Nyx, or the night sky, Nu, right? Or the night sky, the heavenly cow, right? Hathor. It's your head that is heaven is black as night. It's black as the night that's outside. And the sun that is the center of your universe is too in your head, but in a harmonious space with the black sky. When the sun goes rogue, I'm talking about a diagnosis. When the sun goes rogue, something again happens in the communication between heaven and earth. So earth, yin, is easy to experience a deficiency, where the head will never experience a deficiency. The head will never experience, there's no such diagnosis as some type of deficiency in the head, some kind of yang, chi, fire deficiency in the head. From the neck down, yeah, but not in the head. The head is exuberant in its chi, yang, fire energy. It just like fire, just like the sun itself, just like all these other fire energies that everybody's saying, why don't we just use the yang energy to resolve these issues? Why we got to keep digging into the mother's blood veins to exhaust oil, petroleum from the earth, when we have no shortage of never-ending, unending supplies of yang power? Every power source we're talking about using is yang power, whether it's solar energy and solar panels. This is yang power. The reason that it is abundant is because it is never ending. It's inexhaustible. It's pure energy. The way its mother made it so. It's pure energy. Why can we use wind energy? Because wind is yang. Wind is yang, right? Why are these energies everybody is begging for us to use? Because it's just common sense. You're trying to be logical with a madman. Who is the madman? The white father god patriarch sitting in the skulls of everyone on earth. The madman is the father god. You cannot reason with madness. You cannot appeal to the sensibilities of humanity in a madman who has become a monster. Not only a madman who has become a monster, a madman who is actually a boy child gone rogue and threatening to destroy everything that is. In his madness, he won't say, yeah, let's use fire energy. You know, I'm young. He won't say, yeah, let's use wind energy. Yeah, he won't say, like, let's use solar energy. That makes sense. That makes sense. Why? Because in his madness, he wants to destroy the earth. You don't think that's what it is. You think that he's just a capitalist, wanting money, and too much is never enough. There's something deeper driving him. There's something deeper driving him. Because if it was really just about profit, they could find a way to exploit the fuck. They could make us pay for free energy. They could find a way to exploit the hell out of solar energy. They could find a way to exploit the hell out of wind energy and solar energy, and that, what they call it, the thing that they do with the specific, like the way that they create energy from like the current in the ocean. I forget, whatever. These things that are not harmful, they could masterfully manipulate away. Say, you know what, y'all earth first people, y'all right. We gonna stop using petroleum. We gonna stop using oil. I think y'all right. Stop doing that. I think y'all right. We got more than enough. Why? Because yang by its nature is inexhaustible. Yang in its nature is exuberant. Yang in its nature is massive, even if it's minuscule. It's inexhaustible. You understand? And so, like, people, why y'all bucking the system so hard? Like, why y'all don't want to use wind energy? Why it's a big ass deal for y'all to use turbine energy and this and this and this and this? Because profit is not the only thing that they are after. It is just the symptom It's the symptom that you are witnessing. Their lust for profit, their lust for wealth, their lust for gluttony is still, it's a peak symptom, but it's still just a symptom of the sun gone rogue. Because what's the other aspect of the sun gone rogue? That is a political aspect. Why they won't hear reason. They the smartest, self-proclaimed smartest motherfuckers on earth. Why they just won't hear reason. Like, we ain't talking rocket science to them. Why they won't listen to reason? Because they don't just want profit. In their madness, they want to destroy anything that the mother has. They want to destroy the mother. The reason they don't want to use solar energy is because they want to punish the mother. They want to punish the earth by strip mining, by poisoning oceans, by cutting down rainforests, by killing creature, probably the oldest creatures, living, continued, uninterrupted living creatures on earth, the whales, the orcas, the blue whale, the humpback whale. That they are not only, they don't want to just destroy that shit. They don't want to just kill the shit. The greater the image of the mother in the thing, the more violent the display of destruction is. That's why they show you images all the time under the guise of making you aware. But it's like perpetual snuff shit. That's why they always showing you all the time how brutal all these industries are. Anyway. So if the sun goes rogue in the head, I had to tell you about the sun in the relationship with the sky. Because when the sun is in its body in a harmonious relationship with earth, when heaven and earth are united, when the sun and earth are in harmony, you are of good countenance. You have bright eyes, you have a pleasant hue on your face from the free flow of blood, nutritious blood to your face, right? Your hair is strong, your nails are strong, your skin is soft and lustrous. It doesn't look dry and flaky. When there is harmony between the son and the mother, when there is, boy, if I tell you one more time, I mean, now cut it out. If there is harmonious union between heaven and earth, between the son and the mother, then you have a perfect personification of God on earth, of spirit in the flesh. That's God on earth. Spirit in the flesh is God on earth. When you are in good health and good continence that everyone can see, they see, oh, even if you're a big bitch, you can still be the perfect personification of the harmony between heaven and earth, the sun and the earth. Do you understand? It is only when there is some disruption in this communication that's facilitated through the heart that you are not of good counsel in whatever way. So if there is a deficiency, the reason that there can be a deficiency in the earth and that yang or chi or fire deficiencies are impossible in the heavens, just from the neck up, impossible in the heavens, is because yin is substance. Yin is not infinite. Yin is very influenced and affected by the behavior of her son. Yin as substance, yin as material, yin as matter, yin as depth, yin in all of its personifications. Yin is easily and greatly influenced by the behavior of her son. All yin is easily and greatly influenced by her son. That is why the necessity to check in, to attempt to establish the circumstances that guarantee a harmonious relationship between the sun and the earth, between the son and the mother, because yin is greatly and easily influenced by the behavior of her son. That's why she supports her son. That's why she feeds her son. That's why she cares for her son. That's why she gives her son love and giggles and all the things. And she wants to make sure that her baby is chill, that her baby is happy, that her baby's needs are met, so that he don't wild the fuck out of control. Because one move in this harmonious ebb and flow, whether that's an external influence of yang red pill shit, dark web shit. You doing all the right things as a mama, and your child still become an abuser. Your child ain't never seen you get beat up. His daddy ain't never beat you up. He ain't never been in anything a nourishing relationship, and then he be the one to go shoot up somebody's school. Why? Because he was listening to something, or somebody turned him onto something, he is so easily affected, and she in turn is easily impacted on any type of fluctuation in his perception of his harmony, in his perception of his place in the world as the son. Anything that jeopardizes his place harmoniously, his place secured in the mother, he can become toxic, and his toxicity exclusively impacts the yin. His toxicity, whatever has caused a shift in his harmonious perception, it's not other yang, it's not yang that is impacted, because yang, what did they tell? Let me break it down like this. Yang is not impacted. Yang is not impacted. Yang is not impacted. Qi is not impacted. Fire is not impacted. You understand? Why? Because in scientific language, what you say is that energy can neither be destroyed nor created, only transformed. Yang is energy. It is exuberant. It exists everywhere. It's abundant everywhere. There's never a period, as long as the earth remains, there's never a period on the planet Earth where energy in a million different manifestations. So even they be trying to tell you that the future, you ain't gonna have no energy, and that's a lie. The scientific nature, the philosophical understanding of the scientific nature of energy is that it is exuberant. It is ever present in a million different manifestations. It is overly exuberant, overly abundant, inexhaustible. The only energy that is exhaustible is energy that is produced as a consequence of exploiting and depleting the yin. That's why, whether they can articulate that shit or not, all these weirdos who are in the real time in their body, the expression of the absolute personification of the sun gone rogue, and that shit translates to madness, and the perfect personification of illogic that you can show in dollars and cents how it would be more beneficial for them economically to use these inexhaustible soul yang energy sources, but they ain't got no beef with the yang. They ain't got no beef with the yang. They got a beef with the mother. They ain't got no beef with the yang. Why? Because these philosophies of old have told them that God is the sun, that God is the perfect personification of all energy, of all power, of all knowingness, of ever-presentness. They ain't got no beef with the yang. The object of their aggression, they don't know that. They don't know that. They don't have to know that. They are still, even in their madness, they are still a part of the one. They are still experiencing this madness. It's completely surrounded by the yin. And so, as a baby, being taught about a Jesus who hates the mother, who tells you that as the hero, whether you Zeus, whether you Apollo, or whether you Jesus, that as the hero, it is an inevitability that this person that you love, called your mother, you must leave her to pledge your undying allegiance to the Father. That you must leave your mother. You must hate your mother. Your mother's destiny that she gave to you is insignificant. As a matter of fact, it's holding you back on the hero's journey from becoming a real man. The initiation requires that you leave your mama. That's the first stage of the hero's journey, is to leave the protection of your mother, the support of your mother, the love of your mother, the ever watchful eye of your mother, not to spy, to make sure that you are forever safe, that you are forever well, that you are forever happy in this walk on life. The hero's journey teaches you that the first thing that you must do is sever your ties with the mother. That's what it teaches you. And when you leave your mama to go out on the hero's journey, you cannot be a hero until you have a godlike mentor. And in this godlike mentor, that takes you through the journeys of the deep, dark underworld, the mysteries and shit, where you must be drugged. This is the hero's journey, where you must be drugged. Oh, you think I'm lying? Did any of y'all watch Alice in Wonderland? This is the female version of the hero's journey. Her discontent with her life. She got everything she needs, but she is discontent with her life because a voice inside her has been saying, there's something more. There's something better than this lowly existence that you have here on this lowly planet that you own. But you must have the courage to leave the safety of your boring life. Because, of course, being in a relationship with the mother is boring when you can go out here and wield swords and shit. Everybody want to be a hero. You feel me? And so she casts fate to the wind and leaps head first into a hole in the bottom of a tree to descend into the underworld, where the first thing that she got to do is drink a mysterious drink and just trust that it's safe. Everything becomes faith. Everything becomes hope. And everything becomes an optical illusion. Remember her journey into the underworld? Everything that she came into contact with was an optical illusion. The Cheshire Cat, the freaking caterpillar, you feel me? The queen's guard, because she was so crazy and they were so scared of her, and she only liked red roses, and they didn't know they had painted white roses, so they scattering around to deceive the queen of hearts, who is the bad guy in the whole story. The queen of hearts is the bad guy in the whole story, cleaving heads to and fro. You understand? And the guards, fearing her madness, are so scared that she gonna freak out when she see white flowers that they go and start hand painting all the roses in the garden to create yet another optical illusion. This is your sons. This is the harm that has been done to your babies. And so anyway, when the son goes rogue, threatening an aneurysm, threatening too much fire in the head, too much fire blazing out of control, when the sun and your organs in this disharmony, if the fire of the sun, chi, yang, or chi, yang, or fire, is in any way too much in the core of the body, if there's too much excess in the core, and excess is always yang. Okay, so if there's too much excess of yang, chi, or fire in the core, then the first thing it's going to do is damage or injure the yin. The first thing it's going to do is damage or injure the yin organs. You understand what I'm saying? And so that's why the treatment of the harmony of opposites. If you have too much fire, it is going to cause a yin deficiency. That same scenario I talked about where it's flooded and there's too much rain and the sun hadn't come up yet. So now it's creating another problem other than the flood. The waters haven't receded. All kinds of terrible things. Mosquitoes are flying because the water's been still stagnant too long. This is a problem. And the only thing that's going to solve that problem, because you can't go out vacuuming up water, you just got to wait for the sun to come out so that it can help dry up this excess water. Take that scenario. Say that the water has finally dried, but for the next 2 months, there is no rain. Not only is there no rain, because there's some weird weather phenomena happening in 2 states over, that not only is there no more rain after this torrential rain that caused flooding and stagnation of water, but now the sun has been out 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 months, 2 years, 5 years, and we ain't seen no rain. So what was an excess of yin now becomes, in that same area, the same flooded water without rain for 6 months. That rain that used to be mud, you've seen it before, that used to be mud sloshed down in all that water, now it's cracked because it's so dry that there's absolutely no moisture. And so it looks like the clay kind of desert where it don't look like sand. It's like dried mud that's been dry for a long time, and now it just mud dries and it don't dry flat. It dries cracked, 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 cracked. This is the evidence that the excess heat in your body, the excess yang in your body, the excess chi in your body is now causing a in its energy, it's drying up your yin substances. That's fluid, that's lymphatic fluid, that's water, and that's blood. Now you have a blood deficiency because your fire that has gone on not being treated, you haven't treated it. You haven't done anything to harmonize the heaven and earth. And so now you have either a blood deficiency or a yin deficiency, and that can show up in a myriad of ways. Sometimes if your yin deficiency caused initially by an excess yang condition, and it goes on too long with you either not knowing how to treat it, not getting it treated, or because you think you know everything about herbs, treating it wrong, and you still can't figure out why you've been sick as long as you have been, and you've been, quote, doing everything right, and you don't know anything about the harmony of opposites in herbs. So you got a heat condition, and you've been using fire hot herbs to treat the condition because you think it's just a microbe, you think it's just a bacteria, you think it's just a but you don't understand anything about the harmony of opposites. So you got a hot condition drying up your yin substances, literally attacking your yin organs, your heart, your liver, your spleen, your kidneys, your lungs. And now you adding hot to the fire. You adding hot to the fire. And one of the ways that you can see, you can absolutely diagnose yourself with some type of yin deficiency is to look at your tongue. And when you lay your tongue out, have you ever seen a person and they got a big old giant crack right down the center of their tongue? Or they got a big old giant crack right down the center of their tongue, and then at the bottom of the tongue, towards the tip of the tongue, it branches off like a little tree of cracks. There'll be a long crack down the center, and then there'll be like little baby cracks coming off the main crack in the center, but only when you get to the tip of the tongue. Just like the cracks in the desert, when there's not been enough water, they show up in your own body as cracks in your tongue. This is yin deficiency. Absolute, undeniable, can't even front. It's now you have to narrow down what kind of yin deficiency it is, but your yin substances are literally being attacked by the over exuberance of the sun, of the yang energy, and it'll literally show up in your tongue. And the more cracks you have towards the tip of your tongue, that is something you can diagnose easily. That this is some type of yin deficiency that is damaging the heart, because the bottom of your tongue, this little area right here, the whole bottom of your tongue is your heart, your physical heart. And so you can tell what's going on a lot with your heart just by looking at the tip of your tongue. Is it bright red and the rest of your tongue is kind of white and foamy, or like white and dry, or like pink and red on the side, but the tip of your tongue is brilliant red? You have heart fire, excess fire harassing the heart. That red tongue is probably going to coincide with like night terrors, dream disrupted sleep, chronic anxiety. Even if you fall asleep deep, you still waking up 3, 4, 5 times a night because the heart isn't responsible for your sleep patterns and behavior, and really responsible for housing your mind so that you can sleep restfully. You know what I'm saying? And so anyway, that is the sun gone rogue and the impact that it has on yin. The mother or yin substances or yin is easily impacted negatively or positively by whatever is going on in the behavior of the sun and the energy of the sun. So it is easy for the mother to become deficient, for the yin to become deficient. The whole purpose in the body's relationship of the sun is to protect the center, is to protect the mother. She nourishes from within to make sure that his skin is lustrous, his hair look good, he flies fuck, you got nice eyebrows and bright eyes. You know what I'm saying? You don't appear in the world like a crazy person. Your health and vigor is great. You got great energy. You sleep deep. You experience love and happiness more than anything else. That's what she provides from within. You as the sun, the skin, and all your other external organs. All your external organs are the sun. Even if you female, All your external organs and presentations are the sun to the mother, which is the core. She nourishes you from outside so that you can be a beautiful, brilliant, lustrous personification of her care that she gives you from within. You, as her son, become her representative in the world. Like she doing a good job, and that heart is working well. That liver is working. That liver is doing its job. The mother is really working her magic from behind the curtain. She ain't even got to be seen, because look at how my baby is presenting me in the world. You understand? And so, but the yang energy is there to protect. He covers, making sure no foreign invaders get into the space. You know what I'm saying? The skin protects from foreign invaders. The nostrils protect from external invaders. The saliva, every orifice you got is primary dual thing, is to experience the external world while protecting you from it. Is to experience the external world while at the same time protecting you from those things that mean you no good in your existence. And so that's why you got little hairs everywhere. Is because the son, that's his job, is to protect the mother, is to protect the core. Because he knows if my mother is well, I'm gonna get everything I need. I'm gonna be out here fly as hell. So I gotta make sure the empire is secure. I gotta make sure we good. So your external self is the personification of the son and his beautifully harmonious relationship with his mama. She got to do what she got to do, and she can't be doing what she got to do if she got to be fighting external forces too. She got enough to deal with, just making sure the whole thing works together. Everybody communicating well with each other. The heart is communicating with the lungs and the kidney, everybody, and doing its directed thing. And then we send enough blood, nutrients, and food and energy and oxygen to the brain to make sure that it can get the orders coming from us, because all of us here are impacting how we behave up here and respond up here, not the other way around. Not the other way around. You feel me? And it's great. But it also gives you the opportunity to see how this that I'm explaining about your body can be applied everywhere, particularly in the world. So in this story with this dude in Braveheart, and I'm talking about the state, and I'm talking about the change in the hands of power that is the social basis, the true historical basis for this movie that he did, and how I had always only focused on the political and the cultural aspect of it, and like even the religious aspect of it. I never focused until this moment on the spiritual implications of what was happening in this movie, particularly in this scene where he has been caught and he knows that death is imminent, and they giving him every opportunity to confess your sins and to what did they say? To what's the word? Oh my God. To confess that you a bad guy. To confess, because they were charging him, I think, with heresy and sedition or some shit. To confess to the crimes that you have been accused of, and at least your spirit will go to heaven, because we still gonna kill your ass. But at least confess why you do it, so you can be guaranteed that you're gonna go to heaven after we torture you and kill you. And he's like, I ain't doing it. I ain't stage this kind of contest. I ain't pop off these kind of shots to go down like a punk. I done staged the whole war, bitch. I done caused disruption in the whole land, bitch. What I look like coming up here and confessing my sins when I ain't do shit wrong. You feel me? And I go out like a punk. What's that gonna do? It's gonna undo every great thing that I did. Because now, if he that did all that did what he did, and he what you call it, conceded, he walked his heroism back, there ain't no hope for the rest of us. And he's like, nah, y'all ain't gonna have me out here like a punk. Y'all ain't gonna have me out here like a sellout. Do what you gotta do. And then they proceed with his this was a staged performance event, his execution. Why? Same reason I'm talking about, that the mothers will be done in public and harshly, and may the punishment fit the crime. Because this is a communication that they were doing. They needed to communicate something through the greater whole. And the object of that aggression and the need for this communication was he had the audacity to challenge the absoluteness of power. And so they made a whole spectacle out of his execution. Out of every execution, there was always a stage. You didn't see it that way. You just thought, you just called it the gallows. You just called it the block. You didn't know that the church, that the godhead of war, as personified as the Pope and his relationships to the state, to the nobility, and to so on, and all of that shit. But that Roman Catholic Church had been informed for 3,000 years prior by a culture in Greece, by a culture in Rome, where the public spectacle of killing the powerlessness was to do multiple things, was to please and pacify the crowd, while at the same time terrorizing them into ever getting any ideas of rebellion. Here we can make a lot of money because they can get their angst on. They can get their angst on now. They can cheer for the hero who is two powerless people made to fight to the death or be fed to the lions or whatever it was. And they saw that this was a really efficient and effective tactic, was the brutalization before the murder of human beings as public spectacle. That's why they had the jester on the stage. That's why they had the little pre-show, the little and then began to take, this is the moment that I was having. So I talked to you guys about the three pillars that hold up the entire state the way that it is. That is asceticism, it is absolution, and it is martyrdom. And I'd already talked about the scenario of the executioner and the modern day executioner that is the exact personification of the black hooded masked dude who ain't got no shirt on and got some tight black pants on and some boots on, and you can't see his face. But he got a black hood, just like the reverse of that white hood here in the United States. And they come from the same place. And they come from the same idea. So this black hooded motherfucker, who is the divinely selected and ordained disseminator of pain and suffering in the form of execution. So not only is he the divinely ordained disseminator of pain and suffering, the asceticism, he is also the divine disseminator of he is also, he is the divinely ordained, divinely protected, divinely instantly absolved, because him being the divine, he being divinely ordained to be the disseminator of pain and suffering, he is simultaneously divinely absolved from his actions as divinely ordained to deliver necessary pain and suffering. At the same time that he is committing murder, at the very moment that the damn X comes down on his head, there's no crime that he's. Can y'all see me? Can y'all hear me? All right. So there's three things happening, and within those three things happening in the public spectacle, they serve three purposes. Okay. The one is to squash the thought, suppress the absolute thought of rebellion. Two things are done in that moment to ensure the squashing of rebellion. One is the entertainment at the process of entertaining through spectacle, that you done got completely desensitized to the spectacle, and now you look forward to it because it's a way to get your angst on. Like, yes, kill him. You see that in the movies, and at the same time in the same movies, you'll see people sobbing and like, oh my god, I can't believe this. There's nothing we can do. That's the fear. That's the imposition of perpetual, unending campaigns of fear, shock and awe. The more gruesome it can be, the more horrible it can be, the more effective at squashing rebellion it will be. Or the more gruesome it is, the more violent it is, the more entertainments we have. Like, can we do an intermission between body parts we cut off or something? Can we sell popcorn or something while we terrorizing people to death as public spectacle? Whatever that is. these additional music playing, people playing the flutes and stuff, all of these things are being processed by the heart. The conflict between feelings of shock and awe and fear and grief, and then all of a sudden a little gesture comes out on the stage and makes you laugh. And you was just a second ago and you was like, oh, he's so funny, ha ha ha. All of a sudden the radical shifting in your hormonal perspective, the highs and lows, the extremes of fear hormones and funny hormones, laughing hormones, these extreme, a natural scenario, would you be laughing after your heart done shot almost at your chest because you saw a lion and he was so close you didn't think you was gonna get away, and you was running, get away, and you was running, and ducking and dodging, you scared literally for your life. Is there any scenario in you running away from this tiger where you gonna stop and laugh real quick? Oh shit, look at that bird right there, that was funny. These campaigns levied upon your head for a long time, not just quote since the advent of science, for a long time, to exploit the extremes of your emotional responses to the world, right? And so, damn. Oh, and so in these public spectacles, you see it all the time. Yeah, we aren't witnessing people getting disavowed. Let me not get off topic. I want to talk to you about his execution. But I'm telling you, within the context of his execution, and this being a regular, ongoing, daily thing happening in Europe for 781 years, these extreme highs and lows, unnatural extreme highs and lows in their psycho-emotional response to the outside world, the perpetual state of fear created by the perpetual state of chronic fear, worry, anxiety that was created as a political campaign and strategy through public spectacle that was a normal part of their whole historical culture. What was that? It was the play. It was the sonnet. It was the bard. It was it was all of these entertainments that had been a long part of their long culture. Now this horrible campaign of shock and awe and perpetual fear and squashing rebellion that you have waged, you realize that there's something else added when you add entertainments and images and social cultures that are familiar to their reptilian brain, their limbic brain. Oh, these things that are familiar because of the long cultural, traditional DNA familiarity of the entertainments, and in between you doing this gruesome, terrible shit, and it's shocking at first, and it's still having the impact of shock. But now it's desensitized because you go now because, well, at least the show was funny and we ain't got no relief no way else. And at least they giving us little entertainments and shows. And last week they had somebody out there selling some shit from a little cart. And slowly but surely, the entertainments become funnier, and the intensity and the increasing of the shocking, gruesome spectacle may not harass your spirit as much, but your limbic system is having the same experience witnessing it. And what your limbic system is teaching you in these extreme acts of violence that are put on display as spectacle and entertainment, as spectacle of you do it on your TikTok. You will watch a video that is horrifying, literally 24 hours a day, watching actual live snuff, videos of snipers killing babies that barely have musculature left on their bones to get a piece of bread that was probably poisoned by Israeli and American forces, and then the snipers are let loose on children, and you are witnessing it. This is snuff film, no different than that bullshit that was happening in the 70s that had to be banned. But now it's a part of the culture that you have been conditioned to accept, not only accept seeing, you be challenging others. Because you so super revolutionary, you have to watch these videos every day so we can understand the gravity of the crimes being committed in this genocide. Do you really have to see the images of people being murdered in the most violent ways to decide what position you need to take? Do you? Do you have to subject your spirit? Because you're doing that, you don't know it, you're not deliberate. I understand this is what's happening. But even you sharing these videos all day, every day, of the worst crimes, of the worst vulnerabilities, of the worst and most terrible things, you do not know that you are functioning as an agent of the state, no different than the jester right before this man got his entrails methodically ripped out of his body, and then all four of his limbs torn from his body by the horses attached to every limb. And while it's happening, the jester is up on stage making ha-has and funnies through his screams as he is literally being ripped to shreds with entertainments and music, like a movie score. Why is music all playing all randomly in the background? To intensify the hormonal experience that you are having. That's why you can discern whether something bad about to happen based on the music that's playing in the background. Whether something sexy is about to happen, the way the music changes in the background. Is it necessary for you to get the message from the actors themselves? But why do they say every movie needs a movie score? To increase the intensity of the movie and to keep the watcher invested. Isn't that what they say? Isn't that what they say? I say everything is purposeful and is not just peculiar to the United States in this recent period. This has been going on a long time, because before they had TV and before they had news, they had a town crier. They had the lesbians, the play, the theater of Greek society, the theater of Roman society, the theater even into Europe, transferring it differently and changing because of the changing of the face of empire, aka the solar sun deity of the mother becoming the great white solar deity himself, giving birth to himself just like a mother would, Jesus, right? But the theater wasn't just entertainment in these societies. Theater was the way people understood what was happening in the world. Yes, there were mythological stories about great heroes and shit, but 99% of the stories told by lesbians in this period of the world was like watching a news broadcast, but it was funny or it was entertaining. They were taking actual stories, reporting on actual stories from other places and saying, look what happened, and we're going to put a show on about it. This play that we are performing is based on actual events. This story we telling you, this actual events. And so please stop watching snuff film and start to explain to others not only why we do not need to see people brutalized on TV where we do not have the capacity to intervene directly. We don't have the capacity to intervene directly, meaning yoke a motherfucker up who has attacked some person hand to hand. We don't have the ability to intervene directly, and so we're still impacted by those same horror hormones, those same terror hormones, those same fight or flight hormones, without the ability to fight, without the ability to run, without the ability to directly right the wrong or intervene in the wrong being done. And in the absence of a conduit through which you can respond to this thing that is harassing your heart and your mind and spirit enough that you feel convicted to do something, your brain is communicating to your adrenal glands saying, what you gonna do? You gonna fight for that baby? You gonna go yoke somebody up? You gonna go beat somebody up? Or do we need to take off running until we can regroup and come back with some more forces? You can't do none of that. Your ass don't even get up from out your seat to go run around the block. You're literally sitting in a toxic cocktail of a multiplicity of hormones that are now going to turn into a toxic cocktail lingering in your blood, shortening your life expectancy, while at the same time teaching you, okay, we gave you the adrenaline to make a decision about whether you need to fight or flee. We provided enough juice for you to have the extra superhuman strength you need to go and intervene. But now we have to assess, since you didn't do that, since you didn't use the juice, and now the juice is causing you to have like shortness of breath, or like, you know, your vagina feel weird. I'm telling you, a multiplicity of communications by your beat the fuck up adrenals that are saying, okay, you crying wolf all the time. Because in your overexposure of stimuli that is causing a fight or flight response, this is you crying wolf. Because as soon as you get upset about something that you see on TV, your adrenals are like, oh, this bitch scared. It's time to go. Whoop, sound the alarm. It's time to go. This bitch scared. I just felt her heart rate go. This bitch scared. She saw something that scared. And then say what scared is. And your jolly on the spot, preservation, emergency, acute preservation system go on high alert. Adrenals, send out all you got. This bitch gonna have to run for her life, and we don't know how long she gonna have to run. Okay, we got it. Let's go. Let's get that heart rate up. Let's get that blood pumping to the muscles so she can run harder and fight harder and do all the things. And once this cascade of your internal orchestra is set to defend the empire, and then there's no action that is necessary to meet the response. There's no action in response to this preparation provided to you by your internal empire, your soldiers, your whole military, even some of the civilians up in there is like, we got some pitchforks, we can help. And so they all came together strategically to help preserve the empire, to help secure the kingdom. And there was no necessary, equal, and opposing response to the display of support, your adrenal systems, your fight or flight response. There was no opposite response to them saying, okay, we're ready to help. Instead, you just sat there and continued watching TV. You saw this thing that your body prepared you to respond to based on the conviction of your ideas. Your flesh prepared you to go and defend someone else. Your flesh, based on your response to this image that you saw for a half a minute, your flesh said, you are right, bitch. You need to go intervene on behalf of them babies. You need to go intervene on behalf of them immigrants that's fearing for their life. You need to go beat the fuck out of somebody who so-called got a position of power, coward that he is, that he got to attack a baby. You got to go stomp somebody the fuck out. And we here for you. We got you. We got all the juice. And so you have the response in your mind, like, I want to slay a bitch. But the patriarch in your head has turned your entire empire into a prison. And so even as your adrenals get ready, and even as your heart feels empathy for crimes that happen against human beings, and even your mind is saying, okay, the adrenals done sounded the alarm, so we got to make sure everybody's doing what they got to do. We got to make sure the distribution of the energy is where it needs to go appropriately so we can preserve our life in this moment. And so you got your limbic system, your pineal gland on deck. Your flesh is the mother. Everybody on deck to do exactly what it is supposed to do and guarantee success in the end. And the patriarch in your head is like, I want another slice of pizza. That show was fucked up, I saw. But I can't really do nothing about it. I mean, they are on the other side of planning, you feel me? And I do got this pizza I left in the refrigerator last night. Maybe I should eat it cold, you know what I'm saying? And maybe turn on some music or something so I can try to forget what I just saw. Your whole flesh, that instantly ready to do the right thing. Your flesh, like this, and sometimes your brain be so fucked up, you internalize or interpret falsely the response of your flesh to prepare you to not only prepare to defend your life, to actually prepare you to defend others based on your convictions, based on your moral code, based on your ideas. You see somebody being attacked and you are not directly impacted by what's happening to them, but you know what's happening to them is dead ass wrong, and it don't take you nothing to be able, like, let me find what I can go and crack some motherfucker over the skull with so they can get off this vulnerable person. That's the conviction to your character, your principles, your moral code. That if there's a way for me to intervene, I'm gonna intervene, no questions asked. And so your adrenals are preparing you to not only defend yourself, but to take courageous action for others. Yes, it is. Because you know it. You sit here and watch the video of something terrible happening to some human being. You feel rage. You feel, not only do you feel rage, you feel stuck because your rage is championing you to go do something. Your rage is championing you to go do something. We got you. You got the juice, bitch. You damn near superhuman out of this bitch with that shit. We just flooded into your bloodstream. Get out here and get this work in. But your Father God comes forward with your logical mind, your Godfather mind, and says, no, we're not going to do it. Yeah. What can one person do anyway? I mean, I did vote. At least I voted for the right guy. Meanwhile, what your kidneys were responding to, what your adrenals responded to, was not the ideas you hold in your head. What your adrenals responding to was the heart's interpretation of what you just saw. And your heart is saying, this injustice cannot be. It cannot remain. And how am I going to use this juice that just flooded my system to go and wreck some shit, to go and do some things, to go to, what did the card say? With every wave of my hand, whether I am a lowly carpenter or whether I am king, with the skills that I got, with the energy that I got, with the connection with the mother that I got, I may seem small to you, but with every hammering of every nail, what did she say? With every waving of a brush, with every seeing the majesty in the mundane, baby. She said, with every waving of my brush, a wrong is righted. With every waving of my brush to paint a building, to paint a painting, with every wielding of my brush, a right somewhere on earth is being wronged. And so with him, the last thing is about the execution. The executioner not only is the personification of the state defending its murderers, the state not only defending its murderers, the state absolving, justifying, and even rewarding its murderers. Not only does it justify its murderers by granting total absolution, but it also grants its torturers, its enslavers, the state grants complete anonymity to the execution. So he can be up there literally using the mother's instrument, the C's, in this scene in Braveheart, the scene where he is executed. The executioner, who is the contorted, perverted personification of the mother as the great grandmother crone. The executioner is the inverted, malignant, distorted, inverse, sex-changed personification of the great grandmother crone, who was what? Great grandmother crone is the malignant, perverted, inverted image that we know as the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper is great grandmother crone. The seeds that the Reaper holds, the instrument that reaps corn, the Reaper, right? The little hook knife thing that we always scared of every time we see him because we know that's the worst. We just intuitively, that there's just something scarier about a Reaper than a regular ass sword. Don't we do that? There's something real sinister. I can't explain it. See, sometimes we see a sword and we like excited. No matter who got the sword, you're like, damn, they know how they orchestrated that fight. Good. Like they was stabbing and doing all the things and doing all the dances and doing all the things. And we see a safe sword. We're like, damn, that fight scene was awesome. We are invigorated. We rooting for the two guys and all of this shit. But you see a seize. You see that old bent sword. You see that old crooked sword. And it's that response that you have where you like scared, you like got the heebie-jeebies, but you still watch it, but something else is happening because your these two eyes are seeing that every time somebody dressed in black and you can't see their face, and then they got one of these crooked blades, because crookedness is a part of the flawed nature of the mother. But when you see that shiny, brilliant, straight sword, that's about order and protection and gallantry and like honor and knighthood. And the bigger the sword and the harder it is for them to carry, that motherfucker strong, because he got on 100 pounds of armor too, and he wield that sword like it's a knife cutting through paper. And you, even the female version of you, is like, that was so good. We loved the movie 300, didn't we? Because he made the heroic speech about they will never take us or whatever the fuck. And that story was most, and I enjoyed it when I watched it. But as an older woman, I was like, damn, that was that bullshit, and that's bullshit again. And so we think these are small things, these different reactions that we have just to like props, because you don't know why you're thinking about it, but the props are methodically placed exactly where they are to communicate exactly what they need to communicate. That you are scared of the Grim Reaper, that every story about somebody that represents the god of the underworld capturing souls, coming up on the earth with a little wicked ass seed, looking like a motherfucking like a ghost of Christmas past or some shit, you feel me? And then taking them to the underworld, the Grim Reaper. These stories are older than the Catholic Church. About the great grandmother crown, about the sickle with the seeds, you feel me? And then this perversion of her nature in her personification as the devourer. That everybody's got to be buried at some time. This is her role as the devourer, right? And so it didn't occur to me until I was talking about this, because I always just thought about the religio-fascist aspect of the story. And it wasn't until this moment I was like, oh my God, the Reaper isn't just a personification of asceticism and martyrdom and absolution as the representative of the male god in that moment, but he is also representing a bastardized, fucked up, horrified version of the mother, which he is cosplaying in real time. And so if the mother has the power to take life, if the mother has the power to devour, how does she devour? Not actually. When it talks about the mother who devours her children, the Moloch who requires child sacrifice, that is the perversion by the sun gone rogue of old ritual and ceremony that is synonymous with the goddess Earth opening up her mouth or her tomb that is similar to her womb to take back into herself that which she created. That you will come from me and live the life that I gift you with, and guess what? When it's time for you to go to sleep, you will come back to me and be housed in my body once again and await to be born. This is the Saturn devouring his children. Is the great grandmother crown as the Grim Reaper, vilified and demonized, and then used as a weapon during the Inquisition to concretize this image of blackness, this image of anonymity, invisible face, of face being disconnected from the body by the hood that he was wearing, and why his upper body is exposed. Everything in this was so much more methodical than I paid attention to. He was the personification of the church's ongoing assault on the archetypal images that were still alive in a lot of people's minds of the goddess. And so he had to take the image of the goddess and have her as him doing diabolical things so that he could use your mother's images to further deepen and solidify and lock in your conviction to never rebel. Your certainty. I ain't never calling outside the lines. I don't want the state on my shit. I ain't trying to be in the watchful eye of the Pope. So I'm gonna keep it cool and lay low. The executioner of the executioners during the Inquisition, it wasn't because of their sense of humanity or their absence of humanity. that they would do a job like this and be able to, quote, go home and go to sleep. Y'all stop asking cops that shit. Stop saying that shit. Stop saying that shit. He could sleep well and peacefully because not only was he making a great living, but he received firsthand perpetual permanent absolution from judgment as long as you are carrying out the will of the murder god. Permanent absolution. This was the executioner. And getting paid to dismember human beings and break every last one of their bones and all of that shit becomes one of the most effective terroristic tools employed in warfare or in genocidal shit or whatever, is to perpetually bombard the eyes, your windows to the world, with images of the most gruesome acts of destruction levied upon the bodies of human beings. So not only are you the powerless over here that are perpetually victimized by the executioner, but if you are on the side of the executioner as one of these cops, these ICE agents, these colored melanated people with the promise of being able to, get your loans written off or, pay your bills better, why would you consider that if you had not already been perpetually been in the clink as you were being robbed blind? So now you ain't got no choice but to go get this good ass job that ain't even happening. You ain't asking you to have a high school diploma to go and capture and kidnap human beings in complete anonymity. Face mask, eye mask, helmet. These ICE agents are strategically and politically and visually and in terms of messaging, they are the real-time executors of the state and the church's will as the conduit or representative of the executioner in real time, using and hijacking the mother's archetypes for restful sleep as you await to receive a new body. Death. Now I'm fading, so I'm not gonna say anything else because now I feel like I'm not gonna be clear. And I didn't intend to do this, but it was fun, and there was a thing that had to come through. I know I was seemingly all over the place, but so much. So you don't think I was lying to you about the magnitude of what has happened over the since Sunday, since I talked to y'all. I do this every now and again. I show you which looks like madness right now. I'm just saying. Yep, this too. God damn. Yeah, wow, shit, thanks. Okay, that was August. All right, so that's it. All right. Now I don't know if there is a single goddamn thing that y'all got of value out of this 6 hours. I might have just been talking like I believe I'm a genius in my own mind. Y'all might be up on here like, damn, what the fuck she even talking about? Like, where's she going? What's that connected to? But it felt like a necessary purge. So I'm gonna show you something real quick. Let's see, where's my date at? I didn't write dates. That's crazy. Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, that's right. This was yesterday. Okay. So this is yesterday. I ain't gonna read nothing to you. I'm just gonna show you how many notes. This is just yesterday. I just wrote this. Yeah, August 19th, 2025 brain dump since yesterday afternoon when I went to the park. Okay? That's the first page. You can see the time, the date stamp right up there. Tuesday, August 19th, 2025. Okay? Now let's go. That's 1. That's 2, 3. Well, 3, 4. 5, 6. 7, 8. 9, 10. 11, 12. This Yep, this is still yesterday. So 9/10. Trying to see when I switch dates. Okay. 11/12. Damn, this still yesterday? Shit. 13/14. 15/16. 17/18. Damn, that's still yesterday. 19/20. 21. 22/23. 24. 25. I think this is when I changed dates. Son of a bitch. This still yesterday. 25. 26. Yep, it's yesterday. Because later in the night, we started talking about evil babies. What did I say? 28, 29, 30, 31. God damn it. It's mother. I thought I wrote a date on. Was this today? This was today. Somehow I missed the date. I thought I wrote the date down. I did write the date. Did I? No, because I wrote this Taurus field. Hold on. Nope, that's right. It's still yesterday. God damn. So that's 31. 32, 33. Full pages. This is today. So that's 34. 34 pages yesterday. This is where I started today. You saw the pages. You saw me count. 34 pages back and front yesterday. Then today. This today. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, just a little start section. 7, 8, 9, 4 pages. 10, 11, 12. I think that's the last page. Nope. 13, 14. That's the last page. So what's 34 plus 14? 49 since yesterday. I even put the timestamp on when I started yesterday, so it ain't even like I gotta guess. I put the timestamp on. What time it was? Huh? Oh, I didn't. Damn, I never do that. I didn't put the timestamp on. But yesterday, y'all saw that? That was the 19th. 49 pages, back and front, in 24 hours. When I tell you, I've been on one, and it ain't superficial shit. I gotta reorganize my thoughts in a way. I know y'all think it's tangents, but a lot of the time in real time, though it seems like a tangent. I am working out connections that are actually a part of something I've been thinking about already or written about just recently. And something occurs that didn't occur at the moment that I read it, but that is really impactful. And I have to remember it enough to make sure I enter into the space where I was talking about and thinking about and writing about that thing particular. A lot of that happened tonight because I just wrote 49 pages off my skull. Not research, not copying essays. 49 pages of divine, what you call it? Divinely scripted dumping. Just let me get it on paper so it don't leave my head. Let me get it on paper so I don't, oh my God, that's amazing. Let me put it on paper so I don't lose it. 40, I can't even believe that. I thought surely it was like 25 pages. 49 fucking pages in 24 hours. Just amazing. It's amazing. And this morning when I got up early. There was something, it was just amazing. Because it was like revelations coming out of the songs that I was playing in the background to get myself to wake up. And I'm like, how did I never hear that in that song? I can't believe it. There's some shit I want to share with you, but it's so deep and it's so impactful and it's just written in chaos so I could dump it. So now I got to organize it so that it flows in a way that you appreciate its depth, its revelation. I'm gonna go to sleep. This is fun. I wish I could just talk for 24 hours a day, take fuck breaks in between, drink breaks in between, eat breaks in between, and just 24 hours a day. Just somebody come, rub my shoulders for a second. Somebody come, whatever, and just be on. I'm telling you, today. Last night when we were up in them trees up on top of the mountain, it was impactful the way shit was coming because there's so much I want to tell y'all. I just don't want to be premature and tell it. So I'm not gonna say. But I'm hella hyped. I just met this young lady. I told y'all she's been up on here, and I met her at the 8/8 thing. We hung out yesterday, and she came over here because she's helping me with my chart. And it was really impactful. It's really impactful in the best possible way, in the most exciting possible way. It was really impactful. This young woman, and the conversations specifically that we had that were just, I tell y'all, I love learning, but I'm always assessing, so I know when I'm the teacher in the moment. And more often than not, these days, it's just nice for a change to be in a hangout, because we just hiked up the mountain and then posted up on one of the picnic tables at the top of the mountain. And she's only 26. She's only 26. And it's so refreshing and exciting at 50 to find a 26-year-old that is razor sharp, it's machete sharp, completely convicted, tap into the mother, and get this working. But not just that, it was also equally refreshing that for a change, I didn't feel convicted to give this person everything I knew all at one time, because she's so important. She was teaching me today. She was teaching me yesterday. I was the student yesterday. I contributed every now and again. But when I say full on, I was the student yesterday. that is that I love that. It was because I wasn't talking about no basic shit either. I'm saying when this woman came in here to teach, she came in here to teach. She came in here to teach. I tell you, this 26-year-old woman was staying blowing my mind, staying firing off shots of knowledge to split my weed. This 26-year-old girl, I was not only grateful for yesterday, but she walked up in here like a gangster. And I love learning, but 99% of the learning that I'm doing is reading. It's reading people's research. It's reading articles. It's, you know what I'm saying? It's reading old notes to see if I forgot something. It's watching YouTube videos to get the Cliff's Notes version of this thing I want to talk about. You know what I'm saying? And so I learn daily, but it's not daily that I get scooped. It's not daily that I can be a fully invested student taking notes while I was in college. Can you say that again? Oh my God. 26-year-old. Maybe I took notes. Part of these notes was what I got from the 26-year-old, what I was tempted to share, but I was like, I have to save it for the moment. So that's why I'm smiling. That's why I'm like, I like that. I like that. I like that when people learn their lanes young and they ride that bitch out. They ride that girl know her, the lane that is hers, the lane that is peculiar to where she is in her stage and develop in relationship with others. Like my 50-year-old self was like, can you help me understand my birth chart? Because there's still things up on here that's a mystery to me. And this girl came over here and blew my mind. She's an astrologer, but her astrology isn't just reading charts. And the other little idiom that is her lane in respect to astrology, but I say an immediate and deep confirmation, because it was so specific and so outside the realm of possibilities for just some random other person to have this thing in common with me. I said, can we come on up in here and make this motherfucking money already? Can we come up in here and make this? Come on, mother. Like, let the floodgates open on our skulls. This little young lady, this girl blew my mind yesterday. And the thing that was great about it is she didn't even intend to blow my mind. Her little humble 26-year-old self. She didn't even intend to blow my mind. She came up in here innocent, wanting to talk to me about astrology and sex work and this other little thing that she loves about astrology and how she's used it in this way that not many people think of or think about or don't think is relevant. This girl blew my mind yesterday. And even though I've been writing literally all the way up until the moment I got up on here, I kept going back to this shit that I learned from this girl yesterday. Baby, mind blown. Mind blown. And for the first time, I'm saying mind blown. And it's not about something negative or something crazy or some bullshit. Somebody just said that their mouth. And I was like, all the stupid that can exist in the world, I thought had already been expressed. And then somebody surprised me. And I'm like, that my mind was blown when I didn't think it could be blown off no bullshit no more. Everybody up their game of dumbass shit to blow a bitch mind with in the worst possible way. It's the only way that's the only time I ever be talking about my mind being blown. It's on some dumbass shit. And yesterday, this 26-year-old white woman who has been following my channel for 2 years met me at the park so we could hike a little trail and sit at the top at the picnic table so she could help me understand my astrological chart, the missing links in my chart. And when we took a break from my chart, because she wanted to talk to me about something else, or something else she wanted to talk to me about, split my skull wide open. A whole new area of thought, a whole new perspective of ideas and thoughts I never even considered microscopically. And all matter of fact, that girl sat right there on that ground and blew my motherfucking mind. Blew my mind. I'm sitting here looking at the notes like, God, did this happen? I don't know if she on here, but there's somebody up on here. I ain't looking at my email, so I don't remember who it is. One of y'all keep harassing the hell out of me in my email about me going and seeing this bullshit horror movie. Weapons. I'm gonna go see this shit. And I'm gonna try to put my blinders on so the only thing that can filter through is the shit I need. You understand? I'm gonna go see this bullshit. But one of the things that got us on this conversation yesterday was she was like, have you seen Weapons yet? I said, girl, if you don't get out of my head, and this woman just messaged me again today, offering to pay for my popcorn if I promise to go and see the movie as soon as possible, because she want to know my feedback because there was so much going on, and she know it is an assault on the mother, but she don't know no more than that, and I can't wait to get the movie review. Chat 3-4 emails the same woman that sent me. Have you gone to see Weapons yet? Have you gone? I ain't trying to buy. You seen Weapons yet? And so I'm talking to her about it. I'm telling her I had this moment about it because she asked me about had I seen it. I said, girl, how many of y'all, because I think Java Watson asked me about it too. How many of y'all gonna keep harassing me about this damn movie? The previews look scary as hell. I was like, I ain't doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Then I was driving from the beach and saw one of the movie posters, the movie promos. And the promo was so basic, and in its basicness, it was horrifying. And then in its horrifyingness, I was like, oh my fucking God. When I tell you, you cannot unsee this shit, the poster was written the poster was designed like a giant, like a front page, like an urgent news article, big ass, giant ass movie size posters of a black and white newspaper, like old school newspaper. And then like painted on top of these very clear words that you can see about the babies going missing into this, into this, into this, was 3 screen printed splotchy paint outlines of 3 solid color red missing babies. Child, I got the heebie-jeebies everywhere just telling y'all that shit. I said, this poster is sinister as fuck. And it's so basic. Just a newspaper and 3 red babies on it. Creepy as fuck. And then I said, this the EIME. What in the fuck is they trying to communicate? Plus, it's 17 kids that disappeared, the number 8. It was released on August 8th, the 8/8 portal. I said, what they playing at? Then I see the previews. I said, see, that's not bullshit, and that's bullshit. And I got a whole attitude and a whole list of movies that I want to be talking to y'all about this ongoing tendency of the victim always being the most evil, diabolical bad guy in every horror movie. Every movie that's on some supernatural shit, demons and monsters and all kinds of creepy goblins and monsters and all the machinations, possession and all of the machinations of this shit. Shut, boy, me and you gonna fight. And I'm like, okay, I get consciously why there have been so many movies, horror movies, about the most evil and scary thing that one can imagine. The most scary and terrifying thing that a person can imagine is an evil baby, is an evil child, is an evil woman. It's just, it's a doll, it's a possessed animal. All the things in the world that are the most vulnerable, the most powerless, the most abused and transgressed against, when they become the subject of a horror movie. Again, the machinations and the madness of the son gone rogue. And as the son gone rogue, still the son in the body of a big ass man, right? That the scariest thing that you can come up with, that the scariest thing in a horror movie you can imagine in your wildest imaginations is a demon baby, is a possessed doll, it's a bloodthirsty rabbit, it's a let me throw something at this bitch, because now you pissing me the fuck off. Get out of here. Get out of here. It's a Chucky doll that's barely 2 feet tall. It's the scariest thing that you can imagine. Grown ass man with power, with money, with access, and you want to make something that is, the product of your genius imagination. And the scariest thing that you can imagine is the perpetual unending victims of the world rising up, but not out of their own power. The only way you can respect their power in a response that is a fear-based response. The only way you can respect their power is if their power comes to them from some external evil force, some hostile takeover of their innocence that turns evil and takes revenge on grown-up men. But you the victim. You the victim. You the victim. Even in movies where men are the killers, like Jason or Chucky. I mean, like Jason or Michael Myers, or even in your nightmares with Freddy Krueger. Right? You know what I'm saying? That even in these stories that had series that lasted about 20 years, every other movie they was making a Michael Myers movie or a Freddy movie or whatever the fuck. That one of the movies eventually is going to go something like The Beginning. Friday the 13th, The Beginning. Halloween Origins. Why they do that? Because even after you don't watch 3, 4, 5, 10 movies of him chopping and slaying indiscriminately, killing and doing all the terrible things, even you can't even have no peace and safety in your own dreams, because Freddy Krueger gonna bum rush your dreams and kill you in your dreams. And if you die in your dreams, you won't die in the real world. They're everywhere. They're ever present. And even these males who done committed all these crimes for the first 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 episodes that you done seen, series that you done seen, they have to go back to the beginning. Freddy Origins. And in the origins, after all these gruesome crimes you have seen him commit, the origin story is his absolution. The origin story is his vindication. The origin story is the explanation that justifies why it's okay for white men to commit acts of violence. Because in the origin story that made him who he is now, his mama abandoned him and gave him up for adoption. And so I never knew my family. Or I was in foster care and whatever. Or there's always some horror in every horror story, in every horror series. They got to eventually, after you watch him, participate in him, chopping and slaying and doing all the things, they got to go back to the origin story that places the blame for his behavior on his rotten, filthy, emotionally unavailable, toxic, even abusive misuse and mistreatment of this boy child. And because he internalized his powerlessness, for this person who is bigger than him and doing all this terrible stuff to him, that it is only right for him to go out in the world and get his rocks off, to blow off the pressure valve or whatever, to get his rocks off in his own fix. But he always got a mama there to lay blame. His mama knocked him upside the head too many times. His mama spanked his butt too many times. His mama had too many men over to the house, so I didn't know who my real daddy was. Did I believe my daddy? You ran him away. All these stories that you develop in your mind are the strategic, weaponized, psychological operations, weapons of the psychological operations to forever justify the unofficial executioners that exist in regular society. And then the movies consolidate and deepen and make that make sense. This show is messed up what Freddie did to all them people, but damn, you know what I'm saying? Look at what them people did to him. No wonder he up in here terrorizing young people in their dreams because their parents set his ass on fire. Yeah, what he did was bad, but like, damn, did they have to set him on fire? You feel me? Jason, you know, his mama was a drunk. You know what I'm saying? What's his name? Leatherface, the Chainsaw Massacres. You know what I'm saying? And they was the victims of incest. You feel me? Because they was isolated and their mama was ignorant, and so they didn't have nothing. This is the outcome. Because what they're trying to do is say, we didn't create the monsters. You bitches created the monsters. Whether it's Rosemary's Baby, whether it's Children of the Corn, whether it's Village of the Damned, it doesn't matter what it is. That in some masterful way, even if it is the serial killer that literally is scaring you to death, even if it's the ugly, scary ass clown in it, it doesn't matter what the machination. He can be as malignant as the day is long, like that dude in American Horror Story, the clown that John, what was his name? John Edgar? No, what's the man's name? What was the man's name? The famous serial killer that dressed like a clown. John Wayne Gacy. John Wayne Gacy going around wearing people's actual skin as masks on his face and terrorizing people. And the explanation that they give is that the reason he targeted couples is because he never experienced a loving relationship with a partner. He has never been married or had a boo. And at some juncture, shit just snapped, and his envy was expressed in his rage against these couples who was obviously happy. And the way they even talk about this shit, you like feel a little sorry for the big fat ugly John Wayne Gacy doing all the terror. And for a temporary moment, the crimes that he committed don't even shock you as much. Because you're like, oh damn, that's what happened. That's what happened. That's what happened to him. Not that he has been perpetually trained through psychological operations that have been proliferating his skull since infancy to be an unofficial, ready-to-go militia on the bodies and lives of the vulnerable, on the bodies and lives of the most hated, on the bodies and lives of the handicapped. That he is a perpetual warrior in the army of the Lord. And the army of the Lord serves a Lord that is drunk and gluttonous off the blood of the innocent. And so you become a willing and pretty, methodically perfect personification of your hatred of the mother. You feel me? Whatever. But the reason I say that is because I'm going to give y'all a little taste, a little clip. But she said she had been thinking about, you know what? No, I'm not. I'm going to sleep. Damn it. It's not been 8 hours. It has not been 8 hours. It's not been 8 hours. It's not been 8 hours. It was just 9 o'clock a half a second ago. How the fuck? I'm getting the ball. I cannot believe this shit. I'm getting the fucking ball. It was fun, but goddamn. Thank you for being true to the call, Java Watson. I ain't igging you when you give me the fish hooks, but today the mother was on one. Because I didn't even give y'all the very tip top of the iceberg of the incredibly, insanely, magically confirmative shit that has happened in the last 48 hours. And this cat is going to make me put his ass out for good. Now me yelling at me, bitch, you don't pay no bills over here. Shut up, turkey. Let me get over here and address my cats like they around here running some shit, staring in my face. Round, don't you hear me? Round. He looking square in my eyes. Round. 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 He ain't staring outside because he usually just be staring outside, lamenting about getting out the door. Not today. Round. 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 Boy, if you don't get your eyes out my damn face, what the hell you all down here? You know what I'm saying? Let me go let these cats outside so they can stop harassing the hell out of me. I love you guys. This was fun. This was fun. So I'm not going to return your emails tonight when I was telling you about the birthday party. Obviously, this is my meeting with sister about the birthday party. So I'm going to meet with her, meet with sister Yolanda about the travel agentship for those of you who are serious about trying to come into town. And then I'll give y'all the logistical 411 tomorrow. So email me tonight anyway if you're thinking about it, if you're certain you're coming. That way I can know exactly who is on the list of people that I need to reach out to about these logistics tomorrow, okay? All right, I'll see y'all later. I'll see y'all later. Make sure you make offerings. Make sure you make donations. Make sure you buy yourself something nice from the store. Make sure you find a way to support the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. You feel me? Please do that. Please do that. Please do that. Because right now, everything is still towards everything I produce. It's just the beginning stages and maintenance of the projects of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. It is. It is. And I still have a lot to do. And I still have a lot to do about this like economically. I have some things that I have to pay for, or the plot announcement that I made to y'all the other day. Those kind of like logistical necessary things and steps that you need to do to be prepared for the process. So consider making a contribution to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. We are actually now officially a day away from our transition into Virgo season. We're transitioning into Virgo season on the 22nd. So here it is. Leo season just started day 4 yesterday. Like it literally just seemed like it just went by in a blink. Leo season just started. Leo season just started yesterday, and tomorrow is over. So I hope you got your licks in. I hope you got your shots off during this great courageous Leo season. I hope you planted your revolutionary, evolutionary, abundantly gangstery, beneficial rocks off and seeds during this pivotal point, this Leo season. Because Leo has showed out for me. Bigger and better, bigger and better. The Leo season has showed out. And so now, covered in, having a foundation in this powerful Leo season we about to transition out of, as we welcome the goddess Estrella, as we welcome the goddess Ma'at, as we welcome the goddess Isis, as we welcome the goddess Demeter, as we welcome the goddess Artemis. This is Virgo. She is literally the archetype for all these goddesses I just named. Every single one. And I have a sneaking suspicion that this particular Virgo season is going to be like unlike any other we've witnessed in an age. Something is coming down the pipe, especially around the equinox, third week of September. There are a multiplicity of ancestral and planetary and astral entities that are conspiring in a big ass way. Because I can feel it. Today was extraordinary, and I didn't even walk out my house to check the mailbox yet. I've literally been sitting on that couch. I literally haven't put no idea. I did have a sandwich this morning for breakfast at 7 o'clock. And as soon as I finished that sandwich, I sat there to do my hair. It's still not finished after 5 days. And as soon as I heard something on that YouTube I was watching, I was like, no, I can't pick up the pen. I gotta finish my hair. I can't pick up the pen. I don't want to be thinking right now, mother. Just leave me alone. Just let me finish my hair so I can be walking around here with my hair not nappy in the back. Can I just finish my hair? She's like, pick up the pen, bitch. And the floodgates open from 8 o'clock this morning until literally right before I got on this live. That's now officially 8 hours long. My hand did not stop moving. My hand did not stop moving. It did not stop moving. It did not stop moving. And every time I rose, I was like, oh my God, this is so big. This is so deep. What the fuck is happening right now? Y'all, I promise I'm going to blow your mind. I blow your mind all the time. But these last 24 hours was something different. 49 pages in a 24-hour period. 49 pages back and front. I literally haven't walked outside today. So I'm gonna probably do that now before I even do anything else, because now I'm feeling pent up and crunched in the abdominal area because I've been sitting like this all day. So I'm gonna go. Thank you. Send me the emails if you need any information, anything from me, need to book a reading, anything like that. I'll see y'all tomorrow.